Chapter 1, The World of Adults. Chen Xiao, my husband should be waiting for me in the car park after school. If he sees me, it won't be good. What if he does? Ning Fan was outside the car, watching his wife Yang Qiqi being pleasured by Chen Wei. His eyes were red, and his body was shaking violently with anger. He and Yang Qiqi met when they were in high school. At that time, Yang Qiqi's family was poor and almost didn't have the money to let her study. After school, he went to work part-time to help her pay for school. It's been 7 years now. After Yang Qiqi's grandfather learned about this, he was very grateful to him. After they both graduated from high school and turned 18, they defied their family's objections and took Ning Fan in as the Yang family's son-in-law. After Yang Qiqi went to university, the Yang family gradually got better off. Under her grandfather's leadership, they even opened a small factory that produced medicine. However, Ning Fan still earned his own living to pay for her schooling. After all, his own wife had to be supported by herself. Usually, the old man was also very good to Ning Fan, quietly slipping him money every now and then, and bringing his sister over for holidays. Ning Fan was also very touched. Since the end of the college entrance exam and the disappearance of his mother, he had never felt the care of his elders. Tonight is my wife's birthday. A few months ago, she was complaining that her phone was not working well and that she kept getting 460 when playing games. So, in the past few months, Ning Fan saved up his money and bought the latest fruit machine to surprise her. But he saw this scene instead. Anger, and blood pressure soared, and it all rushed into Ning Fan's mind, making him lose his mind. He smashed the car window with the fruit machine in his hand that had not yet been unpacked. Bang! The two people in the car were scared. They looked out of the window. Ning Fan had really come. Ning Fan opened the door and looked at the two people, who were naked, staring at Yang Qiqi, tears uncontrollably flowing down. Why? Ning Fan was in great pain, his eyes filled with pain. He couldn't understand why Yang Qiqi had betrayed him. Yang Qiqi's eyes flashed with panic. She didn't expect Ning Fan to come to the parking lot to find her in advance. But soon the panic in her eyes was replaced by calm, and as she dressed, the expression on her face was replaced by indifference. After getting dressed and getting out of the car, Yang Qiqi looked at Ning Fan and said, "Since you've seen it, I don't have anything to say. Why are you doing this to me?" Ning Fan's fists were clenched tightly, and his fingernails were dug into his flesh, but he felt nothing. You're Qiqi's waste husband who delivers packages, right? In the adult world, why is there so much? If there is, it is poverty is the original sin, waste is the original sin. Kiki, this kind of highly educated people will not look at you and poor and waste, she is not you can grasp. Chen Wei also dressed, leaning against the car, lit a cigarette, said lightly. Ning Fan, you really are a waste and stupid, you are not even a college entrance examination, only a waste of delivery, a lifetime will be like this, no future at all, only stupid women will follow you a lifetime suffering. Yang Qiqi sneered and said, I can't waste my life on you. When I got my certificate with you, if it wasn't for my grandfather forcing me to do it and the fact that I was still young, do you think I would have agreed? Don't even dream about it. I know that since I was in high school, and even now, all of my tuition, living expenses, and even expenses have been funded by you. But you really don't deserve me. From the moment I went to university and you started working, there was a gap between us that you could never overcome in your entire life. This gap cannot be bridged by your kindness to me. Ning Fan, we are no longer people from the same world. After a pause, Yang Qiqi looked at Chen Wei and said, Do you know who he is? Chen Wei, the eldest son of the Chun group in Jiangcheng. To tell you the truth, I slept with him in my first semester. Are you still imagining that after graduation, after I have finished organizing the wedding with him, I will give you my first night? You are really delusional. Only someone like Viagra is worthy of me. People like you, who are small fry at the bottom, probably don't know what the Chun group represents. It represents an endless supply of money. The total market value has reached 200 million yuan, and the cash in hand is nearly 50 million yuan. You can't earn this much even if you work as a courier for 8 lifetimes. Recently, the Jiang family in the provincial capital released the news that they will come to our city to open a new company today and release a project worth 1 billion. The Chen family has already found a good relationship in advance to get the qualification to compete for the project, which is basically a predetermined appointment. Once the Jiang family announces it at the business meeting in 7 days, the project will be officially launched. After completing this project, the Chen family will leap into the club of billion-dollar assets and become one of the Jiang family's elite clubs. Do you know what this means? That is the existence that occupies half of the Jiangbei province underground world. If we cooperate with the Jiang family, in the future, the Yang family can follow the Chen family to rise to the heavens. The benefits brought by the cooperation with the Jiang family are beyond your imagination. Even if they casually drop the scraps in the nail gap, they can make a dog become the dragon of Jiangbei. What does a delivery man know? There is no need to tell him this. Chen Wei hugged Yang Qiqi's waist and leaned against the car, looking at Ningfan with disdain. Fuck you. Ningfan's anger had reached a critical point and exploded. He grabbed the fruit machine that had just smashed the car window and smashed it on Chen Wei's head. Suddenly, Chen Wei's head was bleeding. Ningfan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you hit Viagra? Yang Qiqi's face changed. She didn't expect Ningfan to dare to hit someone. Ah! Chen Wei screamed. The door of a Wuling Hongguang opened, and 7 or 8 people rushed down, pulled Ningfan away, and beat him with sticks and clubs. These were the bodyguards that Chen Wei had brought with him when he went out. Beat him to death, you motherfucker! How dare you hit me? I'll kill you! Chen Wei covered the bleeding area on his head while kicking Ningfan in the crowd. No one passing by dared to stop him, and they all looked at Ningfan, who was bleeding profusely, with pitiful eyes. Soon, Ningfan fell in a pool of blood, and the ground was stained red with blood. It wasn't until Ningfan was beaten to the point of immobility that Chen Wei left here with Yang Qiqi, cursing and swearing. No one noticed that. The jade pendant around Ningfan's neck fell to the ground and, after touching Ningfan's blood, suddenly lit up. At this moment, a Paramera stopped next to them. A beautiful woman with long hair and a shawl walked out of the car. This beautiful woman was wearing a black skirt that tightly wrapped her plump and perky buttocks. Under the short skirt were her long, slender legs wrapped in thin black silk, and her upper body was a shirt with a slightly open neckline, revealing a ditch like snow, and then stepping on a pair of high heels, she had perfected her figure. The woman frowned and looked at Ningfan, who was lying in a pool of blood, and wondered, is he the man that my grandfather asked me to come from the provincial capital to open a branch office and secretly find? Chapter 2, Inheritance. Seeing Ningfan in his current state, Zhang Rushue couldn't accept it. The assistant got out of the car and frowned beside her. General Jiang, the man that the old man asked you to find said that he could cure your illness. As she watched the scene, she recalled the words of her grandfather, and her brows furrowed even more tightly. If there is anyone in this world who can solve your problem of coldness, it is only the descendant of that person. Our Jiang family owes its current status entirely to the little help that person gave us a few years ago. If it works, let him be my Jiang family's son-in-law. Only in this way can the Jiang family continue after I leave. Alas! Zhang Rushue sighed. She really didn't want to believe that the man lying in a pool of blood was the one she was looking for to cure her, and at the same time, the one her grandfather hinted that she should marry. Zhang Rushue looked in the direction of the provincial capital and whispered, "Grandpa, I will give him 1 year to prove himself. If it works, I will marry him. If it doesn't, I will give him the company in Jiangcheng as a token of gratitude to the person who helped the Jiang family." At that time, the Yang family mansion. The Yang family was all there. Because just now Yang Qiqi had brought a man back and said to the old man in front of everyone, "Grandpa, I don't like that waste Ningfan. He can't give me the happiness and life I want. I don't want to waste my life on a waste who can't even get into college. I have the right to pursue the life I want. This is Chen Wei, the son of the Chen group I met in college. I want to be with him after I divorce Ningfan in the next 2 days." These 3 words directly made the normally healthy Yang grandpa turn pale, spit out a mouthful of old blood, and faint. He has not woken up yet. Cough cough. At this moment, Yang Yuanzhong, who was unconscious, finally moved, but his face was still pale. "Grandpa!" The younger members of the Yang family's eyes lit up and they shouted, "Dad, are you okay?" Yang Yuanzhong has 2 sons, and the one who is speaking is his eldest son Yang Fan, who is also Yang Qiqi's father. "Dad, I'm just saying, there's really no need for Kiki to waste her life on Ningfan. He didn't even get into university, so his life is over. He'll just have to be a delivery man for the rest of his life." Do you really want Kiki to spend her life with a delivery man? This time it was Jia Mengmeng, the eldest daughter-in-law, who spoke. Dad, your sister-in-law is right. There's really no need. This Chen Xiao is a good-looking guy, much better than that loser Ning Fan. The youngest son, Yang Rong, frowned and spoke up. Grandpa, Ning Fan is a waste. He failed the college entrance exam and drove his mother away. Now she hasn't come back. Not long after that, his sister, who was a burden to the family, got sick and hasn't recovered yet. I heard that if she wants to recover, she needs a heart bypass surgery, which costs 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. If my sister doesn't divorce him and he gets the surgery, won't he have to ask our family for help to pay for it? Yang Tingting said. She is Yang Fan's second daughter. Grandpa, it is said that after the operation, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to recuperate, so it will cost more than 1.5 million in total? His sister's illness is a bottomless pit. How can our family afford to support two useless people? If we don't kick this useless person out of the family, what are we keeping him for? You ungrateful brats. Yang Yuanzhong was so angry that he was shaking and coughing. When Yang Chichi was in high school and our family was poor, who worked part-time to earn money to pay for her education? Have you forgotten? He didn't get into university, and there are countless others. Yang Chichi, don't you have any sense? If it weren't for saving up for your university fees, would Xiaofan have been late for the comprehensive exam? How could I, Yang Yuanzhong, have given birth to such a group of heartless descendants? Old man, I don't like hearing you say that. The old lady came to the window with her walking stick and said, wouldn't it be ungrateful to prevent Chi-Chi from spending her life with that waste? Is there no other way to make amends? He spent a lot of money on Kiki's education. We can just pay him back. Why do you have to sacrifice Kiki's whole life for a loser? And Kiki has found a better match in the Chen family. The Chen family is a third-tier family in Jiangcheng. They are just one opportunity away from entering the Jiangcheng elite circle. If Kiki marries Chen, our family will also be able to bask in the light of the elite. Ha ha. Yang Yuanzhong laughed. He looked at the ceiling and said in a trembling voice, you don't understand, you don't understand. Compared to the child of that person, the Chen family is nothing, even the northern families are nothing. The opportunity of the Yang family has been ruined by you. This is heaven telling me that the Yang family has to stop here. You will regret it. You will regret it. Chen Wei frowned. Could this old fool really talk? He actually looked down on his own family and thought it was not as good as that delivery man. However, since it was the first time he had come to the Yang family today, he wanted to make a good impression, so Chen Wei did not get angry. The other members of the Yang family were stunned by Yang Yuanzhong's words. How could a delivery boy like Ning Fan suddenly be related to fate? And he said they would regret it. They couldn't understand. They would be happy to kick Ning Fan out of the Yang family and have nothing to do with him, so why would they regret it? The old man is really getting more confused as he lives. Grandpa, what do you mean? Yang Chichi asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Why is the man she chose not as good as Ning Fan, who was just a delivery boy? Yang Yuanzhong stopped talking and closed his eyes. At that time, because Ning Fan had helped Yang Chichi go to school, he went to buy things to thank Ning Fan and his mother. When he first met Ning Fan's mother, he thought she was just like them, an ordinary person. But he never expected that more. Then 4 years ago, on the night of Yang Chichi's high school graduation, he would see a scene that he would never forget in his life. That night, Ning Fan's mother came to him and asked him to take care of Ning Fan and the little girl in the family in the future. She would thank the Yang family when she returned. To show her sincerity, before she left, Ning Fan's mother gave Yang Yuanzhong a fortune. It was because of this fortune that the Yang family got by well after Yang Chichi had just started university, and they even opened a small factory. All of this was due to Ning Fan's mother. After explaining all this, Ning Fan's mother walked through the air, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Jiangcheng. Yes, she walked through the air. At the time, Yang Yuanzhong was so scared that he fell to his knees and called her a fairy. Even now, Yang Yuanzhong has never forgotten that scene, and he dares not tell anyone. Only he knows. This was a great opportunity for the Yang family, but it was ruined by his family of ignorant ingrates. It's a small matter that the opportunity is gone, but if Ning Fan's sister doesn't have enough money to receive timely surgery and has an accident, how will he explain it to Ning Fan's mother when she returns? Xiaofan, you have suffered a lot these years. In his coma, Ning Fan heard a familiar voice of guilt. Mom, Ning Fan saw a woman standing in the air, as beautiful as a goddess, and recognized her at first glance. "Where are you?" "My sister, and I miss you so much." Ning Fan's eyes welled up with tears. After the college entrance exam, his mother disappeared. He always thought that his mother felt that he didn't get into college and didn't win her face. He thought he would never see his mother again, but he never thought he would see her again. And when he saw her again, his mother was like a fairy. He was both happy and shocked. What kind of person is his mother? "I had planned for you to be an ordinary person, to live a simple life, but I never thought you would take this path. In that case, I will pass on to you the legacy that your father was going to give you." The woman did not respond to Ning Fan, where he was, but instead spoke. Ning Fan was shocked. "My father's legacy? Where is my father? Where are you?" Ning Fan could not help but ask. "Xiao Fan, since you cannot live a simple life like an ordinary person, you must work hard to overcome obstacles and reach the top," the woman said with a smile. "Xiao Fan, you must take good care of your sister. In the future, she will be a great help to you." As the woman's voice gradually faded, her figure gradually became more and more illusory. Ning Fan wanted to rush over, but found that he couldn't move at all. And his mind felt as if it were being torn apart. A large amount of information suddenly flooded into his mind like a tide. Chapter 3. You are Ning Fan, right? You have the secret art of cultivating immortals, the holy art of medicine, the divine art of geomancy, the secret art of the divine pupil, and the art of alchemy. At this moment, Ning Fan felt as if he had suddenly mastered a lot of things, as if they had always been there. There was too much information constantly flooding into Ning Fan's head. He could still see the first few secret arts clearly, and he could clearly feel that his brain could hold them. Just as Ning Fan felt like he was about to be torn apart, he discovered that the information that had flooded into his mind had merged together and finally turned into a 9-story glazed tower in his mind. At the same time, a vortex appeared in his lower abdomen, slowly attracting the warm current between heaven and earth and flowing through his whole body. The feeling of being torn apart disappeared in an instant. "Xiao Fan, don't tell anyone about the 9-story glazed tower. Practice diligently, and when your consciousness can enter the 7th level, you will know where your mother is. Mom is looking forward to seeing you again." When the illusory figure of the woman was about to disappear completely, a few more words came into Ning Fan's mind. "Mom! Mom, don't go!" Ning Fan shouted, and opened his eyes in an instant. He sat up abruptly from the bed and reached out to embrace her. But the next second, Ning Fan froze. Because he had hugged a strange soft body, and his face had just hit the baby's warehouse on this soft body, and at the same time, his nose had inhaled a heady fragrance. "Are you done hugging?" A voice like ice came, and Ning Fan suddenly let go of his hand, looking around in confusion. His eyes fell on the beautiful woman in front of him, like ice. His breathing became rapid. This woman is really beautiful. In the past, he thought young Chi-Chi was a beauty, but now he thinks the saying "there are heavens beyond the heavens" is completely fine. The beauty of this woman in front of him is even more beautiful than 10 young Kikis combined. She is tall and slender, and the key is that the front and back are both big and perky, round and perfect. Ha! Ning Fan suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and he took a deep breath, because he discovered that his eyes seemed to be able to see through. But it wasn't very clear. He tried to follow the method of the divine pupil secret technique in his mind and found that his eyes gradually became hot, and then the images he saw through his eyes became clearer. Then the white shirt, black underwear, black skirt, and black silk on this beautiful woman's body disappeared one by one in his eyes. In the end, he was able to see the woman completely. She was really too big and too full. Ning Fan was shocked and his blood boiled. It turned out that what he had just done was not a dream. It was all real. His eyes could see through, because of the divine pupil secret technique in the heritage. "Have you seen enough?" Jiang Rushua's cold voice rang out again. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, Ning Fan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I just saw my relatives in a dream. I didn't want her to leave, so I hugged you instead." "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it." Jiang Rushua snorted and said, "Since you can wake up, it seems that you're not in any serious condition." Jiang Rushua was not in a good mood. For more than 20 years, she had never been so close to a man. As a result, she was just tightly embraced by this man in front of her, with his head buried between her breasts, squeezing tightly. After releasing his hands, he kept staring at her breasts. According to her previous temper, she would definitely beat such a rascal up, but for some reason, she didn't feel disgusted with him at all. Why is this happening? Did you save me? Ningfan quickly withdrew his gaze. It was a bit indecent to look at his savior like that. Thank you. However, Ningfan was extremely happy in his heart, since the inheritance in the dream was real, then his sister was saved. He remembered that after the first huge piece of secret information was poured into his mind, the second piece of secret information was about medical treatment. At this moment, after thinking about his sister's illness, countless solutions appeared in his mind. This made him even happier. You don't have to thank me. You're not supposed to die. Jiang Rushue said. Are you Ningfan? Ningfan was stunned. This beautiful woman was the first he had seen. How did she know his name? Although he was puzzled, Ningfan still nodded, yes. What is your name? My surname is Jiang. As for the rest, you are not qualified to know it now. Jiang Rushue said indifferently. She was not going to tell Ningfan her full name. Ningfan looked embarrassed, but soon he was relieved. That's right, I'm just a lowly delivery boy, and this beautiful woman in front of me is obviously a high-class person, both in temperament and in her appearance. I'm already very lucky that she saved me and that I know her surname. How can I still expect to know her full name? Jiang, it's getting late, you should go home. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and then the arrogant assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao walked in. Ningfan subconsciously looked at her. This woman had a good face and a good figure, and her skin was also white and tender. At the same time, he was slightly surprised that this was actually a beautiful CEO. It really is an upper-class person. In the future, if you can change your current situation and stop being such a waste, then you will be qualified to know my full name. Jiang Rushue said to Ningfan, and then turned and walked towards the door of the room. It took some time to move Ningfan to the hotel. She had to go back to prepare for the project launch and cooperation meeting that the company would hold in Zhangcheng in 7 days. The companies that had already obtained the qualification to compete for the project would have to consider all aspects, make internal decisions in advance, and prepare alternative cooperation companies, regardless of their background or strength. Ningfan's eyes, which had been dull, suddenly lit up. If he had not received his father's inheritance, he might not have had such hope. But now he has the inheritance that his father prepared for him, and it is all real and extraordinary. Then he believes that he will never be such a waste of life in the future. At this time, Ningfan looked at the back of Jiang Rushue as she left, and his brow suddenly furrowed. Because he suddenly saw a chill coming out of Jiang Rushue's lower abdomen. And this chill is still expanding. Jiang Rushue, who was walking out of the room, had a slightly flushed face that suddenly turned white in an instant. She thought to herself, this is bad. Damn cold. The intervals between attacks are getting shorter and shorter. When she was young, it happened once every 3 years, then once every 2 years, and when she was 12, it happened once a year. When she was 16, it happened once every 3 months. When she was 18, it happened once a month. Last month, when she turned 22, it started every 15 days. How could it be that the last time it happened, it was less than 15 days, just 7 days, and it happened early? And this time, she could clearly feel that the cold in her body exploded much more than before. It was at least 10 times larger. It made her lose her balance and almost fall to the ground. General Jiang! Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed. Ningfan rushed over, not noticing how fast he was going. In just 2 breaths, he was already next to Jiang Rushue, and he immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist, which prevented her from falling. Once again, in such close contact with Jiang Rushue, Ningfan smelled the faint fragrance on her body, which made him imagine all kinds of things. But he quickly suppressed those evil thoughts in his heart. Jiang Rushue was his savior, so how could he have such dirty thoughts? Ningfan quickly carried Jiang Rushue to the bed and covered her with a quilt. It was only after more than 10 minutes that he calmed down. Miss Jiang, are you sick? Ningfan hesitated for a moment, but he couldn't help but ask. What did you say? Jiang Rushue's gaze at Ningfan suddenly turned cold, full of chill. The temperature in the entire hotel room seemed to have dropped many degrees as a result. From childhood to adulthood, what she hated most was when others asked her, "Are you sick?" When she was studying, a boy asked her this question, and she kicked him in the crotch. However, when Ningfan asked her this question, she was obviously angry, but deep down she didn't have the slightest intention of doing anything to him. Finally, she didn't wait for Ning Fan to explain, and asked again, "Why did you say that?" "I'm sorry, I just didn't scold you, I just wanted to confirm with you, because when you just had an attack, I observed it, and there should be a cold energy in your body," Ning Fan said. When Ning Fan's words rang out, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes and face suddenly revealed an incredible expression. Jiang Ruxue, who was lying on the bed, trembled, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. She stared at Ning Fan. Chapter 4, How Do I Cooperate? The fact that she has a cold aura inside her body is extremely secretive. The entire Jiang family, including personal assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao, knows only one person. And it is definitely not leaked. This cold aura has accompanied her for many years. It is precisely because of this cold aura that she is extremely cold and hates men. But I didn't expect to see Ning Fan today and find that I actually don't hate men. Even if Ning Fan took advantage of her, she didn't have too strong a complaint. She never expected that Ning Fan could see through the cause of her illness in one go. Phew. Jiang Ruxue let out a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, but still staring at Ning Fan. "Miss Jiang, am I right?" Ning Fan asked. "If there is no problem, then it proves once again that the images I saw in my coma were all real." "You investigated me?" Jiang Rushue's face was gloomy. "What?" Ning Fan was stunned. He was a little confused. He had just met Jiang Ruxue today, so where did the investigation come from? He had clearly seen it through the divine pupil technique in the inheritance. Although he was a little confused for a moment, Ning Fan's heart quickly became happy, because this meant that Jiang Rushue's body did indeed have a cold aura. And this successfully proved that everything in his dream was true. Seeing Ning Fan's confused look, Jiang Ruxue knew that she had been wrong. Ning Fan was just a lowly delivery person, so how could he possibly have the ability to launch an investigation against her? "Ha!" Jiang Ruxue let out a sigh and stared at Ning Fan and asked, "How did you know that I had cold energy in my body?" Ning Fan was about to say that he could see through my eyes, but then he thought about what his mother had said to him in his dream when he was receiving the inheritance. He changed his explanation. "I used to learn the 4 diagnostic methods of looking, smelling, asking, and cutting from an old Chinese doctor." In fact, he did learn it. After his mother disappeared and his sister fell ill, he bought some Chinese medicine books to help her feel better, or looked up information on the internet to study. Can it be like this? Jiang Ruxue was stunned. The cold and pretty face showed shock again. She took a deep breath. When she came from the provincial capital, she didn't believe what her grandfather said, especially after seeing Ning Fan being beaten in a pool of blood. She didn't believe it anymore. But now her disbelief had been shaken. Suddenly, Jiang Rushue's face turned pale, and the cold in her body started to act up again. "Xiao, the medicine, give me the medicine." Jiang Ruxue was in excruciating pain. Zheng Xiaoxiao also reacted at this moment, quickly opened her bag, took out a pill, and poured one out to feed it to Jiang Ruxue. Every time it happened, Jiang Ruxue relied on this medicine to suppress the cold in her body. But this time, after taking it, it not only didn't work, the cold in her body exploded even more ferociously. A thin layer of frost even appeared on her skin. The temperature in the entire room seemed to have dropped at this moment. "General Jiang." Zhang Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically. She didn't expect it to become so serious. Jiang Rushue's medicine had actually failed. What should I do? If this continues, Jiang Ruxue will be frozen to death by this cold in her body. Ning Fan suddenly looked at Jiang Rushue's condition, and many solutions appeared in his mind again. But many of these solutions, Ning Fan found that he could not implement them now. But there is a solution. He can implement it now. But it can't be cured, it can only be alleviated. After a brief look at this solution, Ning Fan's heartbeat quickened and his expression was a bit strange. Biting his teeth, he still said, "Miss Jiang, I can cure the cold in your body." As he spoke, he also concentrated his mind on sensing a vortex in his lower abdomen. When he inherited the legacy, the pain from the tear was relieved and eventually disappeared, thanks to the warm current in this vortex. Ning Fan soon sensed it, and he was a little surprised because he could still see this warm current. It was like a white mist-like gas. Is this the aura? Ning Fan thought to himself. The solution that came to his mind was to gather the qi in his palm and press it against Jiang Rushue's lower abdomen. He moved his palm over the coldest parts of her body, forcing the cold air to rise to her throat, where she coughed it out. Do you have a solution? Jiang Rushue was having difficulty speaking, but for the first time, there was a light in her eyes. This is hope. This disease has been with her since she was born, and she has never been able to solve it. Every time she has an attack, it tortures her very painfully. Unexpectedly, the man she saved today not only saw her illness at a glance, but now said that he had a solution. This made her feel both miserable and extremely anxious about being tortured by the cold in her body. Yes, but for the time being, it can only be alleviated and suppressed. But it has no ability to eradicate it. Ningfan said honestly. Jiang Rushue was stunned at first, but she still nodded, okay. As long as your method works for me, I will give you 100,000 as a reward, regardless of whether it can be eradicated. 100,000? Ningfan was stunned. He had never seen so much money in his life. It was great that he could get so much money just for relieving Jiang Rushue's symptoms. After taking the money back, he could cure his sister's illness and take her to eat her favorite strawberries, cherries, and durians. He could also take her to her favorite amusement park. Mr. Jiang, let's go to the hospital quickly. He's not a doctor, how can he treat you? At this time, Zheng Xiaoxiao stopped Ningfan. Miss Jiang's coldness is too serious now. When you take her to the hospital, she will die on the way. Ningfan said. Zheng Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. Jiang Rushue's current situation is really bad. Suddenly, I didn't know what to do. Does this man really have a way to solve Jiang Rushue's current situation? Xiao, you move aside, let him treat me. Jiang Rushue said with difficulty. Zheng Xiaoxiao then gritted her teeth and gave Ningfan the position. How are you going to treat me? Jiang Rushue asked Ningfan. Do you need any medicine or equipment? No medicine or equipment is needed, but I need your cooperation, Miss Jiang. Ningfan took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Okay, how do I cooperate? Jiang Rushue is extremely uncomfortable now. She can't wait to have Ningfan relieve the cold energy in her body. This cold energy is really killing her. Ningfan opened his mouth, but when he thought of a solution, he felt a bit embarrassed. He tried to adjust his mood, then took a deep breath and said with courage, Miss Jiang needs to cooperate by taking off her clothes and being naked. Chapter 5 I'm telling the truth. Jiang Rushue's face instantly turned cold. Zheng Xiaoxiao scolded, you rascal. Ruoxue saved your life, and you actually want to take advantage of Ruoxue. Zheng Xiaoxiao was about to slap Ningfan in the face, but Ningfan dodged and grabbed her wrist, explaining, I didn't want to take advantage of her. I had to do this to relieve her symptoms. Zheng Xiaoxiao sneered. No one would believe your words. You look like an honest person, but I never thought you had such a dirty mind. Jiang Rushue now looked at Ningfan with a gaze like a knife. Ningfan let go of Zheng Xiaoxiao's hand and said, what I said is true. He then looked at Jiang Rushue's cold and piercing gaze and said, I know that you are an upper-class person. You won't take advantage of me and risk your life for me. If I alleviate the symptoms, I can still get 100,000 yuan. It takes 2 years to deliver 100,000 yuan by courier, and I can only save it after I eat, drink, shit, and piss. This time I alleviate the symptoms, you can give me 100,000 yuan. The next time I alleviate the symptoms, will you give me some money? This is equivalent to my cash cow. No one would be stupid enough to go against money. Jiang Rushue's cold light in her eyes was finally put away a lot. Zheng Xiaoxiao originally wanted to say something, but after hearing this, she also felt that it was right. As long as you're not a fool, who would risk losing their life and money to take advantage of the situation? Phew! Jiang Rushue let out a deep breath. Even so, she thought about meeting Ningfan today, and she would have to strip naked in front of him. She felt very ashamed. It was difficult to accept. After a while, it seemed that the coldness in her body had increased again, and Jiang Rushue couldn't help but say. Looking at Ningfan, she said, if you take advantage of me and can't relieve my symptoms, I will definitely have someone kill you. Ningfan didn't doubt the truth of Jiang Rushue's words. If this solution in his mind didn't work, he was afraid that Jiang Rushue would really call someone to kill him. Suddenly, Ningfan also took a deep breath and nodded, okay. Wait. Zheng Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. How are you going to treat Rushue? Do you need to see it with your eyes? Ningfan was a little nervous, his face flushed and said, "No, I just need to put my hands on Miss Zhang's lower abdomen and then move them all over her body, which is equivalent to giving her a massage, forcing the burst of cold air back to the place where it burst. If you don't need your eyes, then cover them." Zhang Xiaoxiao took off her thin coat, folded it several times, and then covered it over Ningfan's head. "Ru Shui, this way his eyes can't take advantage of you." Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Ningfan with satisfaction, seeing how his head was now completely covered by her clothes. Zhang Rushue let out a sigh of relief. Although Ningfan's head was covered, and he no longer had the advantage of her eyes, the contact between their skin was still unavoidable. But for Zhang Rushue, this was already the best result. Ningfan felt a little dizzy as Zhang Xiaoxiao wrapped his head in her clothes, which were filled with a faint fragrance. At the same time, he felt a little sad. If he hadn't obtained the secret art of divine eyes, he might have been able to avoid his eyes taking advantage of Zhang Rushue's body. But with the secret art of divine eyes, even if he welded his eyes shut with steel, he would still be able to see Zhang Rushue completely. And he had just finished looking at her. However, when he looked at Zhang Rushue, who was now naked, the blood in his body still boiled. It is really the body of Zhang Rushue, and her skin tone is just too perfect, like a piece of jade. "Who?" Taking a deep breath, Ningfan said with some nervousness, "Miss Zhang, I'm sorry." With that, Ningfan's hand slowly descended on Zhang Rushue's body. A blush immediately appeared on Zhang Rushue's cold and pretty face, her breathing became rapid, and her chest kept rising and falling. She had never touched a man before, but now she was watching a man's hand fall on her body. This made her very nervous. When the hand fell on Zhang Rushue's chest, Ningfan felt a wonderful feeling coming from the palm of his hand. This feeling was indescribable. He had sponsored young Chi-Chi's schooling and even got a certificate, but apart from holding hands once, he had never touched her body, let alone looked at it. Now he was looking at the body of a life-saving benefactor and taking advantage of her skin. Compared to this, it was really ridiculous. Ningfan followed the solution and painstakingly mobilized the chi in his body, gathering it in his palms, and then combined it with the penetrating function of the divine pupil secret technique. He could clearly see the cold energy bursting out in those parts of Zhang Rushue's body, so he began to push and press on Zhang Rushue's acupuncture points. This push and press made Zhang Rushue's pretty face even more red, and it was incredibly hot. Because of this, she almost couldn't help but let out a strange grunt. But fortunately, she managed to hold it back, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. However, she was somewhat shocked in her heart, because she felt that the icy body caused by the outbreak of the cold had now become slightly warm. Especially where the skin came into contact with Ningfan's palm, this warmth was the strongest. Zhang Rushue suddenly shuddered, because Ningfan's hand began to move towards her lower abdomen. After pressing for a while, it began to move downwards again. At this moment, Zhang Rushue couldn't hold back and let out a soft groan. Ningfan's body trembled, and he quickly calmed his mind and concentrated on moving his palm over Zhang Rushue's body, gradually forcing the burst of cold air towards Zhang Rushue's chest and airways. An hour passed quickly, and Ningfan pushed and pressed back and forth on Zhang Rushue, his face covered in sweat. This method was too mentally and physically exhausting for him. But fortunately, it had an effect on Zhang Rushue's outbreak of cold symptoms, and had forced all the cold air that had erupted to her chest and airways. As long as she could cough it out, this outbreak of cold symptoms would be resolved. But Zhang Rushue didn't know that at first. She felt much more comfortable because Ningfan's palms were very warm, but now because Ningfan forced the cold air to her chest, it made her feel even more uncomfortable. Especially in her throat, it was as if she was going to be frozen. Breathing became extremely difficult. This made her feel that she had been tricked by Ningfan. This is a liar and a rogue. He has taken advantage of her body for so long, but he hasn't solved the problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Rushue made up her mind that when she got back, she would definitely find someone to teach Ningfan a lesson. At this time, Ningfan's hand pulled away from her body, wiped the sweat on his face, and the whole person suddenly collapsed on the sofa, saying, "Miss Zhang, I forced the cold air that erupted from your body to your chest and trachea." Zhang Rushue was about to refute that Ningfan was a liar. Before she could even finish her sentence, she felt an itch in her throat. Then she started coughing violently. Chapter 6, Qin Shou. With each cough, she could clearly see small balls of cold gas coming out of her mouth. These gases were different from the usual colorless, almost transparent gases that came out of her mouth. They were ice blue. It was very strange. Although she didn't know why, after coughing, Jiang Rushua did feel that she was feeling much better. And her whole body felt warm and comfortable, which she had never felt before. Phew! For a moment, Jiang Rushua let out a deep breath and was shocked. She never thought that Ningfan could really relieve her cold symptoms. Zhang Xiaoxiao was also shocked. As soon as Ningfan finished speaking, Jiang Rushua coughed, and after she coughed, her face was now returning to normal at a visible rate. There was no longer the discomfort she had just felt. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxiao's pretty face showed an embarrassed look. It turned out that Ningfan was not a rogue. He really had a way. She had misunderstood him. She immediately took Jiang Rushua's clothes and let her put them on, then immediately helped Ningfan untie the clothes that covered his head and eyes, and then apologized to Ningfan. "Mr. Ning, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now." "I misunderstood you just now too, I'm very sorry." Jiang Rushua also took a deep breath and apologized to Ningfan. When Ningfan said the way to cooperate, she also cursed Ningfan as a scoundrel in her heart, and even threatened him. Her impression of Ningfan has changed. It turns out that this person is not as useless as he seems. It seems that Grandpa had some reason for letting me come to Jiangchen. He even mastered a superb medical technique, and he could accurately massage all parts of his body with his head covered tightly. She just didn't know that her body and her best friend Zhang Xiaoxiao's body had already been seen through by Ningfan's Zijin Shintong Xuanli function. If the two of them knew, they probably wouldn't have apologized so politely. Ningfan nodded calmly and shook his head weakly, saying, "It's fine. You saved me, so what do I care about you?" In fact, Ningfan was also a little happy in his heart. He didn't expect the solution in the inheritance to really work. The sister's illness was also saved. "Mr. Ning, are you okay?" Noticing that Ningfan was sweating profusely and looking weak, Zhang Xiaoxiao asked while unscrewing a bottle of mineral water for Ningfan. "Mr. Ning, have some water." "It's fine." Ningfan took a big sip of the mineral water. This was the first time he had used his spiritual energy to clear the cold energy in someone's body for a long time, causing him to be mentally exhausted. After a few minutes, the feeling of weakness eased, and he looked at Jiang Rushua again and said, "Miss Jiang, is it convenient to add a WeChat?" Seeing that Jiang Rushua did not respond, Ningfan explained, "I don't mean anything else, it's just that you're cold, I can't get rid of it for the time being, I can only give you a full body massage every half a month or so as to keep suppressing it. Otherwise, the next time the cold breaks out, it may rebound violently because of today's elimination and suppression, and if you are not careful, it will endanger your life." "What?" Jiang Rushua's face changed. The thought of being touched all over by Ningfan every half a month made her feel a little strange reaction in her body. Although she was reluctant, she nodded with a red face in order to save her life. After all, Ningfan's treatment method was indeed useful to her. During the treatment, she couldn't help but hum because Ningfan's massage was so comfortable. At the time, her face was burning hot, and she couldn't help but make that sound. Now that she thought about it, her face was burning again, so she quickly took out her phone and added Ningfan to WeChat to distract herself. Only then did the temperature on her face return to normal. After adding WeChat, Jiang Rushua transferred 100,000 yuan to Ningfan as agreed. Phew! Seeing this money, Ningfan let out a deep breath. This was the first time in his life that he had received so much money. "You obviously have such a powerful medical technique, why don't you open a medical clinic or work in a hospital?" "I'm just a delivery man," Jiang Rushua asked. "I didn't go to college, so I don't have a diploma. I can only deliver packages or run a takeout business," Ningfan said. "I used to deliver food, but the platform gave me short time, plus the traffic on the road was too heavy, it was too dangerous. In the first year of delivery, 3 colleagues from the same site had accidents. One was hit by a car while driving too fast in the opposite direction, one was hit by a car while crossing the road against the light, and one crashed the front of a Rolls-Royce. Because I couldn't afford to pay for the damage, I was beaten to death. I simply quit and have been delivering goods for a living. Although the money may be less than delivering food, I don't have to race against time every day." Ding ding. Just as he finished talking, his phone rang. Ningfan took out his phone and saw that it was his sister Qin Shou calling. After the call was connected, his sister's anxious voice came through the phone, "Brother, where are you? Are you okay?" "Little Chiu is fine, I'm fine, wait, I'll be right back," Ningfan quickly said. "I called you more than 10 times, but no one answered." I thought something had happened to you. Qin Shou cried, and her heart finally dropped. Silly girl, it's fine. I'm fine. You just wait at home for me to come back. I'll bring you something delicious later. After Ningfan comforted his sister, he realized that during the time he was unconscious, his sister had called him 18 or 19 times. You have a sister? Jiang Ruxue asked. Yes. Ningfan nodded and said, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. My sister is worried at home alone. Next time, we will contact each other through WeChat. After saying this, Ningfan left the hotel. He first went to the parking lot of the university, a sad place. His little electric mule was still here. When he arrived, Ningfan could still see where he had fallen, and there was blood. His expression could not help but become a little excited, and his hands were clenched. His eyes were filled with rage, and he gritted his teeth and said, Yang Qiqi, Shenwei, I will make you regret it. He will make these two people pay for this. He can't take this beating for nothing. He can't be cheated on for nothing. When he got home, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Qin Shou was still awake. When she saw Ningfan come back, she immediately smiled happily on her worried face, and immediately threw herself into Ningfan's arms. Brother. Silly girl, what are you worried about? I'm a very reliable delivery man. What could possibly happen? Don't worry about me in the future. Ningfan lovingly rubbed Qin Shou's head. Look what I brought you. Ningfan placed the goodies he had brought back on the table and opened them one by one. Chapter 7, Swallowing the Heavens. Strawberries, mangoes, tiger skin chicken feet, shrimp, and dried beef. Qin Shou's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to eat, so she picked up 2 strawberries, wiped them off, and shoved one into Ningfan's mouth, then another into her own. Brother, these strawberries are really sweet. Qin Shou was very happy. Delicious, right? Ningfan smiled and rubbed his sister's head again. Try this chicken feet. It smelled so good when I bought it. Brother, you should try it too. Qin Shou added a chicken foot to Ningfan's plate. Okay. After Ningfan finished eating, he took the shrimp and walked to the kitchen. Qin Shou, you eat some fruit and chicken feet first, and watch TV. I'll make the shrimp for you. Soon, Qin Shou's favorite salt and pepper shrimp was brought out by Ningfan. Ningfan smiled as he watched Qin Shou eat. Since his mother disappeared, his sister and wife Yang Qiqi were all he had. As long as he could make them both happy, he would be satisfied. But after what happened this afternoon, in his world, there was only his sister now. If his sister was happy, he would be happy and happy. After finishing eating, Ningfan told his sister to quickly go wash up and go to bed. She had to go to school tomorrow. Qin Shou was only 16 this year and was still in the second year of high school. But she is already a beautiful young woman. So, Ningfan gave the only bedroom in the house to Qin Shou, and he slept on the sofa in the living room every night. After Ningfan finished cleaning up, he fell directly on the sofa. After a short rest, Ningfan sat up. The things he had accepted in his mind during his coma today had not yet been digested, and he wanted to sort them out. He tried to use his consciousness to feel the existence of the 9-story glass tower deep in his mind, and it took a long time to feel it. In the deepest part of his mind, the 9-story glass tower emitted a faint light. Ningfan's consciousness came to the front, looked at the entrance, and carefully placed his hand on the door. A ray of light shot out. Ningfan subconsciously used his hand to cover his eyes. When he came to his senses, he found that he had entered the glass tower. But he was only on the first floor. On this floor, he saw detailed cultivation secrets, medical secrets, alchemy secrets, and divine pupil secrets. Through the detailed cultivation secrets, he knew that there was a higher civilization in this world. This civilization was cultivation. In this cultivation civilization, powerful cultivators could fly through the sky and dive into the ground, they could do anything, they could freeze the land and sky with a thought, and they could make the sun and moon colorless. What's more, they could cross the void of space for tens of thousands of miles with a thought. So powerful. Ningfan was shocked. He had only seen these in novels and animations before, and he never thought that they were real. Ningfan learned about the first few realms of the cultivation civilization. They are the realm of refining qi, the realm of abstaining from food, the realm of foundation laying, and the realm of golden elixir. There are 9 levels in the realm of refining qi. From the realm of foundation laying onwards, each of the 5 major realms can be called the initial, intermediate, late, minor perfect, and major perfect realms. But in reality, they are still divided into 9 levels. It's just that the names differ between cultivators. The first and second levels can be called the initial. The third to fourth levels can be called the middle stage. The fifth to sixth levels can be called the later stage. The seventh to eighth levels can be called the small perfection. The ninth level can be called the great perfection. As for the realm beyond the golden pill, Ningfan did not see it at this level. He came to the entrance of the second level and found a large gate here. Ningfan tried to push the gate open. As soon as he put his hand on it, the gate lit up with a burst of light and knocked him flying. How could this be? Ningfan stood up with a headache. He came to the gate again and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Because the gate was engraved with the 2 characters Zhuji, foundation. Does it mean that one must have the realm of foundation before entering the next level? Ningfan was puzzled. Ningfan tried to push the gate again, but was knocked away again. Only then did he understand that one must reach the realm of foundation before entering the next level. Once again, he returned to the center of the first level and began to understand the medical arts here. At this point, he realized why, when he saw and knew about a relevant illness, he would immediately have many solutions in mind. That was because when he received his father's inheritance, he had already completed the integration of the Supreme Medical Sutra in his mind. It was as if it was innate. The Supreme Medical Sutra contains a record of all the difficult and miscellaneous illnesses in the world, as well as solutions. It also contains a magical acupuncture technique. This acupuncture technique is called the 9-9 rejuvenation needle. It can even bring the dead back to life. Next, Ningfan began to learn about the divine pupil secret technique. It was only then that he learned that the divine pupil technique, which can give one's eyes the ability to see through things, was originally called the divine pupil of Zijin. The divine pupil of Zijin is divided into 9 levels. The first level can see through everything. As for the functions of the subsequent levels, there is no detailed description, only one sentence. When one has reached the pinnacle of cultivation, one can reverse the cycle of reincarnation in time with a single glance. Ningfan let out a deep breath. He thought that the Zijin divine eye with its ability to see through things was already very powerful, but he never imagined that it was so powerful. He firmly memorized the method of cultivating the Zijin divine eye. Ningfan continued to learn about the secret arts and secret techniques. The more he looked, the more shocked Ningfan was. The heritage that his father had prepared for him was truly amazing. Even if he doesn't take the path of cultivation, he can still live a prosperous life and have a worry-free life for the rest of his life by taking any of the other legacies, and he can also have an extraordinary status. For example, the holy art of medicine can directly make him a great doctor, a living Huatua, a living Bianke. But since he has now obtained so many legacies that he has never seen before, prepared by his father, he of course will not be so self-degrading as to choose only one. He is not a child anymore, he is an adult. Adults don't choose, they take it all. He wants to master every single legacy, and practice it to the extreme. Not only does he want to become the supreme being in the secular world, but also in the immortal civilization. He doesn't want to be a despised waste anymore, he wants to make young Chichi regret what she did to him. He also wants to protect his sister. Then he will find his mother and his father, whom he has never met, with his sister. Ningfan returned to the secret cultivation method again. After reading all the first-level heritage, he discovered that in order to cultivate to the extreme, one must embark on the path of cultivation. Only by embarking on the path of cultivation can one flexibly mobilize spiritual energy. Only by embarking on the path of cultivation can one flexibly mobilize spiritual energy. The cultivation of the Zijin divine eye requires not only the first purple light of the morning and the moonlight of the night to assist in cultivation, but also the spirit. Only in this way can it maintain all the functions brought by the Zijin divine eye. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must cultivate the most suitable method for oneself. Method? Ningfan was stunned. But he understood very quickly. He had seen many martial arts TV shows, and the so-called method should be similar to the 9-yang divine power? It can allow people to flexibly mobilize the spirit in the body, thereby achieving some incredible things. Ningfan searched the first floor of the Liuli Tower, but only found one method. It was called the Swallowing the Heavens method. Chapter 8, The Female Driver. Ning Fan looked at the method in front of him. He wanted to flip through it, but when his fingers touched the book that contained the method, it instantly turned into countless light points and merged into Ning Fan's mind. In an instant, Ning Fan understood the swallowing the heavens method. He also learned that in the cultivation of immortals, there are supreme spells and methods, and the two have the same level system. They are divided into 5 major levels: Xian, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Each major level is further divided into 3 minor levels: early, middle, and advanced. However, Ning Fan was stunned. Although the name of the swallowing heaven technique was very domineering, the actual level was only the lowest Huang level primary technique. What was going on? Ning Fan was puzzled. However, he understood the function of the swallowing heaven technique. The function of the swallowing heaven technique is very simple: to swallow. It can swallow the energy of all objects and transform it into what it needs. There will be no side effects. Ning Fan's consciousness came out of the depths of his mind and returned to his body, opening his eyes in shock. When he received the inheritance, he felt like he had mastered a lot of things, as if they were innate. After the experience in the Liuli Tower, Ning Fan felt this even more strongly, and found that he was more proficient in mastering these things, and more clear. Like the Supreme Medical Sutra and the 99 Rejuvenation Needle, he had already mastered them to a high level. She could easily cure her sister's illness. However, she needed to prepare a set of acupuncture tools, otherwise the 99 Rejuvenation Needle could not be used. The Zijin Divine Eyes could also be opened and used at will. However, it only had the first level of function, which was to see through things. As for the swallowing heaven technique, he could clearly understand how it worked. Immediately, Ning Fan followed the operation route and started to operate the swallowing heaven technique. In an instant, Ning Fan could feel that there seemed to be some strange energy in the world surging towards his body, and it was finally absorbed into his body and merged into the vortex in his lower abdomen. Today, when treating Jiang Ruxue, he had consumed a lot of the qi in the vortex, leaving only a few strands of hair. With the replenishment now, his lower abdomen was full again. Soon, the qi began to flow out of the vortex and began to flow along Ning Fan's meridians and blood vessels, which made him very comfortable. The night passed in this way. When Ning Fan woke up the next day, it was already 6 o'clock. It was already dawn. Phew! Ning Fan let out a breath of air and was shocked. He had not slept for a minute last night, and had been in a state of cultivation the whole time. Although he had stayed up all night, he was not tired at all, but quite refreshed. However, he regretted that he had not successfully entered the realm of refining qi. But Ning Fan could feel that his overall physical fitness had improved a lot. He was full of strength. If he had had this strength yesterday in the parking lot, he believed he could easily have knocked out those 7 or 8 people. At this time, a stench came over. Ning Fan found that he had a thick layer of black sludge on his body. The stench now came from this. After smelling it for a long time, Ning Fan couldn't help but dry heave several times. He quickly ran into the bathroom to wash it off. After washing, the whole person was even more refreshed, and the whole person looked like he had aged several years younger, and his skin color had also become extremely good. The key person was also more handsome, not much worse than those young fresh meat. Ning Fan simply tidied up the living room and began to prepare his sister Qin Xiu's breakfast. Breakfast was ready, and Qin Xiu had also gotten up and finished washing. Let's eat. Ning Fan came out of the kitchen with eggs, milk, and buns. Brother. After Qin Xiu sat down, she looked at Ning Fan and was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Ning Fan placed the breakfast on the table and scratched Qin Xiu's delicate nose. You seem to have become much more handsome. Qin Xiu took a deep breath and said, and you really are handsome. Haven't I always been handsome? Ning Fan placed the peeled eggs in Qin Xiu's bowl. Don't look, eat quickly, and after you finish eating, I'll take you to school, and I still have to deliver the package. After eating, Ning Fan rode his moped to school with Qin Xiu. On the way, Qin Xiu sat behind the moped, holding Ning Fan's waist and asked, Brother, I haven't seen her for a long time. Ning Fan's body trembled and his breathing became a bit short. In addition, the countdown to the traffic light in front of him had started, so Ning Fan stopped suddenly, which made Qin Xiu panic and ask, Brother, what's wrong? It's nothing. Ning Fan took a deep breath. When he started the bike again, Ning Fan told Qin Xiu about Yang Qiqi's betrayal. It seemed that he could still feel the anger in Ning Fan's body. After Qin Xiu got off the bike at the school gate, she looked at Ningfan and comforted him. "Brother, it's fine. The new ones won't come, and the old ones won't go. Young Chi-Chi is a snob. I believe my brother will make these people regret it for the rest of their lives. Brother, don't think about this annoying thing on your way to deliver the package today. It's easy to have an accident if you think too much while riding a bike to deliver the package. You have to be fine. After I get into college, I will work hard with you. Our little family will definitely get better. Silly girl, I won't get into trouble for such a woman. You study hard." Ningfan rubbed Qin Shou's head and let her hurry into school. It was almost time for morning study. After seeing Qin Shou enter the school, Ningfan turned the front of the bike and headed in the opposite direction. Although he had inherited the skills yesterday and earned 100,000 yuan, he still had to work to earn money and life needed to continue moving forward. As Ningfan was riding normally and preparing to cross the green light according to the traffic light, a pink 911 came speeding from the right at a very high speed, trying to break the 3-second yellow light. The 3-second yellow light flashed very quickly, and it turned red in a few seconds. The green light in Ningfan's direction turned on, and Ningfan rode across the road. The person driving the 911 was a very beautiful woman. When she saw that she had failed to cross the yellow light, and that Ningfan, riding a small electric moped, had appeared in the middle of the road, she quickly stepped on the brakes, but unexpectedly stepped on the accelerator instead. Boom! A huge roar of the engine sounded, and the 911 sped out. It was very fast. So fast that Ningfan couldn't react in time, and he was knocked off his scooter. Bang! The car fell to the ground and immediately broke apart. If Ningfan hadn't inherited the legacy yesterday, he would have been killed. After a few somersaults, he landed safely on the ground. Damn it, can you drive? Ningfan was a little angry. Great, I'm going to be late for work. The new station master, who was already unhappy with him, would definitely take the opportunity to get him. The female driver, who used the brake as the accelerator, suddenly rushed over like Daoguang. Ningfan cursed again, and just after he finished cursing the beauty in 911, he opened the car door directly, wearing a nice little skirt and stepping down in high heels. Chapter 9, Chuchu didn't want to lose her grandfather. I'm sorry, are you okay? The beauty hurriedly came over and said apologetically. Ningfan looked back and saw a beautiful face in his eyes. This woman had long hair and a shawl, delicate cheeks, and no flaws to be found. Her figure was also very good, with the right curves and the right height, very full, and paired with a slim skirt and a pair of high heels, the whole person was extremely beautiful. Ningfan was a little stunned. What was wrong with him? After being betrayed by young Chi-Chi yesterday, he had actually met a beautiful woman for 2 consecutive days. Yesterday it was Jiang Rushue, and today it was this one. They were both very beautiful, each with their own unique characteristics, not inferior to those female celebrities on TV, and even better. The female celebrities in front of them could only be a foil. I'm really sorry. Tang Chuchu said apologetically again, I was in a hurry to go to the hospital, and I wanted to run a yellow light, but I didn't succeed, and I accidentally hit you. I'm really sorry. Do you have something? If you do, get in my car and I'll take you to the hospital with me. Don't worry, I'll pay for all your losses today. You just got your driver's license yesterday, right? Ningfan came back to his senses. Seeing her sincere attitude and beautiful appearance, and not having the condescending, superior attitude of those rich girls, the anger in his heart immediately subsided. Tang Chuchu was stunned, but she still nodded. She asked, how do you know that? Because you don't even know that it's illegal to run a yellow light. Ningfan said indifferently. Poof. Tang Chuchu was amused by Ningfan. I'm fine, you can just compensate me with a small electric moped. Ningfan pointed to the small electric moped that was scattered on the ground. Okay. Tang Chuchu patted her chest. My name is Tang Chuchu, let's add you on WeChat first, send me your home address, and after I'm done with my work today, I'll go buy a new small electric moped and deliver it to you. Okay. Ningfan was also very polite, and directly took out his phone and revealed the QR code. After adding WeChat, Tang Chuchu said with surprise, it's strange. I hit you so fast just now, and the bike was scattered, but you were fine. Maybe it was just luck. Ningfan said casually. Cough. A burst of coughing came from the 911 car, and the door opened. An old man got out. The old man had a very good aura, and it was obvious that he had lived in a high position for a long time. However, the old man's spirit was not very good, and his face was a little pale. The coughing sound just now was also weak. "Grandpa, why did you come down? You should get in the car and rest." Tang Chuchu quickly ran over to help the old man. "It's okay, I just came down to see if you had apologized to the other person and made the compensation." The old man coughed a few more times and said, "Grandpa, don't worry." Tang Chuchu said, "Get in the car quickly, the light is about to turn green, I'll take you to the hospital first." Tang Chuchu said, while helping the old man get into the car. Ningfan suddenly said, "Tang Chuchu, it's too late to take him to the hospital now." When the old man got off the bus, he could see that the old man's body was not doing well, and he was in danger, and he could die at any time. It takes at least 10 minutes to get to the nearest hospital from this place. And the illness in the old man's body may recur at any time within 2 minutes. Once it recurs, even immortals will find it difficult to save him. Tang Chuchu had a good impression of the old man, and in addition, in order to relieve his sister's illness, he had bought medical books to study on his own, and he had always remembered a saying in the medical books: "Saving the dying and helping the injured is the doctor's duty." Therefore, Ningfan planned to give Tang Chuchu a kind reminder. "What do you mean?" Tang Chuchu was unhappy. Grandpa was the best to him, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. The old man's brows also furrowed, and he was obviously not very happy with what Ningfan said. "Your grandfather's illness is located on the right side of his chest, and it directly affects the blood vessels near his heart, causing them to be squeezed. Once they are squeezed, they will become blocked, causing problems with the blood supply to the rest of the body." Ningfan said calmly. "Your grandfather should have had an attack at home today, so you hurriedly drove him to the hospital, but now, if you wait for 2 more minutes, he will have another attack. When the blood vessels near his heart are squeezed again, they will burst. Unless you can get him to the hospital before the second attack, and perform a vascular support, fixation, and dredging operation. Otherwise, your grandfather will only enter the countdown to life." "What are you talking about?" Tang Chuchu frowned. "My grandfather just has a common cold, where did he get any hidden illness?" Ningfan shrugged. It seems that Tang Chuchu doesn't know what kind of illness her grandfather has. "Chuchu." The old man's expression changed at this moment, and he told Tang Chuchu not to speak anymore, looking at Ningfan in surprise. "This young friend of yours, you actually know medical skills and can see my problem at a glance?" Tang Chuchu was stunned, and soon she understood, and she said anxiously, "Grandpa, what is going on? Didn't you tell me that it was just a common cold? Don't scare me." Chuchu didn't want to lose her grandfather. "Well, I understand a little, I can see it," Ningfan replied. Upon hearing Ningfan's reply, Tang Chuchu's anxious expression on her face eased. Then her eyes lit up and she looked at Ningfan and said, "Ningfan, since you can see my grandfather's illness, you should be able to cure it. Can you save my grandfather's life? The Tang family is willing to be friends with you forever. In the future, if you need anything, as long as the Tang family can do it, we will definitely do our best." "Tang family? The Tang family behind the Tang group?" Ningfan asked. "Is Tang's Express also one of your businesses?" "Yes." Tang Chuchu nodded quickly. "Young friend, do you know about Tang's Express?" The old man was slightly surprised. "This is the largest express company in Jiangbei province, and it is even more outstanding in Jiangcheng," Ningfan said. "Who hasn't heard of Tang's Express? Your express delivery can deliver goods to the door, and all other express deliveries are lost at the post office, which allows you to take a large piece of meat from the fixed express delivery industry share." The old man was very surprised. He didn't expect Ningfan to know so much about the reasons for Tang's Express's takeoff. "Are you also in the express delivery industry?" the old man asked. "Yes." Ningfan nodded awkwardly. "Yes, I deliver express packages for Tang's Express." The old man and Tang Chuchu were both taken aback. They didn't expect Shen Fan to be delivering express packages for their family's business. Someone who can tell at a glance what's wrong with you, delivering express packages? That's too wasted. "Young friend, cough cough cough." The old man wanted to say something, but suddenly his breathing became disordered, he coughed nonstop, and his face turned pale. Chapter 10, Finding Fault. His body then began to tremble. Grandpa! Tang Chuchu quickly grabbed the old man before he fell to the ground, her voice trembling with anxiety. Please, save my grandpa. The Tang family will always remember your kindness. Fine. Ningfan nodded, not refusing. Saving the dying and helping the injured is the duty of those who master medical skills. Moreover, it can also gain a connection. It's worth it. Hold him up. Tang Chuchu didn't know what Ningfan was going to do, but she instinctively cooperated with him. At this time, Ningfan gathered the chi in his body in his fingers and quickly tapped a few points on the old man's body according to the solution in the supreme medical scripture. After mastering the swallowing heaven technique last night, not only was he more adept at manipulating the chi in his body, but his speed had also increased a lot. Tang Chuchu hadn't even reacted yet when Ningfan had finished treating the old man. The old man's cough stopped immediately, his face gradually became rosy, and his body stopped shaking. Grandpa, how do you feel now? Tang Chuchu was so excited that tears were about to come out when she saw that the old man was fine. Tang Guoqiang now felt extremely comfortable all over his body, and all the problems he had felt in the past had disappeared at this moment. I feel very good now. This young friend is my savior, Tang Guoqiang. Chuchu, quickly invite this young friend to our Tang family to sit down. Tang Guoqiang said with a face full of glory, and his eyes subconsciously looked for Ningfan. He was stunned, and so was Tang Chuchu. There was no trace of Ningfan anywhere. It turned out that after Ningfan had finished treating Tang Guoqiang, he looked at the time and saw that it was already past the latest time to go to work. When he was just hit, it was already 9 o'clock. This is considered late. If you are late once, you will be docked 3 times your salary. If you are late for half an hour, you will be treated as absent and fired. These are the rules set by the new station master. He is now relying on this job to make money. If he loses it, what will he do about his living expenses and his sisters? Although Jiang Ruxue gave him 100,000 yesterday, it is not a long-term solution. Unless she gives him 100,000 every day, but how is that possible? Chuchu, where is your little friend? Tang Guoqiang asked, a little anxious after he reacted. Ningfan saved his life, and he didn't even have time to thank him properly, let alone invite him to dinner. This is not acceptable. We must find Ningfan. Grandpa probably went to work in a hurry. Tang Chuchu said. Then quickly check within the group which of our Tang's express stations this friend is at, take me to thank him properly, and then make an appointment to have dinner together. Tang Guoqiang said. Tang Chuchu immediately took out her phone and looked up the group's corporate WeChat account. She quickly found the Tang's express station where Ningfan was. So the grandfather and grandson changed their route and headed towards the station. At this time, Ningfan had just arrived at the station. After a long time and running a long distance, Ningfan found that he didn't feel tired at all, just as simple as eating and drinking. Is this the benefit of practicing the martial arts? Ningfan was very surprised. If he had run like this before, he would have been sweating and panting. Ningfan, don't you want to quit? Do you know what time it is? A man walked out of the warehouse and shouted at Ningfan. This is the warlord of Ningfan's current station, surnamed Duan. Since he came to this station, he has been unhappy with Ningfan. It's because on the day Duan Zishan came, Ningfan didn't give him a red envelope to curry favor. Ningfan also knew this, so every day he tried to avoid mistakes at work and being late, and he had never been caught. But today, Tang Chuchu bumped into him, causing a long delay, and now he is absent from work. What? Don't have anything to say? Duan Zishan sneered. Since you have nothing to say, then you can pack up your things, go through the formalities for leaving, and get out of here. Ningfan frowned and said, the company's regulations state that you can only be fired for being absent from work more than 3 times. I've only been absent once. Why are you firing me? Why? Duan Zishan sneered. I am the station master of this site, and I make the rules here. If you don't like it, if you have the ability, go and tell the leaders of the group to sue me. If you don't have that ability, get out of here. Duan Zishang said with a cold snort, I have worked at Tang's Express Group for more than 10 years. Which site in Jiangcheng haven't I worked at? Who doesn't call me brother when they see me? Who doesn't give me a red envelope to please me? You don't have this insight. Since you don't, get out of my sight and don't bother me. Brother Xiang, don't be like Ningfan. Look, how about this? I'll give you his red envelope. At this moment, a simple voice rang out. Then a figure walked over. This was Ning Fan's colleague, Fong Yuan Quan, an old good man. Usually, when he has any special products at home, he will cut them into a plastic box and bring them to his colleagues at the site to try. Because he knows that Ning Fan's sister is not in good health, Fong Yuan Quan has also bought a lot of Chinese medicine and supplements to give to Ning Fan. Ning Fan is very grateful to this older brother. At the critical moment, no one else at the site helped to speak up, and only this older brother helped to speak up. Ning Fan was even more grateful to this older brother. If he has the opportunity, he will definitely thank the older brother. Am I the one who is short of the red envelope? Duan Zishan sneered. If you dare offend me, you should be prepared to be fired. No one else dared to speak up for this kid, but you dared to speak up for him. Are you afraid that you don't want to work at Tang's Express anymore? Do you want me to let you go as well? Brother Xiang, how about this? Fong Yuan Quan said with a smile. I'll give 2 red envelopes for Ning Fan and 2 more for myself. I'll give them to you together. Can you let this go? Ning Fan has a younger sister at home. It would be very difficult if she lost her job. Get out of here. Duan Zishan said coldly. I don't care about difficulties. I'm not Guanyin Bodhisattva. 4 red envelopes is only 400 yuan. Do you think you can get rid of me with that? Do you think I'm a beggar? Brother Xiang. Fong Yuan Quan was slightly stunned and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Duan Zishan. Shut the fuck up. Duan Zishan raised his hand and was about to slap Fong Yuan Quan. Fong Yuan Quan was the kind of older brother who was honest and simple. He had never been in a fight before, and when he saw the scene, he subconsciously closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he realized that there was no pain on his face. He opened his eyes and saw Ning Fan blocking him and holding Duan Zishan's wrist. At this moment, Duan Zishan's face turned pale and beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He didn't expect that Ning Fan, who looked so small, had such great strength. Chapter 11, Ning Fan, what do you think? Now his wrist felt like it was about to be crushed by Ning Fan. Damn it, it hurts like hell. Duan Zishan couldn't help but curse. Let go of me. Ning Fan pushed Duan Zishan away with a slight force. Looking at Duan Zishan's staggering body, Ning Fan was shocked. He didn't expect that after starting the inheritance training last night, even if he didn't succeed in embarking on the path of cultivation, his physical fitness and reaction had become very fast, and his strength had also become very great. Although he had only pushed him lightly, Duan Zishan's body, which weighed nearly 200 catties, actually fell back 7 or 8 steps. How dare you push me? You little brat, I'll kill you today. Duan Zishan felt very embarrassed and angry. He grabbed a stick from the side and rushed towards Ning Fan. As soon as the stick was raised and before it could fall on Ning Fan rushed over and punched Duan Zishan directly in the stomach. Bang! Duan Zishan's 200 gene body immediately flew out like a kite with a broken string. Fong Yuan Quan, who was about to warn Ning Fan to be careful, and the other people who were watching the fun, were all stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Ning Fan himself was also stunned. His current strength was too great. Ning Fan is right. How dare you hit me? Duan Zishan was in pain, his face was ugly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He got up from the ground and angrily said, You hit me first. Ning Fan frowned. You brought this on yourself. I brought this on myself? Duan Zishan sneered. I'll tell you, I'm your leader, even if I stab you in the fucking back, you have to bear it. Today, I'm not only going to make you leave here, but I'm also going to make you pay $1 million. If you don't pay, I'll send you to jail. At this moment, a pink Porsche 911 sped up and stopped safely next to it. The next second, a woman with a great figure and outstanding temperament got out of the car. It was Tang Chuchu. Her pretty face was full of chill, staring at Duan Zishan coldly and saying, Huh, what position do you have in Tang's Express? How come I didn't know there was someone as capable as you? At this moment, Tang Chuchu was completely different from the playful girl she was just now. She was extremely strong. Damn it, who the hell are you, you bitch? What position do I have in Tang's Express that I need to tell you? Duan Zishan, a low-level manager, had never seen Tang Chuchu before, and now he was already angry, and when a woman came to ask him inexplicably, he became even more angry and scolded him directly. "What do you think I am?" Tang Chuchu narrowed her eyes. She said every word carefully. "Bitch, what? Are you not convinced? Do you think you are great because you drive a sports car?" Duan Zishan said coldly. "I've seen many socialites like you. Did you buy that sports car by selling your body?" Duan Zishan said, staring at Tang Chuchu's proud body with a lecherous look. "I think you don't look bad either. Do you want to make some money here tonight? I'll make you paralyzed." Suddenly, a scolding voice came from behind. A young man in a suit came out of the office of the courier station with a gloomy look on his face and slapped Duan Zishan on the face. "I think your whole family is a bitch." Duan Zishan covered his face and looked at the young man, very aggrieved. "Brotherly, what are you doing?" Wang Hongli is the area manager of the Tangs Express delivery area and is Duan Zishan's direct superior. At this moment, he coldly glanced at Duan Zishan and was so angry that he slapped him again in the face, coldly saying, "I fuck you." Although Duan Zishan, a junior manager, had never seen Tang Chuchu, he had seen her. Duan Zishan was stunned. He didn't know why his brother was hitting him. At every station, he had to hand over a large portion of the monthly red envelopes to Wang Hongli. Wang Hongli's face turned pale, and he walked to Tang Chuchu with a trembling body, then his voice was trembling, and he said with a smirk, "Miss Tang. Miss Tang, why are you here?" Because of the backlight, Tang Chuchu's face looked particularly cold, which made Wang Hongli even more scared. "Your name is Wang Hongli, right? I saw your name on the list of area managers when my father and I attended a group meeting. This is the first time we've met, and I didn't expect the employees in your area to be so powerful." Tang Chuchu said coldly. "Miss Tang, we're nothing in front of you," Wang Hongli hurriedly said. "Really?" Tang Chuchu slapped Wang Hongli in the face. "So your people dare to bully even my Tang family friends?" "No, no," Wang Hongli said hurriedly. "Do you think that because your sister Wang Ye is the boss of the underworld in the 7th district of Jianshan, you can look down on the Tang family?" Tang Chuchu said coldly again. "No. No." Wang Hongli was sweating profusely. Although his sister is the boss of the underworld in Jianshan, compared to the Tang family, she is like a small witch compared to a great witch. This is also one of the reasons why he chose to work for Tang's Express, which is under the Tang family, instead of staying with his sister and enjoying the benefits. He wanted to take this opportunity to get close to the Tang family. This way, in the future, they would have a better background. Wang Hongli said, "Miss Tang, I really didn't know that this big shot was a friend of the Tang family. If I had known, the first time this kid was disrespectful to the big shot, I would have beaten him to death." Duan Zishan was watching from the side and was a little scared. He was panicking. Tang family? In Jianshan, the only thing that could make Wang Hongli so scared was the Tang family behind Tang's Express. He had just kicked into the titanium alloy steel plate. How could Ning Fan, who looked so ordinary, know the Tang family's eldest daughter? "Miss Tang, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter today." Before Wang Hongli finished speaking, Duan Zishan, who was standing next to him, was so scared that he immediately knelt down. He kept bowing his head and said in a trembling voice, "Miss Tang, Ning Fan, I was blind and didn't know who you were. Please forgive me this time. Don't be so petty with a little person like me." "Ning Fan, what do you think?" Tang Chuchu looked at Ning Fan. She handed over the decision-making power to Ning Fan. Ning Fan looked at Duan Zishan, frowned and said, "I don't want to see him again." Hearing this, Duan Zishan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He was cold all over. He knew he was finished. Sure enough, the next second, Wang Hongli waved his hand and said, "Drag him away." Immediately, several people rushed out of the office. Chapter 12, Unattainable. These were the people Wang Ye had sent to work with Wang Hongli. Usually, they were doing serious work at Tang's Express, but they didn't need to be used today. Soon, Duan Zishan was dragged away like a dead dog. "I know why you came to work for our Tang family group." Tang Chuchu stared at Wang Hongli and said, "I can understand. Therefore, in the future, I don't want to see anything like this again. Otherwise, you will end up in a very bad situation." "Yes, yes." Wang Hongli nodded quickly. Ningfan was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Tang Chuchu, whom he had met for the first time on the road, had such a strong side. This aura is very strong. It is completely opposite to her playful appearance. Mr. Ning, the amount in this card is my apology for today. Wang Hongli took out a card and handed it to Ningfan. The password is 88. Ningfan was stunned. How much power does the Tang family have in Zhangcheng? From the conversation between the two, it was clear that Wang Hongli was not an ordinary person, but he was like a dog in front of Tang Chuchu. He was extremely afraid. This matter has nothing to do with Wang Hongli, but because of his acquaintance with Tang Chuchu, he directly gave him a sum of money as an expression of apology. Just as Ningfan was about to refuse, Wang Hongli had already left. At the same time, he also dispersed the surrounding staff, allowing them to all seriously devote themselves to today's work. Miss Tang, you keep this card, it's not appropriate for me to keep it. Ningfan handed the card to Tang Chuchu. What's not appropriate? Tang Chuchu smiled slightly and said, You saved my grandfather, which is a great favor to our Tang family. You will always be our best friend. Since you are our friend, whoever has offended you in this city should consider the anger of our Tang family. Just giving you a sum of money as an apology to ease our anger is also a great favor to him. Okay. Ningfan said doubtfully. Why did you come here? After you saved my grandfather, he told me to bring him to you as soon as possible to thank you for coming to our home. Tang Chuchu said. If you hadn't helped, I would have lost my grandfather. It's nothing, just a small favor. Ningfan said casually. The reason I saved them at the time was that I had a good impression of them, and there was another reason, which was their identity. I could thus establish my first personal relationship in Zhangcheng. In the future, if I need them, I might be able to use them. If Tang Chuchu hadn't arrived just then, once Duan Zishan had called the police, I would really have been in trouble. So Ningfan said, I just have to thank you for coming in time, otherwise I would have to go in and eat. Humph. Tang Chuchu snorted. In Zhangcheng, no one dares to arrest my Tang family friends. Ningfan couldn't help but smile. This Tang Chuchu really knows how to talk, and she's also good looking. Such a woman is really easy to like. It's just a pity that I'm already married and will soon become a divorced man. After the two had talked for a while, Tang Guoqiang, who was sitting in the car, opened the door and got out. The reason why he didn't get out just now was that he was thinking that his granddaughter was currently single and unmarried, and didn't have any boyfriends. And Ningfan, who was able to cure himself with his superb medical skills and was able to see the root cause of his illness at a glance, was not a simple person. If I can make such an outstanding person my grandson-in-law, I won't have to worry about the future development of the Tang family even if he leaves. Such a character, don't look at his lowly status now, in the future, I'm afraid the entire Jiangcheng will have to prostrate at his feet. Little friend, today we should thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, old man, my life would be over. Tang Guoqiang walked towards Qin Chuan. This favor, the Tang family will never forget, and I, Tang Guoqiang, will never forget. I wonder if you could come with me to the Tang family to have a meal. Old man, I'm afraid I don't have time during working hours. Ningfan said. How about noon? I remember that Tang's Express has a 2-hour break every day at noon. Tang Guoqiang asked. Ningfan didn't refuse, and nodded, yes, you can give me an address, I can go there myself at noon. Soon, Tang Chuchu sent the location of the Tang family to Ningfan's phone. When leaving, Tang Chuchu playfully winked at Ningfan, saying, Ningfan, I'll see you at noon. Okay. As Tang Chuchu was about to leave with the accelerator, Ningfan suddenly shouted, Wait. What's wrong? Tang Chuchu asked. My little electric mule, didn't you say you'd give me a new one? Can you have someone deliver it here? Ningfan said. Otherwise, I won't be able to come here at noon, and I won't be able to go home at night. Poof. Tang Chuchu burst into laughter. Okay, I know. After that, he left with the accelerator on full. Ningfan is really something, he even got to know the Tang family's eldest daughter. Take care of us more in the future. After Tang Chuchu left, a group of colleagues from the site came to get close to Ningfan. After this incident, Ningfan's position here would be firmly glued like glue. Even the area manager would have to look at Ningfan's face to act. If they fawned on Ningfan, they would be very comfortable in the future. But Ning Fan only glanced at them indifferently and paid no attention to them. When he was in trouble with Duan Zishang, he clearly remembered that these people were just watching the fun and didn't mind getting involved. Only his older brother, Fang Yuan Quan, helped him speak up and even planned to give him money to help him get rid of the disaster. Ning Fan bought 2 bottles of iced tea from the vending machine and walked over to Fang Yuan Quan, who was unloading the goods. Fang Yuan Quan wiped his sweat with a towel and said, "What are you buying this for? It's a waste of money. You have a younger sister at home who needs money. Take it back to the little girl." "Quan Gu, it's fine. You take it. I can afford the water." Ning Fan forced the iced tea into Fang Yuan Quan's hands. The two of them found a shady spot to sit down, opened the lid, and after taking a couple of sips, Ning Fan said, "Brother Quan, I just wanted to thank you." Fang Yuan Quan said, "It's nothing, there's no need to thank me. But you just worried me to death. If you lost your job because of this, what would you and your sister do? But when did you meet Miss Tang? A person like Miss Tang, to people at our level, is like the sun in the sky, unattainable." Chapter 13, Credentials. If you can get to know someone like this, as long as there are no major problems in the future, your path will be wide open. "I just met him today." Ning Fan scratched his head. "You're good, kid, you're a hidden talent. You just met him and he's already helping you out." Fang Yuan Quan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. After the two of them chatted for a while, a small truck drove in from outside and a brand new small electric moped was unloaded from it. As soon as he took it, the phone rang. It was Tang Chuchu. "I had someone send over a new electric moped. Did you receive it?" "Yes." Ning Fan nodded, "It's very new." "Thank you." "There's no need to thank me. I'm just paying you back," Tang Chuchu said. "Remember to come by at noon." "Okay." Ning Fan nodded. After hanging up the phone, he began loading the goods onto the electric moped and preparing to make a delivery. At 11:30 a.m., Ning Fan finished delivering the goods ahead of schedule, returned to the station, and was ready to pack up and ride to Tang's house. Yang Chichi suddenly called. "Ning Fan, where are you? If you're not dead, hurry up and come over and get the divorce papers." Ning Fan couldn't help but shake his hand. An angry mood immediately filled the air. Because he remembered the scene in the school parking lot yesterday. Who? Ning Fan took a deep breath. When he saw that scene yesterday, he knew that his marriage with Yang Chichi was at an end. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. But since it came early, it was just right. It's better to draw a clear line with her and never see each other again. In order to save time, Ning Fan took a taxi to the Yang family. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Yang family, Yang Chichi came out and threw the 2 divorce agreements she had signed at Ning Fan's feet. "Since what happened yesterday has already happened, there is no need to maintain our marriage. Don't delay my future happiness. Hurry up and sign it, kid. I didn't beat you to death yesterday, you're pretty tough." Chen Wei stood next to Yang Chichi and sneered. Ning Fan looked at the two of them, and coldness appeared in his eyes. "Yang Chichi, since high school, I have been working part-time to help you pay for school. This year, it has been 7 years. For 7 whole years, not to mention being alone, even raising a dog should have feelings, right?" For some reason, on the way here, Ning Fan felt that he was already prepared, that he could leave at any time, and that there would be no more waves in his heart. But now, Ning Fan couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "You've been with other men behind my back for so many years, betraying our marriage. How did you get such a thick skin? How can you live with yourself?" Yang Chichi's face turned cold. "I called you to sign the divorce agreement, not to interrogate me. What makes you qualify to be with me? I feel ashamed to be with someone like you. I felt this way when people found out about our relationship in high school. At the time, I was thinking about how to draw a line between us." Yang Chichi continued, "So, strictly speaking, I never considered you my man. Everything was just your wishful thinking. You were just my lapdog, not my man. So, my being with Chen Xiao was not a betrayal at all. I'm just doing what I like to do." After a slight pause, Yang Chichi said to Ning Fan, "I know you just want to blame the Yang family, so you want to drag your feet and not sign. If you don't sign, then I will always wear a green hat on your head. I'll see if you can afford to lose face." "You?" Ning Fan's body trembled. There was a raging fire in his chest. No nonsense, sign or not sign. Yang Qiqi said haughtily. Pop. Shenwei threw a one-line card to Ningfan's feet and said lightly, Kid, there are 10,000 yuan in it, which is equivalent to your salary for 1.5 months of delivery, right? The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. As long as you sign, the money in it will be yours. If you don't sign, don't blame me for being rude to you. I heard from Kiki that you have a sickly sister. Ningfan's heart had slowly calmed down, but at this moment, because of Chenwei's words, his entire face suddenly became ferocious. His eyes overflowed with ferocity and murderous intent. Although he had been betrayed and his heart was burning with anger since yesterday, Ningfan had not thought of other extreme measures to solve the problem, but now he suddenly thought of it in his head. Because Chenwei's words had now touched his bottom line. You. Stared at by Ningfan's fierce gaze, Chenwei felt cold all over his body and trembled a little. How dare you, a piece of trash, try to attack me again? Didn't you get enough of a beating yesterday? Chenwei couldn't help but scold. It was really too scary for him to be looked at by Ningfan. Looking at him with those eyes, he always felt that Ningfan would suddenly come forward and stab him. In fact, Ningfan really wanted to stab Chenwei right now. After his mother disappeared, his younger sister Qinxiu was his bottom line. It is a taboo for him. Whoever dares to bully his sister, he will kill him. However, Ningfan did not act rashly, but stared at Yang Qiqi and said, In the future, you will regret it. Poof. Yang Qiqi was amused and sneered, Were you beaten silly by Qinxiao's people yesterday, and do you think I will regret it? Use your head a little bit, it is you who will regret it. Without the protection of my Yang family, you will always be a poor and useless person in Jiangcheng in the future. Yang Qiqi continued, Don't blow your own horn in front of me. For 7 years, if you had been a bit more awesome, you wouldn't have been such a loser. Now, I'm not someone you can control or match. Sign the divorce papers quickly. He. Ningfan laughed coldly. He didn't want to say anything more. Time will tell. If he hadn't inherited his father's legacy, he might not have been able to make Yang Qiqi regret it. But now. However, Ningfan did not say anything more. Instead, he picked up the divorce agreement directly from the ground and signed his name on it. Seeing this, Yang Qiqi's face revealed a satisfied smile. However, the next second, the expression on her face froze. Because after signing, Ningfan directly cut his thumb and wrote a big word divorce on the divorce agreement. Then Ningfan threw the divorce agreement in Yang Qiqi's face and said coldly, Don't think that I, Ningfan, care about the Yang family, and don't think that I, Ningfan, can't live without you. Of course, the words have to be signed, and our marriage is over. However, it shouldn't be you forcing me to sign a divorce, but me, Ningfan, expelling you from the Ning family. The bloody word divorce is the proof. From now on, you, Yang Qiqi, and I have nothing to do with each other. Chapter 14, You did the right thing. Yang Qiqi was stunned. After a few seconds, she recovered and stared at Ningfan, saying, You poor, worthless trash, how dare you divorce me? This is not what she expected. Her original intention was to humiliate Ningfan and force him to sign a divorce. After all, yesterday, the old man said that they were white-eyed wolves because of Ningfan. He also said that they had ruined the Yang family's opportunity. She wanted the old man to see Ningfan's worthless appearance. This is it, and you're still talking about the Yang family's opportunities? But what she never expected was that this waste of a person, Ningfan, was able to turn the situation around and turn the process into him divorcing her and expelling her from the Ning family. With her current identity, appearance, status, and the Yang family's background, once this gets out, it will be too embarrassing for her. Why is this Ningfan doing this to her? Yang Qiqi is now shaking with anger. She can't even speak properly. She feels like there's something stuck in her chest, and she can't get it out. This feeling is particularly uncomfortable. Shenwei's face is not looking good either. If this gets out, it'll be like he married a woman who was discarded by a waste and doesn't want her. This will make him lose face. It will also be a serious blow to the Chen family's reputation. His father will beat him to death. To have such a broken shoe. While the two were in a daze, Ningfan looked up at the balcony on the second floor of the Yang family villa. At some point, the old man appeared here in a wheelchair. Ningfan bent his knees and bowed his head heavily in the old man's direction. In the Yang family, only the old master is the best to him. He is also the most supportive. Before yesterday's Yang Chichi incident was exposed, he secretly heard many voices in the Yang family, basically looking down on himself, wanting to drive him away and let Yang Chichi find a new man, but only the old master did not listen to any words and always firmly supported him. Therefore, he has always regarded the old master as his grandfather. Today, although he was forced to divorce Yang Chichi and succeeded in getting his way, the Yang family's reputation will definitely be damaged. As the old man who has always supported him, he will inevitably be ridiculed by the Yang family in the future. Yang Yuanzhong looked at Ningfan and understood why he knelt down and bowed to him. Sitting in a wheelchair, he said to Ningfan, Fan, you did the right thing today. Grandpa doesn't blame you. Grandpa believes that you won't be a waste of life that they look down on. In the future, you will definitely make those who look down on you regret it. Grandpa, Ningfan knows that after today's incident, many people in the Yang family will certainly mock you and treat you strangely. Give me half a year. When I stand on the highest point in Jiangcheng, I will wash away these grievances for you. Ningfan looked up at Yang Yuanzhong on the second floor balcony and said, Good. Yang Yuanzhong nodded. Ningfan then stood up and was about to leave. However, before leaving, Yang Chichi suddenly said coldly, Ningfan, have you seen this BMW 5 Series? Shen Xiaogang just bought it this morning, but you will only be able to ride an electric bicycle for the rest of your life. You won't even have the chance to ride a car like this. After you leave me, no woman will ever look at you, so just prepare to be a bachelor until you die. So don't daydream, I will never regret what happened today. Ningfan looked at her coldly and didn't want to say anything more to her. It was already more than 10 minutes past the time he had agreed to meet Tang Chuchu at noon. He needed to hurry to the Tang family. Boom! Just as Ningfan was about to stop a taxi on the side of the road, the engine of a car suddenly roared in the distance. A pink Porsche 911 caught everyone's eye. Soon, the car, under Yang Chichi's envious gaze, stopped in front of Ningfan. Chapter 15, he was the one who regretted it. Ningfan, why have you been delayed for so long? Grandpa saw that you hadn't arrived, so he asked me to come find you. The car door opened, and a beautiful voice came from inside. Then a girl with a heavenly face, long hair, exquisite cheeks, and a perfect figure stepped out of the car in high heels. Her slender legs, wrapped in black silk and paired with a short skirt, made countless people tremble with excitement. This is so beautiful. In front of this girl, Yang Chichi's beauty was like a firefly meeting the moon. It's not worth mentioning. Under the stunned gaze of Yang Chichi, Chinwei, and the rest of the Yang family, Tang Chuchu took Ningfan's hand and said, Let's go. Get in the car. My grandfather is still waiting for you at home for dinner. Okay. Ningfan didn't act pretentiously either, and directly got into Tang Chuchu's car under the gaze of everyone. Boom! Tang Chuchu stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 roared, carrying the two of them out of sight of the Yang family. Yang Chichi stood there dumbfounded. When did this loser Ningfan meet such a beautiful girl? In front of this girl, she was like a clown, not even having the courage to look up. How could this loser know such a beautiful girl? Chen Wei's face was gloomy. In front of such a girl, neither Yang Chichi's appearance nor the BMW 5 Series he mentioned were worth mentioning. He was completely abused. And even now, he couldn't forget Tang Chuchu's heavenly face that day. What a beautiful woman. She's clearly a bitch. Yang Chichi vented her anger on Chen Wei. Chen Wei smiled, indeed, compared to you, I feel that I am still very much inferior. I was just wondering how a waste of a delivery man like Ningfan could meet a bitch like this who drives a Porsche 911. Shit, how could he meet her? Yang Chichi gritted her teeth and said. He knows I want to divorce him, so he's not convinced and wants to hang on to me. He hired a bitch and rented a car for her to drive over here, pretending to be cool with me, trying to make me regret it and begging him to keep the marriage together. I just said that Ningfan is not good enough for him. Then I said that Ningfan is not qualified to drive a BMW, and a girl like a fairy came to him in a Porsche. She even took Ningfan's hand and led him to the car. She has directly turned Yang Chichi into a clown. There is a fire in her heart. A waste of time still wants me to regret it, let him dream. I, Yang Chichi, will never regret divorcing him. Yang Chichi was angry and said to Ningfan in the direction he was leaving. Don't get angry with a waste of time. Chen Wei hugged young Chi-Chi's waist and said, "In the future, he will regret it. He is no longer in the same world as you. Now that you are with me, your status and position in Jiangcheng will become higher and higher, becoming a dazzling pearl, while this waist will still be a toad at the bottom, only able to look up to you. And he will start to regret why he didn't hold on to you. If he had, would he have been able to benefit from it?" Yang Chi-Chi was still very angry, but when she heard this, she immediately showed a look of extreme satisfaction on her face. After a slight pause, Chen Wei said, "There will be a gathering of the Jiangcheng Club tonight. I heard that it was organized by the eldest daughter of the Jiangcheng Tang family. You should put on some nice makeup this afternoon. I've worked hard to get 2 places for you to go and see the world." Chapter 16, Opinions. My goodness, Viagra, you're too good. The Chen family hasn't yet got the new project released by the Jiang family branch, but if you can get into the Jiangcheng Club, you'll be able to get the qualification to enter the Jiangcheng Club gathering. Yang Chi-Chi was even happier. She hugged Chen Wei's arm and kissed him on the cheek. "It's not that I'm amazing, I can get the qualification because of my friends." Chen Wei smiled. "If we can meet the Tang family's eldest daughter at this party tonight, and if we can win the new project of the Jiang family's branch company in 7 days, our Chen family will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Then you are amazing, Viagra, to have such a strong friendship." Yang Chi-Chi kissed him again. Chen Wei was very happy to be praised by a woman, and his face was about to crack from smiling. He looked proudly at Yang Yuanzhong on the second-floor balcony, wanting to show him how he compared to his favorite son-in-law Ningfan. But as soon as he looked over, he froze. Because Yang Yuanzhong had turned around and gone back into the house in a wheelchair. He hadn't even looked at him. "Old thing. Dare look down on me." Chen Wei's face darkened, and he sneered, "When my family enters the rich family club, I'll wait for you to bow down and beg me." At the front door of the Tang family, Tang Guoqiang was standing here waiting for Ningfan. People passing by the Tang family saw this scene and whispered to each other, "Isn't that Mr. Tang? Why is he standing in the doorway in the hot sun, waiting for someone? Who could make Mr. Tang wait here?" The Tang family is one of the 5 families in Jiangcheng. Could it be that someone important has come to Jiangcheng? Tang Guoqiang looked at his wristwatch and felt a little anxious. "Dad, does this Ningfan have such a big entourage that he makes you wait here in the middle of the day?" A middle-aged man next to him frowned. He is Tang Chuchu's father and already knows about today's event. "If it weren't for Ningfan, you wouldn't be able to see your father right now," Tang Guoqiang said coldly. "I invited him to come to my house and wait here, is that not allowed?" With a slightly softer tone, Tang Guoqiang said, "A person who can casually diagnose my illness and save me in a few moves must be treated well." "Dad, I think you're overestimating him." Tang Sihai still frowned. "I've looked into this Ningfan. He has no parents, and he's a son-in-law in a small family in Jiangcheng, the Yang family. He also has a sickly younger sister. How powerful do you think this kind of person is? If he were really that powerful, his sister wouldn't be so sickly. Would she still need to marry into the family? You've investigated him?" Tang Guoqiang said coldly. Tang Sihai said in a deep voice, "Dad, you know the current situation of our Tang family, so we have to be careful. If we're not careful, and someone takes advantage of us, it will have a serious impact on us, and it will be too late to make up for it." "Humph." Tang Guoqiang snorted, "I'm not dead yet, do I need to be so careful? Ningfan saved my life, that's me, the great benefactor of the Tang family. If you don't thank him properly, and go behind his back to investigate, I think you deserve a beating. This matter ends here. If you go behind his back to investigate Ningfan again, don't blame me for being unfriendly to you." "I know, Dad." Tang Sihai nodded. Although he promised the old man, he still didn't take Ningfan seriously. After the old man and Chuchu came back in the morning and told him what happened, he thought Ningfan was too fake. He just healed the old man with a few fingers? That's ridiculous. In his opinion, Ningfan was just a con man with a bit of luck. Chapter 17, Why are you yelling at him? After waiting for another 20 minutes, Ningfan still hadn't shown up. "Dad, I think this Ningfan is clearly a liar." Tang Sihai's brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but say, "If he really had the ability, he would have come a long time ago, and he wouldn't have taken so long to arrive. I think he's just afraid of having dinner with you, facing you up close, and blowing his cover. Don't wait any longer, Dad." Let's go in and eat. After we finish eating, I'll take you to the hospital for a full body checkup. You've always been in good health, so how could you have a hidden illness? Even if what he said is true, and the disease in his right chest caused the blood vessels to be compressed, I think it's just a minor cold caused by a cold, and it's very normal for you to get these kinds of minor problems as you get older. Don't be fooled. After waiting for nearly 50 minutes, Tang Sihai, who was already suspicious of Ningfan, was even more unhappy. Since he was born, the old man has always been in good health, and his impression, strong and healthy, nothing happened. Sihai, you are in your 40s, how can you not be calm? Tang Guoqiang complained. The disease on my right chest was from when I was young, before I met your mother. It was cured, and with youth, it was really like nothing, but as I got older, my body couldn't take it. This has always been there, I just didn't say it, I was afraid your mother would worry. Tang Sihai's heart exploded. He was stunned. He quickly took out his phone to look up the number, and said, Dad, if this is true, then I can't let a young kid just give you a few pokes and call it a day. I'll call Dr. Zhao right now. Have him come to the house to give you a full body check. No need to bother Dr. Zhao, old man. I'm feeling fine right now. Tang Guoqiang said in a deep voice. But it was useless, Tang Sihai had already dialed the number. Boom! As soon as Tang Sihai had finished making the call, a roar of an engine came from afar. A pink Porsche 911 appeared in the father and son's field of vision. After the car had come to a stop, Tang Chuchu got out of the car with Ningfan. Seeing Ningfan, Tang Guoqiang's face immediately lit up with a smile. Little friend, you finally come. Hurry, please come inside. Ningfan scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, I'm sorry, old man, for keeping you waiting. Humph. Tang Sihai snorted, you're a young man coming to the Tang family, and you're making my father wait for you in the hot sun, not to mention for so long. What a lack of manners. You have no sense of time at all. Dad, what did you say? Tang Chuchu was unhappy. I drove to pick up Ningfan, but the car broke down on the way back, and I called the forest shop for emergency assistance to repair the car, which delayed the time. What did you yell at him for? You? Tang Sihai's face suddenly turned dark. He never thought that his precious daughter would turn her back on him. He had only just met Ningfan today. He had helped him out and even drove him here himself. If he had waited any longer, Ningfan would have probably gone and kidnapped his precious daughter. Sihai, apologize to your friend. Tang Guoqiang said coldly. Tang Sihai already had a problem with Ningfan, and now his daughter had turned her back on him, so now the old man was telling him to apologize to Ningfan. Dad, you want me to apologize to this brat? Are you out of your mind? Tang Sihai was in a bad mood. His temper flared up. Apologize. Tang Guoqiang said sternly. No. Tang Sihai said firmly. I won't apologize to such a liar, even if you break my legs. You? Tang Guoqiang was worried that his son wouldn't listen to him, and that he would upset Ningfan. He was very anxious, and suddenly couldn't breathe, unable to speak. His face turned purple. He stumbled. Dad! Tang Sihai's face changed drastically, and he quickly helped him. Tang Chuchu's pretty face panicked. Grandpa! Poof! Tang Guoqiang spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he fainted. Looking at the pool of black blood on the ground, Ningfan frowned. He didn't expect Tang Guoqiang's illness to be so serious. When he treated him in the morning, although it wasn't completely cured, it was only alleviated. But he thought that Tang Guoqiang could be strong enough to go to the hospital, or he would have the opportunity to meet him again. He happened to have a silver needle in his hand, so he could use the 9-9 rejuvenation needle to completely eradicate his illness. He never thought it would recur now. Dad, hang in there. Dr. Zhao will be here soon. Tang Sihai said anxiously as he carried Tang Guoqiang into the bedroom. After seeing Tang Guoqiang on the bed, Ningfan walked over. Old Master Tang is now very weak. He can't just stand by and watch him die. But before he could get to him, Tang Sihai stood in his way, coldly saying, Stay away from my father, you liar. My father thought you had cured him, but now look what happened. If anything happens to my father today, you won't get away with it. Dad, are you being reasonable? You clearly made Grandpa angry, what does Ningfan have to do with it? Tang Chuchu was very anxious, but now she was also very angry because of Tang Sihai's unreasonable words. If you don't let me save him, he'll only last another 10 minutes. Ning Fan said. Just as he finished speaking, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and an old man with gray hair came in quickly. Dr. Zhao. Tang Sihai was suddenly relieved, as if he had found a lifeline. Please take a look at my father. He just vomited a large mouthful of black blood. Okay. Dr. Zhao frowned and walked to the window. Move aside. Tang Sihai pushed Ning Fan aside. Dr. Zhao, please take care of my father. Mr. Tang, don't worry, I will do my best. Dr. Zhao said. Then he started to take Mr. Tang's pulse. After a few seconds, Dr. Zhao finished taking Mr. Tang's pulse. Mr. Tang was anxious and asked, Dr. Zhao, how is my father? Has anyone seen my father before I came? And treated him? Dr. Zhao asked. Mr. Tang's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Ning Fan and then replied, yes. The old man had a hidden illness that had been hidden for decades. As time passed, the illness grew. This kind of long-term illness cannot be treated with fatigue or overexertion. The most important point is that it cannot be treated forcibly. It cannot be cured in one go. It needs to be slowly adjusted, and the body that has been consumed by the hidden illness needs to be replenished. Zhao Xingyi said, but the person who treated your father forced the old man to undergo treatment. This treatment method is simple, and I can do it too. It is to activate the last bit of vitality hidden in the old man's body, and to drive the other vitality in the body to become active. Although this has a temporary effect, it is overdrawing the old man's life. Chapter 18, Good. Because the vitality that is activated is ultimately limited, it will be consumed. When it is almost used up, it will not be able to activate the vitality of other parts, and naturally the hidden illness will recur. After saying these words, Dr. Zhao sighed. This is treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Bastard! Tang Sihai glared at him, staring at Ning Fan. If anything happens to my father, I will not let you go. Dad, why are you being so fierce with Ning Fan? What does it have to do with him? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be able to see Grandpa now. Tang Chuchu stood in front of Ning Fan, very unhappy. Tang Sihai glared at Ning Fan viciously, then calmed down and asked Dr. Zhao, Dr. Zhao, please think of a way, the old man must not be harmed. Grandpa Zhao, please save my grandfather. Although Tang Chuchu defended Ning Fan, now Tang Wuchan's life was more important, so they had to first ask Dr. Zhao for help. Mr. Tang, Chuchu, you don't need to worry, although the old man's condition is bad now, it's not the worst result. Zhao Sheng said. I will use a few needles to slow down the vitality that is being consumed in the old man's body, and at the same time, make the vitality in other parts of the body active at the same time. The old man will not have any major problems. He only needs to rest and replenish some precious medicinal herbs to replenish his vitality, blood, and qi. Then please, Dr. Zhao, act quickly. Tang Sihai hurriedly said. The old man is old and can't wait. Yes. Dr. Zhao nodded. He then took out a bag of silver needles from his medical bag and stuck them into several parts of Tang Wuchan's body. Although he had only inherited the skills yesterday, he had already mastered the art of medicine. He could see the problem at a glance. If he stuck the remaining needles, Tang Wuchan would die. He had a good impression of this old man, and Ning Fan could not bear to see him die. Therefore, Ning Fan walked forward and grabbed the hand of Dr. Zhao, who was about to continue with the next needle, and reminded him, if the next few needles fall, the old man will die. Ning Fan's sudden appearance in front of them had already made the few people in the room stunned. Because they had not reacted to how Ning Fan appeared in front of Dr. Zhao. Now hearing Ning Fan's words, they were even more stunned. But then Tang Sihai's face suddenly changed, and he said in a furious tone, You liar! You've already caused my father to be in this state, and now you're also blocking Dr. Zhao from treating him, and you're even cursing my father. Tang Chuchu didn't say anything at the moment. Obviously, Ning Fan's behavior and words had made her a little unhappy. Humph. Dr. Zhao snorted in displeasure and said, What do you mean? Are you questioning my medical skills? Since you are so good, do you want the old man to be cured by you? He has been in the medical profession for 60 years, and has been immersed in it and studying it. This set of acupuncture methods was obtained by chance when he went into the mountains to collect medicine. It is called the Suyang acupuncture method. With this set of acupuncture methods, he became the top doctor in Jiangcheng. He even had a place in Jiangbei province. Now a young kid is actually questioning his acupuncture methods. How can he be happy? Dr. Zhao is a famous doctor in our city, saving countless lives. His methods are beyond your understanding, you fraud. Tang Sihai scolded. Get out of my way. Tang Sihai is now increasingly unhappy with Ningfan, thinking that this person is really ill-mannered. Ningfan, you have to move aside first. Tang Chuchu took a deep breath at this time. Although she has some good feelings for Ningfan, what is in front of her now is her grandfather's life. She dares not gamble. Okay. Ningfan nodded. Then he looked at Tang Sihai and said, You told me to leave, so I'll leave. I hope that in 3 minutes, you won't come out and beg me to come back. After saying that, Ningfan walked out. Without Ningfan's interference, the next few injections were all performed smoothly by Dr. Zhao. After the last injection was administered, Tang Guoqiang's face began to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He then slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa! Tang Chuchu immediately shouted excitedly. Dad, are you okay? How do you feel now? Dr. Zhao has just finished treating you. Tang Sihai also let out a sigh of relief. He immediately thanked Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, thank you for saving my life. This favor, the Tang family will remember. If there is anything the Tang family can do for you in the future, the Tang family will definitely not refuse. Mr. Tang, you are too kind. Dr. Zhao smiled. Curing illnesses and saving lives is the essence of being a doctor. Cough, cough, cough. Just when everyone was relieved, Tang Guoqiang, who had just opened his eyes, suddenly widened his eyes, his hands and feet were straight, and his body was shaking violently on the bed. His face changed again, this time it turned black. At the same time, blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His expression looked extremely painful. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Tang Chuchu cried out in fear. Grandpa Zhao, what's wrong with my grandfather? Take a look. Grandpa Zhao, what's wrong with my dad? Tang Sihai's face changed dramatically. How could this happen? Dr. Zhao was stunned by this scene. The locking young formation had never failed before, so how could this happen? What is going on, Dr. Zhao? Tang Sihai's face was extremely ugly. Because the old man's breathing was gradually weakening. Dr. Zhao was very anxious now, because since he arrived, Tang Sihai had been very polite to him. If Tang Guoqiang had any problems, Tang Sihai would not let him go. For a while, Tang Chuchu and Tang Sihai, who were already anxious, were even more anxious now. Dad, call 120 and send Grandpa to the ICU for emergency treatment. This can't go on. Tang Chuchu cried. No. Tang Sihai gritted his teeth. Your grandfather is in extremely poor health and won't last until he gets to the hospital. After saying that, Tang Sihai stared at Dr. Zhao and said, Dr. Zhao, my father is in your hands and has become like this. If anything happens to the old man, don't blame me for not being merciful. Although Dr. Zhao has a good reputation in Jiangcheng for his medical skills, he is still a bit lacking when faced with a giant like the Tang family. If the Tang family makes trouble for him, he has no way to deal with it. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao was scared and thought of Ningfan. He quickly said excitedly, Mr. Zhao, Chuchu, you guys quickly invite that young man in. He can predict that there is something wrong with my last few needles, so he must have a way. Tang Sihai's body shook, and his face looked a bit ugly. He had just looked down on Ningfan and kicked him out of the room, but now he had to go out and invite him back. Although he felt very embarrassed, he had to swallow his pride for the sake of the old man. He immediately followed him out. Tang Chuchu also followed behind, afraid that Ningfan would not want to come back with her father. Chapter 19, Am I Still a Liar? At this time, Ningfan had just reached the front door of the Tang family. Before he had time to cross the threshold, a shout came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw Tang Chuchu and her father Tang Sihai chasing after him. Ningfan, please come back with me and save my grandfather. Tang Chuchu panted. Why should I go back? Ningfan looked at Tang Sihai. He was the one who just chased me out. Before I came out, I said, don't come out and beg me in 3 minutes. It's exactly 3 minutes now. Tang Sihai's face turned red and he was very embarrassed. He really didn't expect this. He took a deep breath and said to Ning Fan, "Mr. Ning, please come back with me. The old man is now in critical condition and needs you." Ning Fan said coldly, "Now you are willing to believe my words? Am I still a liar?" Tang Sihai's face turned even redder and hotter. However, he did not answer, because he did not believe that Ning Fan was not a liar and thought that Ning Fan was indeed a good cook. Seeing this, Ning Fan turned and left. He would not give himself any more trouble. Tang Sihai immediately panicked and hurriedly stopped Ning Fan, saying, "Mr. Ning, don't be like this with me. I was wrong today. The old man's physical condition is very bad now, and he really needs you. Please." Only then did Ning Fan stop. Tang Chuchu then said again, "Ning Fan, my dad has always been like this. Don't be like this with him. When Grandpa wakes up, I'll let him teach him a lesson. I absolutely won't let you suffer in vain for the wrongs you've suffered today." Since Tang Chuchu had said this, Ning Fan didn't push his luck any further. After all, the current condition of the old man was indeed very dangerous. If he was delayed for even a little bit, something big would happen. Ning Fan then turned around and returned to the room. "Little brother, you're back. I was just blind, I didn't expect your reminder to be so important. If I had thought about it carefully and believed it, then Grandpa Tang wouldn't be in this condition." Seeing Ning Fan, Dr. Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Whether Ning Fan could save the old man or not, as long as Ning Fan intervened, he would have nothing to do with the matter. No matter what the outcome was, he had escaped from the pit. "Lend me your silver needles." Ning Fan didn't say much. As soon as he took the silver needles, the method of using the 99 rejuvenation needles appeared in his mind. Then he began to insert needles into several parts of Tang Wuqian's body. The 99 rejuvenation needles, as the name suggests, are 9 silver needles that are placed in 9 different positions, forming a formation that gathers the vitality of the world and merges with the body, thereby allowing the person to return to life. Even people who have already embarked on the road to the underworld can be directly and forcibly pulled back. However, this set of acupuncture techniques is extremely mentally and spiritually draining. After the 8th silver needle was placed, Ning Fan was already sweating profusely. His breathing was somewhat disordered. Tang Sihai, Tang Chuchu, and Dr. Zhao stared at Tang Wuqian. Because after the 8 needles were inserted, there was still no sign of improvement. Just as Tang Sihai was about to lose his temper, Ning Fan, with a very tired spirit, dropped the 9th needle. Suddenly, Tang Wuqian, whose hands and feet were straightened out, immediately returned to normal. At the same time, his face gradually returned to normal. His breathing also returned to normal. Then he slowly opened his eyes. "Grandpa! Grandpa is awake!" Tang Chuchu said excitedly. Tang Sihai and Dr. Zhao were both shocked. They had already given up on seeing any reaction after Ning Fan had inserted the 8 needles. They had never expected that after Ning Fan had inserted one more needle, the old man would suddenly come back to life. What kind of acupuncture technique is this? Dr. Zhao was stunned. He stared at the 9 silver needles that Ning Fan had inserted into Tang Wuqian, trying to observe the position of the needles. How could this be? Dr. Zhao was very confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He was unable to observe it. Grandpa Tang completely woke up, his whole body returned to normal, and his spirit was much better than before. "Grandpa, how do you feel now?" Tang Chuchu asked. "I feel great, full of energy, like I'm a dozen years younger." After Tang Wuqian finished speaking, he looked at Dr. Zhao and said, "Dr. Zhao, thank you for saving my life, otherwise my old life would have ended here." Zhao Xingji said with embarrassment, "Mr. Tang, you are embarrassing me. It was this young man who saved you." Tang Wuqian was stunned at first, but soon understood. He quickly sat up and wanted to thank Ning Fan. "Ning Xiaoyu, this is the second time you have saved my life. I can't repay this favor. In the future, if there is anything that the Tang family can do for you, we will definitely assist you." Ning Fan quickly helped Tang Wuqian to his feet and said, "You're too kind, old man. I owe you a great debt of gratitude." Zhao Xingyi also said to Ning Fan, "If the old man had been injured, my reputation as a doctor would have been ruined. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me." Ning Fan nodded and didn't care. Then he said, "The acupuncture technique you just used is called the locking yang needle technique. In principle, it is fine to lock the old man's vitality from flowing out, but without the infusion of new vitality, the old man's locked vitality will collide with each other in his body, causing a riot, thus making the condition more serious. Dr. Zhao is shocked. No one has ever recognized his acupuncture technique in the past few decades. He never thought that Ningfan would recognize it at a glance today. And he also knew the core of the locking yang formation. After a few seconds, he calmed down and was very grateful to Ningfan. Because he just realized that Ningfan was trying to save his face. The reason Ningfan was able to recognize it was because his father's inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine included this acupuncture technique. Although the name of this acupuncture technique sounds very powerful, in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, it is actually the lowest level of acupuncture technique. Moreover, the acupuncture technique that Dr. Zhao mastered was actually incomplete. The real Suoyang needle method has a total of 18 needles. Zhao Shigi only mastered 15 needles. If he could master the whole thing, then Mr. Tang wouldn't have relapsed. Young friend, I don't know what school you come from. Can you take my place as a disciple? Zhao Xingyi asked with a slight breathlessness. The person behind someone who can teach someone like Ningfan is definitely not simple. Although he is already over 70 years old, as a doctor, it is also a principle to live and learn as you grow old. Only by constantly improving can he continue to save countless lives. Therefore, he wanted to become his disciple. So, the next second, Dr. Zhao directly knelt down in front of Ningfan. Chapter 20, I'll go get it now. The sudden behavior of Dr. Zhao made everyone in the room look stunned. Especially Tang Sihai. Phew! At this moment, Tang Sihai was breathing very quickly, and he was shocked both on his face and in his heart. He had wanted to use Ningfan as a last resort, but he had never expected that Ningfan was really capable. And from the moment the old man woke up completely and returned to normal, several minutes had passed, and no accidents had occurred. At the same time, the always somewhat arrogant Dr. Zhao actually knelt down before Ningfan, wanting to take him as his master. This shows that Ningfan is capable. He is not a liar. It was he, Tang Sihai, who looked down on people today. But he didn't say anything, because he would be very embarrassed. Tang Wuqian was also stunned. The famous Dr. Zhao, who was famous in Jiangcheng, actually took the initiative to kneel down to a young man, just to want to take him as his master through Ningfan. But Tang Wuqian's heart quickly became excited. The more so, the more it shows that Ningfan is not simple. The Tang family is able to get to know such a person, which is really a blessing from 8 lifetimes, and they have been able to find such a great opportunity. Ningfan himself is also stunned. Where did he get a master? Everything he has now is the inheritance left to him by his father. But of course he won't tell the truth. So he said, my master's family, my master once warned me that I was not allowed to spread the news. I am my master's last disciple. After my master taught me a few years ago, he traveled the world and would not accept any more disciples. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao's face showed a look of disappointment. But the next second, he said excitedly, Dr. Ning, your master will not accept any more disciples. Can you accept me as your disciple? Dr. Zhao really wanted to be associated with Dr. Ning's school and learn better medical skills, so he couldn't help but change his address to Dr. Ning. He even bowed to Dr. Ning. Dr. Ning quickly helped him up and said, Dr. Zhao, you don't have to do that. I'm not very skilled in medicine, and I'm not at that level to take you as a disciple. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao's disappointed expression reappeared on his face, saying that compared to Dr. Ning, I'm nothing. It was only a second or two, but the doctor's face was once again agitated. Because Ningfan said, although I am not yet qualified to take on a disciple, if there is time, we can discuss medical techniques with each other. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ning. The doctor was overjoyed. Although he did not succeed in becoming a disciple, it was still very good to be able to get to know and form a relationship with a medical expert like Ningfan. When everyone was completely relieved, Ningfan suddenly reminded him, old man, although I just used acupuncture to save you again and completely eradicate the hidden illness in your body, because your hidden illness has existed in your body for too long, your body has lost a lot of its original strength. If you want to avoid any further emergencies, you need to recuperate. The general recuperation methods or supplements are not very effective in replenishing your body's original strength. If you can't complete the recuperation and replenishment within 2 months, the same illness will occur again today, and it may be more serious. At that time, it may be too late to save the situation. Suddenly, the temperature in the room stopped. Tang Chuchu said anxiously, Ningfan, do you have any good recuperation methods? Since you can diagnose illnesses, you must be able to prescribe a way to recuperate. Help my grandfather. As long as you can completely restore his health, I will pay any price. It is really the old man's age now. Although general recuperation methods can work, it is impossible to completely recuperate within 6 months. In the past, the old man fell once, and it took more than a year to recuperate. In this situation, if you want to recuperate in 2 months, how is this possible without special means? Ning Fan hesitated. His father's medical heritage, the Supreme Medical Classics, had a Chinese medicine prescription for recuperation. But he didn't know if Tang Guoqiang's body could withstand the effects of the medicine. After a few seconds, Ning Fan said to Tang Chuchu, you don't have to do this. If I can help, I will definitely help. Do you have paper and ink? Yes, I'll go get it. Tang Chuchu quickly said. After the pen and paper were brought, Ningfan wrote down a prescription according to the records in the Supreme Medical Sutra. In order to avoid the old man's body not being able to withstand the effects of the medicine provided by this prescription, Ningfan reduced the dosage of each medicine by a certain amount. At the same time, he removed the more domineering medicinal ingredients. Can you arrange for someone to go and get these medicinal ingredients? Ningfan handed the prescription to Tang Chuchu. Dr. Ning, I'll do it. Although I'm not very skilled, I'm still good at controlling the age and quality of the herbs. Dr. Zhao said at this time. Ningfan looked at Dr. Zhao. He knew that the reason the old man was willing to suddenly be an errand boy was actually to study his prescription for nourishing the body. Since he had removed one ingredient from the prescription and did not follow the correct dosage, he was not afraid of being copied, so he handed the prescription to Dr. Zhao and asked him to go and get it. Mr. Ning, thank you very much. Tang Guoqiang thanked Ningfan again. Ningfan shook his head. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Because Ningfan's stomach was growling. Tang Guoqiang was stunned at first, but then immediately reacted and said, Mr. Ning, I'm really sorry, because of my health, I've kept you from eating, so let's sit down now. Chuchu, tell your mother to see if the food is cold, and if it is, have it made again immediately. Okay. Tang Chuchu nodded. Tang Guoqiang then took Ningfan to the Tang family restaurant to sit down. The Tang family restaurant was very luxurious, all made of redwood, very grand. It had been more than 20 years since Ningfan had last sat down to eat in such a place, so he seemed a little nervous. After the stubborn illness in Tang Guoqiang's body had been completely eradicated by Ningfan, his whole person had regained a lot of vitality, and he looked powerful without being angry. No one dared to look at him, and Tang Sihai, who was sitting next to him, didn't dare to say a word. He was afraid that Tang Guoqiang would suddenly settle accounts with him. At this time, the Tang family nanny began to bring the dishes up. They were all steaming hot. These dishes Ningfan had never seen before, not even at the Yang family. Mr. Ning, this is a bottle of red wine I had someone bring from abroad. It's been aged for 80 years and tastes great. You should try it. Tang Guoqiang poured a glass of red wine for Ningfan. Although he hadn't yet drunk it, the aroma that came out of it surprised Ningfan. This wine is so fragrant. Ningfan took the glass, thanked him, and then took a sip. It's very good. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Tang Guoqiang suddenly put down his chopsticks. The originally pleasant atmosphere at the table suddenly froze. Chapter 21, I Say It's Fine. Dad, what's wrong? Tang Mu's mother asked in confusion. Seeing that the old man didn't say anything, Tang Mu's mother looked at Tang Sihai, who was bowing his head, and asked, Sihai, did you make Dad unhappy again? How could I? Tang Sihai said with a stiff face. As if he didn't remember his previous attitude towards Ningfan at all. Ha, Dad, you're kidding. Tang Chuchu sneered. If it weren't for you angering Grandpa, Grandpa wouldn't have done this. You Tang Sihai are very angry. What kind of daughter is this? It's only been a day since you met Ningfan, and you're already turning your back on him. Apologize to Mr. Ning. Tang Guoqiang said. In front of so many people, apologizing to a junior like Ningfan was something Tang Sihai was unwilling to do. It was too humiliating. But Tang Guoqiang's current authority was something he couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to pour wine into his glass and apologize to Ningfan. Seeing this, Ningfan shook his head and said, "Grandpa, there's no need for this. After all, he is Tang Chuchu's father, and it's not good to make things too tense." "No," Tang Wuqiang said firmly. "You are my savior, and not everyone can offend you. It's already a favor to let him apologize to you. Ningfan, let my dad apologize to you, and then this matter can be forgotten," Tang Chuchu said to Ningfan. "Otherwise, Grandpa won't let him off." Ningfan couldn't help but smile wryly and said, "Really, you don't have to do this. I don't care about anything. If you insist on doing this, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat this meal." "Humph." Tang Wuqiang snorted at Tang Sihai. "Fortunately, Mr. Ning is not like you, otherwise I would have to break your legs today." Tang Wuqiang then turned to Ningfan and said, "Mr. Ning, you have saved my old man twice. I really have no way to repay you. No matter in the future or now, whenever the Tang family is needed, the Tang family will definitely be obliged." Tang Wuqiang waved his hand and the butler waiting in the dining room quickly brought a bank card. "Mr. Ning, this is a little token of my appreciation. You can't refuse it." Tang Wuqiang handed the card to Ningfan. "Okay." Ningfan did not refuse. He really needed money at the moment, whether it was for household expenses, his sister's tuition, or living expenses, which all cost a lot. He could live on the 100,000 yuan that the female CEO had given him yesterday and his monthly salary. However, it was not very good. Because of his sister's health, he needed to prepare some high nutrition, delicious food for her every day. After the meal, Tang Wuqiang said again, "By the way, Mr. Ning, you were such a good doctor, it's a waste to have you deliver packages for Tang's Express. If you're willing, I can build a hospital in Jiangqing for you to lead. What do you think?" "No, no," Ningfan quickly said. "It's good to deliver packages, it's free." "I see." Tang Wuqiang nodded. He didn't dwell on the issue. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend the money on building a hospital, but he thought that people like Ningfan might be exactly the kind of people who long for freedom and do as they please, hidden in the vast sea of ordinary people in society. If he forced the issue and made him unhappy, it wouldn't be good. At this time, the Dr. Zhao, who had gone out to get medicine, returned. Tang's mother got up and took the herbs to make Tang Wuqiang's medicine. In half an hour, the medicine was ready, and Tang's mother brought it over, and Tang Wuqiang drank it all. Although Ningfan had used the 99 rejuvenating needle to remove the hidden illness in his body, which had restored his spirit, after so long, he was a little tired again. At this moment, with this bowl of medicine in his stomach, Tang Wuqiang felt a hot current flowing through his body, and the whole person was like bathing in a hot spring, indescribably comfortable, and the exhaustion was swept away. Moreover, his spirit and energy had recovered a lot. He felt that his spirit and energy when he was young were about the same as now. Tang Wuqiang stared at Ningfan and marveled in his heart. He is indeed a great doctor. A great man who hides in plain sight. It is not a loss to carry the entire Tang family and befriend such a person. "Old man, it's getting late. There is a 2-hour break at noon, so I have to go back to work." Ningfan got up at this time. "Okay." Tang Wuqiang did not insist. He knew that people like Ningfan definitely do not like to be bound. They do what they want to do. The Tang family will henceforth be the backing of Ningfan. "Chuchu, you take Mr. Ning back." Tang Wuqiang looked at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu stood up and said, "Okay." Tang Sihai didn't say a word the whole time. He could feel that his own father had taken a liking to Ningfan and wanted him to be the son-in-law of the Tang family. Before he met Ningfan, he had never let Chuchu pick up any other men. Even when some young masters from the provincial capital wanted to invite Chuchu, they were all directly rejected by the old man. Tang's mother didn't say anything either. It seemed that she had also taken a liking to Ningfan. After Tang Chuchu left, Dr. Zhao said with some envy, "Old Tang, Dr. Ning is no ordinary person. It's great that Chuchu can get close to someone like him. If it weren't for today, and if my granddaughter hadn't come with me, I would have wanted to match my granddaughter with Dr. Ning, so that the two of them could get to know each other." "Ha, you can still get to know each other in the future, but the part you have in mind, there won't be a chance." Tang Wuqiang smiled. As Tang Sihai guessed, he really liked Ningfan. Since the Yang family didn't want this hidden gem, then the Tang family would take the opportunity to seize it. 10 minutes later, Ningfan was sent to the courier station by Tang Chuchu. He got out of the car under the envious and complicated stares of his colleagues. Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu had just turned the car around to leave, but suddenly rolled down the window and shouted at Ning Fan. What's wrong? Ning Fan turned around and asked in confusion. Do you have time tonight? Can you do me a favor? Tang Chuchu said with a smile. I've organized a party, but I'm missing a male companion. Can you come with me? What time is it? Ning Fan asked. If the party starts too early, he won't be able to go. He had to go to the pharmacy after work to buy a pack of silver needles and some medicine to treat his sister Qin Xiu. It's about 9 o'clock, Tang Chuchu said. It seemed that she guessed that Ning Fan was thinking about the time, so she said, if you have something to do, it's okay, you can postpone it until 10 o'clock. No. Ning Fan hurriedly said. I can make it at 9 o'clock, but is it okay for someone like me to go to your party? Why not? Tang Chuchu said coldly. You are my man, I say it is okay. Just after saying that, Tang Chuchu immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly raised the window and said, okay, you can send me your home address on WeChat later, I will pick you up at 9 o'clock. Chapter 22. Is there anything else to explain? Oh, okay. Ning Fan nodded. Before she could react to how suddenly she was so excited, Tang Chuchu left with the accelerator. Ning Fan took out his phone and sent Tang Chuchu the address of his home on WeChat. Then he began unloading, loading, and preparing to go out to deliver the package. Just as he was almost finished, he was about to ride out on his tricycle when the district manager Wang Hongli suddenly walked out of the office and shouted, Mr. Ining. Because of Tang Chuchu's attitude towards Ning Fan, Wang Hongli's attitude towards Ning Fan had changed, as had his title. Especially after seeing Tang Chuchu personally deliver Ning Fan and invite him to a party at her level, he realized that Ning Fan's relationship with the Tang family was not simple. The purpose of his own visit to Tang's Express was to cling to the Tang family's leg and make it his own background with his sister Wangya. Although he had become a district manager, he had never had the opportunity to go further. Now, within the area under his jurisdiction, he could meet someone like Ning Fan who had a deep relationship with the Tang family, and he felt that this was an opportunity. He could use Ning Fan as a bridge to really get on the Tang family's good side. Manager Wang, what's wrong? Ning Fan stopped the car. Mr. Ning, it's such a hot day, what are you delivering? The position of station manager at this site is vacant, why don't you be the station manager? Wang Hongli said. Ning Fan was stunned, then shook his head. No, Manager Wang doesn't have any management experience, he's not suitable. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. This. Wang Hongli was stunned. He didn't expect Ning Fan to refuse so decisively, and he was suddenly embarrassed. But he said, Mr. Ining, can I add you to WeChat? Oh, okay. Ning Fan did not refuse this request. After adding WeChat, Wang Hongli said, Mr. Ining, in the 7th district of Jiangcheng, my sister is the boss of the underworld. If you have anything that is inconvenient to come out and face, just let me know, and I will have my sister send someone to help you solve it. Let's talk about it later. Ning Fan realized that Wang Hongli was trying to curry favor with him and get closer to him. He remembered that when Tang Chuchu came to solve his problems in the morning, she mentioned Wang Hongli's background, that he had a sister who was the underground boss of the 7th district of Jiangcheng. He also hinted at the reason why Wang Hongli came to work for the Tang family group, although he didn't know what the reason was, but based on Wang Hongli's attitude towards him now, Ning Fan could probably guess. But he didn't know Wang Hongli well, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to agree to anything he said and become a pawn in his game. Wang Hongli smiled dumbly and didn't say anything more. Ning Fan then rode off on his bike. Halfway through the delivery, the phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Tang's Express. May I help you? Ning Fan thought it was a customer who was asking for a delivery, so he politely asked. It's me, Tang Si Hai. A cold voice came over the phone. The voice carried a hint of high-level suppression. Ning Fan was stunned at first, but he nodded without paying attention, saying, What's the matter, Uncle Tang? The old man has taken a liking to you and wants you to be the grandson-in-law of the Tang family. Tang Sihai said coldly, I don't know why a useless son-in-law like you suddenly has such great medical skills, which are not quite the same as what I have investigated. But I still want to tell you that I think a son-in-law like you, who is unwanted by the Young family and is divorced, is not worthy of my daughter Tang Sihai. You and my daughter are from two different worlds. You are a firefly, and she is a bright moon. The gap is very large, and it cannot be made up for by your medical skills. After a slight pause, Tang Sihai said in a deep voice, "You better watch yourself. If you dare to lay a finger on my daughter, I will make sure you disappear from Jiangcheng." This sentence carried a strong threat. But Ning Fan remained unmoved. "As long as you don't have any designs on my daughter or the Tang family, I won't make things difficult for you," Tang Sihai said again. "After all, no matter what, you did save the old man's life. When the time is right, I will give you a sum of money, a house in a foreign place, a car, and find you a wife. You can leave Jiangcheng and spend the rest of your life there." "Oh," Ning Fan said indifferently. "Is there anything else to discuss? If not, I have to get back to work." After saying that, he didn't wait for Tang Sihai to reply, and Ning Fan hung up the phone directly. "You." In the study, Tang Sihai heard the beeps on the phone and his face turned ugly. For so many years, apart from the old master, Chuchu, and Tang's mother, no one had dared to hang up on him first. Ning Fan was the first person other than them. "Humph." Tang Sihai stood up and went to the window, looking in the direction of Ning Fan's workstation, and snorted. "A useless son-in-law who was unwanted by the Young family, and a bottom-feeding ugly duckling who worked as a courier in my Tang family, trying to use my Tang family's influence to become a white swan? That's wishful thinking. The old man is getting old and prone to making foolish decisions, but I'm not." Obviously, Tang Sihai still had a problem with Ning Fan. His opinion of Ning Fan had not changed because of his medical skills. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon after the delivery. After riding the tricycle back to the courier station, Ning Fan rode off to work on a brand new electric moped, heading for the nearest pharmacy. The pharmacy was called Zhaoyuan Tang. It was very large and looked very luxurious. Phew! Ning Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the threshold of Zhaoyuan Tang. If it weren't for the 100,000 yuan he received yesterday and the bank card he received from Mr. Tang today, he wouldn't dare to come to a place like this. After all, good medicine and good needles are expensive. It costs a lot of money. "Dr. Ning?" As soon as he entered, Ning Fan heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Dr. Zhao, whom he had met at the Tang family's house at noon. "Dr. Zhao." Ning Fan nodded. "Why are you here?" Zhao Xingji smiled and said, "This afternoon, Dr. Ning left in a hurry and forgot to add me on WeChat, and also forgot to introduce me to the place where I will be staying in Jiangcheng." "That's a coincidence," Ning Fan said. Zhao Yuantang asked, "Dr. Ning, why are you here for a prescription?" "I plan to buy a pack of silver needles and some medicine." Ning Fan said, "I wonder if Dr. Zhao has any suitable silver needles for sale here?" "I don't have silver needles, but I think I have the medicine you need." Zhao Yuantang shook his head. "Oh, I see." Dr. Ning was a little disappointed. Such a big pharmacy doesn't even sell silver needles. At this time, Zhao Yuantang said, "Dr. Ning, although I don't sell silver needles here, I can lend you my silver needles. If you don't mind, I'll have someone get them for you." Chapter 23, Save Me Again. "Thank you very much." Ning Fan thanked him. It was quite easy to use Zhao Yuantang's silver needles at the Tang family. After all, he only needed to use them once to treat Qin Xiu, so it didn't matter if he could buy them or not. "Xiaoyu, go get my silver needles," Zhao Yuantang said. Soon, a young girl in a white nurse's uniform came out with a needle box in her hand. Her sweet voice rang out, "Grandpa, what do you need silver needles for?" Ning Fan looked at the girl, her delicate face with light makeup, giving a very fresh feeling. "This is Dr. Ning, he's borrowing the silver needles." Zhao Yuantang took the needle box and handed it to Ning Fan. Then he introduced Ning Fan, "Dr. Ning, this is my granddaughter Zhao Tiantian." Ning Fan nodded. He smiled at Zhao Tiantian and said, "Hello, Ning Fan." Zhao Tiantian looked at Ning Fan with surprise, her pretty face showing surprise. "Grandpa is the well-deserved doctor in Jiangcheng, and there is only one doctor in Jiangcheng. How come today, Grandpa mentioned a Dr. Ning?" If he were an old man, she might believe it. But Ning Fan is too young, and he is wearing a courier uniform. This is clearly a courier. How is he related to a doctor? This can't be a liar. "Right, Dr. Ning, what medicine do you need?" "I'll prepare it for you." Zhao Yuan Tang asked. Ningfan then told Zhao Yuan Tang the types of medicine he needed. Dr. Ning, please wait inside for a while. It will take some time to prepare and package the medicine, about 10 minutes. Zhao Yuan Tang invited Ningfan to wait in the waiting room of the pharmacy. Okay, thank you. As soon as Ningfan sat down, a voice came from outside the pharmacy, calling for help in a very anxious tone. Is the doctor here? Please come and save someone. Zhao Yuantang stopped taking medicine and turned to the door and walked quickly. He saw a group of people carrying a woman who was unconscious from outside and walking in. One of them said to Zhao Yuantang, Dr. Zhao, please save our sister Ya. Zhao Yuantang recognized the unconscious woman. It was Wang Ye. There are 8 districts in Jiangcheng, and each district has an underground world boss. This woman is the underground world boss of the 7th district. Don't look at her as a woman. But she is a ruthless person. What's going on? Zhao Yuantang didn't want to get into trouble by delaying Wang Ye's treatment, so he wanted to cure her immediately and let her leave. I don't know, Sister Ye suddenly fainted. Wang Ye's younger brother said in a panic. Doctor, please do your best to treat Sister Ye. Zhao Yuantang said in a deep voice, Tian Tian, push out the bed. Zhao Tian Tian immediately pushed the mobile bed over. After putting Wang Ye on the bed, Zhao Yuantang began to take her pulse to check her condition. Mr. Ning, can I use the silver needles first? Dr. Zhao asked Ningfan. Because he didn't know if Ningfan was happy about his medical status and was willing to show it off in front of people, so to be on the safe side, Zhao Yuantang did not call Ningfan a doctor. Ningfan handed Zhao Yuantang the silver needles. Zhao Yuantang then began to take the needles and insert them. After 13 silver needles were inserted, Wang Ye remained unconscious. There was no sign of her waking up. How could this be? Zhao Yuantang's face changed. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Doctor, how is my sister? The younger brother next to him asked in a low voice, seeing that Wang Ye had not woken up. Don't rush. Zhao Yuantang said. Grandpa is treating her at a critical moment, so don't speak casually. Urging him is likely to distract him, and once he is distracted, there is no way to save her. Suddenly, the younger brother next to him stopped talking. But their faces were very tense. After all, they are not fools. If there is nothing serious, Wang Ye should have woken up long ago. Now she is being treated by the famous Dr. Zhao in Jiangcheng. I hope nothing will happen. Zhao Tiantian's pretty face was also a bit nervous. If this woman is not cured, the pharmacy will be in big trouble. These people don't care about ethics. Suddenly, Zhao Yuantang gave up on the needles and stood up to ask for help from Ningfan. Mr. Ning, this patient is in a special situation. I don't know why, but it seems to be accelerating the loss of vitality in her body. Please use your acupuncture skills to save me again. Dr. Zhao, what do you mean? When Zhao Yuantang suddenly gave up on Wang Ye and asked for help from a delivery man, Wang Ye's brothers and sisters suddenly turned cold. What do they think of Ye? Anyone can touch her and stick needles in her? They took out soft knives from their waists. For a moment, the pharmacy was full of coldness. Grandpa, what are you? Zhao Tian didn't quite understand. Who is this person? Why should I save her? Ningfan said indifferently. Mr. Ning, this person is Sister Ye, the boss of the underground world in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. Her full name is Wang Ye, and she is a person who can be ranked in the underground world of Jiangcheng. Zhao Yuantang introduced. It's her. Ningfan was stunned. He didn't expect to meet Wang Hongli's sister Wang Ye so soon. And in this way. Mr. Ning knows Sister Ye? Zhao Yuantang was stunned. But the next second, he was relieved. People like Wang Ye may not be so conspicuous in the eyes of the Jiangcheng aristocracy, but if they are in the ears of ordinary people in Jiangcheng, especially people like Ningfan who do ordinary work, they should be the kind of people who can often be heard. After all, such people are related to the stability of ordinary people's lives. Fighting and collecting protection fees will affect stability. Therefore, ordinary people are unwilling to get involved with these people. Ningfan shook his head. I don't know them, but I've heard of them. Sister Ye is now in critical condition. Are you two playing a game with us? Wang Ye's younger brother said coldly again. If anything happens to Sister Ya, you'll have to wait for the funeral. Mr. Ning, on the basis of the benevolence of a doctor, don't be too particular about them and help me again. Zhao Yuan Tang was sweating profusely. In the future, if there is anything I can do for you in Zhangcheng, I will be more than happy to help. Good. Ning Fan agreed. Because he suddenly thought of a problem with his cultivation. Because the air was so thin, his cultivation was somewhat slow. He had been cultivating for a whole night yesterday, but he had not yet entered the realm of refining qi. To solve this problem, he found two methods in his father's records. The first method was to find a place with a strong aura. However, with his current abilities, he cannot find such a place. The second method is to find medicinal herbs that are relatively old. Chapter 24. What are you doing? This kind of medicinal herb contains a certain amount of spiritual energy. Perhaps one herb is not enough, but if you find a few more like it, it should be fine. But he doesn't know where to find such herbs. However, Zhao Yuan Tang, who has been a doctor in Jiangcheng for decades, definitely knows. This is why he is willing to help Zhao Yuan Tang now. Do you have a separate room here? Ning Fan asked. Yes. Zhao Yuan Tang nodded and said, Mr. Ning, what do you want to do? Her illness is a bit special, and she needs to be treated by removing her clothes. Ning Fan said truthfully. Kid, you're looking for death. The leading younger brother stared at Ning Fan, and his eyes flashed with cold light. You don't need to be agitated. Ning Fan said. The reason your boss fainted is because the snake venom hidden in her body has erupted. To make her wake up, we need to force all the toxins in her flesh and blood and meridians out. Otherwise, if the delay continues and the toxin enters her brain nerves, she will never wake up. After a burst of words, these people's pupils shrank. Some looked at Ning Fan in surprise. They couldn't understand how Ning Fan could tell that there was hidden snake venom in Ye's body without doing anything. 3 months ago, when Ye was shopping with the crow in the 6th district, the crow deliberately touched her skin with the venom of the king cobra and cut her skin. At the time, they hurriedly withdrew and went to the hospital for dialysis. They thought that everything was fine, but they didn't expect that there was still hidden snake venom in their bodies. So that's how it is. Zhao Yuan Tang was also stunned for a moment, and then he revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. No wonder his Lokyang acupuncture method not only failed to wake Wang Ya up, but also made her condition worse. Tian helped Mr. Ning push the patient in. Zhao Yuan Tang said. Okay. Zhao Tian was also a little surprised, because from the looks of these people, she could guess that the snake venom that Ning Fan said was probably true. But she also couldn't figure out how Ning Fan could tell. Could it be that this person is really a doctor? Is he even better than Grandpa? Although Wang Ya's group of little brothers were unwilling to let Ning Fan treat them, there was nothing they could do now. They could only glare at Ning Fan and say, Kid, if you dare to mess with Sister Ya's body during the treatment, you will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. If you delay any longer, you'd better prepare to buy a coffin for her. Ning Fan said coldly. Suddenly, these little brothers could only watch as Ning Fan followed Zhao Tian into the small room in the pharmacy. In the room, Zhao Tian fixed the bed and looked at Ning Fan, taking a deep breath and said, This patient is your problem. Ning Fan nodded and then looked at Wang Ya. I have to say that Wang Ya has a beautiful face. Her figure is also very good, with a protruding front and a round back, and no extra fat. Her skin is as white as snow. Such a beauty actually mixed in the underworld and took the position of the boss of the underworld in the 7th district of Jiangcheng. I'm sorry. Ning Fan looked at Wang Ya, who was unconscious, and whispered. Then he reached out and undid Wang Ya's clothes. Zhao Tiantian's face turned red and hot. Being alone in a room with a man, looking at the body of another beautiful woman, this feeling was a bit strange. Breathing was a bit short, and the body felt a bit hot. What are you doing? Zhao Tian suddenly changed her expression. She quickly grabbed Ning Fan's arm. Because Ning Fan was not using silver needles to treat her, but was directly placing his palm on Wang Ya's chest. Ning Fan looked at Zhao Tian and said, Most of the snake venom in her body has spread to her chest, pressing on her heart and lung nerves and affecting her breathing, causing her to faint. To make her wake up, we need to first get rid of some of the toxins. After saying this, Ning Fan broke free of Zhao Tiantian's hand, and then placed his right hand on the right side. Then he placed it on the left side. He performed massage on both sides at the same time. Zhao Tian wanted to say something, but she stopped talking. As Ningfan pushed down, a layer of black halo appeared on the top of Wang Ya's chest like white jade. Phew! Ningfan quickly pinched 2 silver needles and dropped them in the middle of the chest. The silver needles instantly turned black, and 2 streams of black liquid spurted out along the silver needles. Suddenly, the layer of black halo on the chest disappeared. Phew! Suddenly, Wang Ya, who had been breathing so weakly that you could barely hear her breathing, let out a heavy breath. But her eyes were still closed, and there was no sign of her waking up. Ningfan kept the Zijin divine eyes open and scanned Wang Ya's body, and found that there were traces of toxins in the flesh and meridians of other parts of Wang Ya's body. Although the amount was much less than the amount of toxins in this part of Wang Ya's chest, it was the key to Wang Ya not waking up. So, Ningfan began to practice his martial arts, and then used his hands to massage the rest of Wang Ya's body, keeping his palms full of spiritual energy. The direction of the massage was always towards her chest. After 6 rounds of massage, the snake venom in Wang Ya's body was completely cleansed. Her breathing rhythm also returned to normal. But she still hadn't woken up. After removing the 2 silver needles from her chest, Ningfan said to Zhao Tian, who was sweating profusely, "Put her clothes back on. The treatment is complete. She will wake up in a while." Okay. Zhao Tian nodded. Although Wang Ya had not yet woken up, she knew that Ningfan must have cured her, judging by the black toxin that had been discharged through the 2 silver needles. It was only a matter of time before Wang Ya woke up. After pushing Wang Ya out, her gang of younger brothers quickly came over. "How is Sister Ya?" the leading younger brother asked anxiously. "It's nothing," Ningfan said. "I've already removed all the toxins from her body, so she's fine." "You're fucking lying to fool a fool." The leading younger brother was furious when he saw that Wang Ya was still unconscious and hadn't woken up. "You went in for half an hour and her eyes still haven't opened. Is this what you mean by she's fine?" Cough cough. Suddenly, Wang Ya, who was unconscious, coughed slightly, and her tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Suddenly, the pharmacy was quiet. Wang Ya's brothers were all shocked. Although Zhao Tian had long known that it was only a matter of time before Wang Ya woke up, when she really saw her wake up, her heart was still quite shaken. Only Ningfan looked at Wang Ya's brothers with a cold expression. Chapter 25, Asshole. "Thank you, Dr. Ning, for saving me again." While everyone was in shock, Zhao Yuantang took a deep breath and bowed to Ningfan. If it weren't for Ningfan today, he would have died once in the Tang family. He would have died once in his own pharmacy. Death is not important. For a doctor, the most important thing is reputation. Phew! Zhao Yuantang let out a breath, feeling quite like he had survived a disaster. Zhao Tian looked at Ningfan with shocked eyes. Even his own grandfather, the famous doctor, was unable to solve the problem, but Ningfan, who was wearing a courier uniform and looked down upon by others, solved it without any difficulty. This is really a doctor. Sister Ya. After realizing what had happened, the group of young men surrounded Wang Ya. Wang Ya's body was a little weak, and after sitting up with difficulty, she looked around and immediately understood. She then said to Zhao Yuantang, "Thank you, Dr. Zhao." "It has nothing to do with me," Zhao Yuantang said. "It was all thanks to Dr. Ning that you were saved." "Him?" Wang Ya looked at Ningfan. Frowning slightly, she wondered how a little man in a courier uniform could have saved her. Before Zhao Yuantang could say anything, Ningfan suddenly interrupted, "Dr. Zhao, I need my medicine and your silver needles." Zhao Yuantang was stunned at first, but then he immediately remembered why Ningfan had come to the pharmacy. He felt ashamed that his own business had delayed Ningfan's time. He quickly wrapped the medicine with his granddaughter and handed the silver needle to Ningfan, saying, "Dr. Ning, I'm really sorry for wasting your time. When you have time, I will definitely thank you for saving my life twice." After that, Zhao Yuantang took out his mobile phone and said to Ningfan, "I don't know if it's convenient for Dr. Ning to add a WeChat account? If you need anything in the future, just tell me on WeChat, and I'll have Tian bring it to you." Okay. Ningfan nodded. It just so happened that there were a lot of people in the pharmacy right now, and it was inconvenient to talk about the demand for older medicinal materials. Tian, you can take Dr. Ning to the door," Zhao Yuantang said. Ningfan was not as simple as he appeared to be in his courier uniform, and Zhao Yuan Tang was very happy to have contact with him. Ning Fan turned and left immediately. He didn't even look at Wang Ye. Wang Ye looked at Ning Fan's back and frowned slightly. This man didn't even take a second look at her. It was as if she didn't even exist in his eyes. However, she had no idea that when Ning Fan was treating her, he had looked at her entire body, not to mention her. The baby warehouse had even experienced more than half an hour of massage under Ning Fan's hands. Wang Ye felt much better at this point, got off the mobile hospital bed, and said to Zhao Yuan Tang again, "Dr. Zhao, my little brothers just brought me here, and they may have been a little agitated. If they have offended you in any way, just tell me, and I will make them pay the price for offending you." Zhao Yuan Tang shook his head and said, "That's fine. Sister Ye, just go home and rest, and you'll be fine in a while." "Okay." Wang Ye nodded. She then left with her little brothers. After leaving the pharmacy, Wang Ye asked, "Are you sure that the person who just saved me was the one that the doctor said?" Wang Ye had two of the most honest and loyal subordinates. The leading subordinate, Jin Bao, was one of them. Jin Bao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Sister Ye, it was indeed him who saved you." "It's just that." "What is it?" Wang Ye turned her head and stared at Jin Bao, who was sweating profusely. "It's just that, the way he treated you was a bit special," Jin Bao said with a trembling voice. "Huh?" Wang Ye said coldly. "Don't leave me hanging. How did he treat me?" He told us to take off your clothes," Jin Bao said shakily. At that time, there was really no other way. "Sister Ye, he saw your problem at a glance, and Dr. Zhao couldn't cure you, so you specifically asked him for help. We had no choice but to watch him and Dr. Zhao's granddaughter push you on the bed to the small room to treat you for half an hour." "What?" Wang Ye was stunned. After a few seconds, Wang Ye's face was covered with frost. Because now she felt some swelling in her baby's warehouse, and she looked down slightly. She could see two handprints on the left and right warehouses through the gaps in her clothes. Suddenly, Wang Ye's body trembled. She couldn't imagine what kind of treatment she had experienced. Looking at the direction in which Zhao Tiantian sent Ning Fan away, she bit her lips tightly. "Bastard, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you." Jin Bao was shaking next to her, holding medicine and silver needles. Ning Fan didn't delay and went straight home. As soon as he arrived home, Xinqiu also returned from school. "Brother, you got off work so early today?" Xinqiu happily put down her school bag and held Ning Fan's hand, shaking it and saying, "Did you bring me anything good to eat?" Although she was only 16, Xinqiu had developed very well, and she was already showing signs of a beautiful woman. The parts of her body that should be there were also beginning to take shape. Holding Ning Fan's arm like this, it was inevitable that she would touch the parts that had developed. Ning Fan quickly pulled his arm out of Xinqiu's hands and reminded her, "You're not a little girl anymore. You've grown up, and I'm a boy too. We should learn to keep a proper distance and not be too intimate." "Oh." Xinqiu pouted. "What's the big deal?" Ning Fan rubbed Xinqiu's head and smiled. "I was in a hurry today, so I didn't buy you anything to eat, but I bought you silver needles to treat your illness, and Chinese medicine. You don't need to go to the hospital for a bypass operation, and I can also solve your heart problem." Looking at the silver needle box and medicinal herbs on the table, Xinqiu was stunned and asked, "Brother, where did you learn this from?" "This is not a traditional Chinese medicine prescription." Ning Fan opened the needle box and said, "You'll know in a moment. By the way, do you have any discomfort in your heart today?" "A little, but not strong." Xinqiu shook his head and asked, "Brother, how are you going to treat me?" Suddenly, Ning Fan was stunned. Then, his whole face turned red and hot. Because in order to solve Xinqiu's heart problem, a set of acupuncture methods from the Supreme Medical Sutra will be used. It is called the acupuncture to remove the locking yang. 6 silver needles are placed at fixed points on the affected area of the patient's body, surrounding the area and eradicating the stubborn illness inside. At the same time, the vitality is not damaged. However, there is a prerequisite for the application of needles: the area to be treated must not be covered by clothing. Chapter 26, The Sound is So Nice. If he were facing someone else, he would not have any problems with this treatment method. But the key is that he is now treating Xinqiu. It's his own sister. How can this be? For a moment, he couldn't overcome the psychological barrier and didn't know how to answer Qin Xiu. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red." Qin Xiu asked, while placing her palm on Ningfan's forehead. "Oh, it's so hot." "Brother, are you having a fever?" "I'm fine." Ningfan took Qin Xiu's hand away and said, "Then why is it so hot? Is it possible to be nervous?" Ningfan asked. "Yes." Qin Xiu nodded. "Brother, how can I cooperate with you?" "No, take some medicine first and let your body recover." Ningfan still couldn't get past that hurdle, so he decided to let Qin Xiu take some medicine first. Although he couldn't completely eradicate the disease in his heart, he could still alleviate and suppress it with the medicine passed down from his father. "Oh, okay. Then I'll take some medicine first." Qin Xiu blinked. Ningfan nodded and then went to make some medicine for Qin Xiu. Just as he finished brewing the medicine, Qin Xiu had not yet had a chance to drink it when Ningfan's mobile phone rang. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, almost time for his appointment with Tang Chuchu. Looking at the incoming call on his phone, it turned out to be a WeChat voice call from Zhao Yuan Tang. "Dr. Ning, thank you so much today." When the call was connected, it was Zhao Yuantang's voice on the other end. "I don't know when Dr. Ning will have time, but I would like to invite you to dinner." "No need for dinner, just do me a favor," Ning Fan said. "Dr. Ning, if you have any problems, just tell me. If I can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Zhao Yuantang immediately said, "If I can't do it, I will hire someone to do it. I need you to help me find some old medicinal herbs." Ning Fan said. "How old do you need the medicinal herbs to be?" "Probably those medicinal herbs again." Zhao Yuantang asked. "Other things, I may not be good at in front of Dr. Ning, but in terms of finding medicinal herbs, I, Zhao Yuantang, am definitely not bad. I have been running this pharmacy for decades, and I personally go to the market to select every medicinal herb. As long as there are medicinal herbs in the world, I can find them for Dr. Ning. There are no restrictions on medicinal herbs, but mainly the age. I need some medicinal herbs that are 1,000 years old." "Can you find them?" Ning Fan asked. 1,000-year-old medicinal herb? Zhao Yuantang was stunned. Then he said with some embarrassment, "Dr. Ning, I don't want to lie to you, but this kind of medicinal herb of this age is basically impossible to find. Even if it is born, it will be taken away by those powerful families at a high price, and it will not circulate in the market at all. I don't know what Dr. Ning needs this kind of medicinal herb for." Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuantang hurriedly explained, "Dr. Ning, don't misunderstand me. I asked about the effect to see if there are other medicinal herbs of the same age, with roughly the same effect, that can be used as a substitute. Can you find medicinal herbs of the 500th grade?" Ning Fan didn't care and asked again. "Although this level of medicine will not be circulated in the market, if you ask around, you should have a chance with a little effort." Zhao Yuantang was embarrassed on the other end of the phone, his face flushed and hot. He had originally vowed to help Ning Fan and repay him first. However, he didn't expect that Ning Fan's 2 consecutive requests would be beyond his ability to satisfy. 100-year-old grade? Ning Fan asked again. "I need wild ones, not cultivated ones." "There is no chance of getting a 1,000-year-old or 500-year-old herb, so I can only turn my attention to the 100-year-old wild herbs. There are also many cultivated herbs at this level. Although the age is higher, it is far from wild, and it has absorbed enough of the essence of heaven and earth. I can find this." Zhao Yuantang's eyes immediately lit up. "Okay." Ning Fan nodded. "No matter what type of this medicinal herb, as long as it reaches the 100-year grade, you can help me collect it first, and I will give you the money later." On the way home, Ning Fan checked the card that Mr. Tang gave him today. He didn't check it, but he was shocked when he checked it. There was actually 1 million in cash inside. At the time, he called Mr. Tang to return it, but the other person didn't want it. He said that this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. A drop in the bucket, in exchange for a life, is worth it. Immediately, Ning Fan did not forcefully return it. After all, the other party had already said so much. Therefore, Ning Fan now has the confidence to ask Zhao Yuantang to help him collect more 100-year-old medicinal herbs. "Okay, I'll go do it now." Zhao Yuantang nodded. As soon as the two of them had finished talking, another call came in, from Tang Chuchu. Ning Fan, I'm downstairs at your house, come down quickly. On the phone, Tang Chuchu's beautiful voice came through. Okay. Ning Fan nodded, and just after hanging up the phone, Xinqiu suddenly came up and asked curiously. Brother, who is this sister on the phone? Her voice is so nice. Could it be that you found me a new sister-in-law? Chapter 27, It's Yours. Ning Fan's face flushed, and he felt a little embarrassed. A girl like Tang Chuchu, a divorced man like himself, how could he possibly be worthy of her? So he lightly patted Xinqiu's nose and said, focus more on your studies. You'll be entering your third year of high school soon. Also, drink your medicine while it's still hot, and get some rest. Your brother has some business to attend to tonight, so he'll be going out. Oh. Xinqiu innocently blinked her eyes. Ning Fan then changed his clothes and went out. As soon as he walked downstairs, he saw the pink Porsche 911. Ning Fan. Over here. The car door opened and Tang Chuchu got out of the car. Tang Chuchu was dressed up tonight and looked very beautiful. Her long hair, like a waterfall, was hanging behind her, and she was wearing a slim-fitting evening dress that highlighted every inch of her body perfectly, without a single flaw. Especially the pair of slender, snow-white legs under the dress, which made people tremble with excitement. With a delicate light makeup, the whole person looked like a princess who had just stepped out of a picture scroll. Boom! After getting into the car, Tang Chuchu drove off with Ning Fan at full throttle. I heard you have a younger sister? Tang Chuchu asked while driving. Ning Fan nodded, puzzled, how did you know? My dad investigated you before. Tang Chuchu said. But don't be angry, Grandpa has already scolded him. Ning Fan nodded. In the Tang family, Tang Chuchu and the old man Tang Guoqiang were all right with him, so he didn't care about Tang Sihai's bad treatment of him. After all, someone like him suddenly broke into a family like the Tang family, and if he were someone from another family, he would probably investigate him as well. He wouldn't let someone who he had never met before and had only heard of walk into the family and get so close to his daughter without knowing why. Why didn't you bring your sister to this party tonight? Tang Chuchu asked. I still want to get to know her. She has to get up early to go to school tomorrow, so it's not suitable for her to play outside for too long at night. Ning Fan said. This place is too rundown. When I just parked, I saw a lot of thugs around here. I don't think it's good for your sister to go to school and back. Tang Chuchu said. I have a house that has been empty for a long time, so I'll give it to you. You and your sister can live there. The area is safe and you don't have to worry about your sister if you're alone at night. Tang Chuchu opened the small box next to the driver's seat and handed Ning Fan a key. Ning Fan originally wanted to refuse, but then thought about the place where he and his sister lived. It was fine in the morning, and he would always take her to school by bike. At night, sometimes I come home late from work, and she comes home by herself. Now she is not a little girl anymore, she is a tall and graceful young lady. There are indeed many rascals here, although nothing has happened yet, there is no guarantee that some excessive rascals will come here in the future. Although I have a little money now, I need to spend it on buying old medicinal herbs, and I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money. I don't have any extra money at all. I want to change my environment and live in a house with better security. So I agreed. When I have money to buy a house in the future, I will give the house back to Tang Chuchu. After receiving the key, Ning Fan said, thank you. Puh, what's there to thank for? It's just a house. I don't live there anyway, and it's just sitting there empty. You saved my grandfather twice, so even if I give you half of the Tang family's property, my grandfather won't object. Tang Chuchu laughed. At this time, Ning Fan saw the words on the key clearly. It was the key to a villa on Hidden Dragon Island. The villa area on Hidden Dragon Island is the best house in the entire Jiangcheng. The people who live here are basically either rich or noble, people with a face. Ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to live here, let alone enter the island community. This house is too valuable, you should take it back. Ning Fan took a deep breath and handed the key back to Tang Chuchu. Compared to my grandfather's life, this is too cheap. Tang Chuchu did not take it and continued to say, giving you this house is actually what my grandfather told me to do. Grandpa said that if you don't take it, then in the future, don't let me get too close to you. Okay. Ningfan helplessly took back the key. By the way, Miss Tang, I want to ask you something. What is it? Tang Chuchu asked. You can ask me anything, there is nothing I don't know in Jiangcheng. Do you know where to buy those old medicinal herbs? It's best to be 300 or 400 years old, or even 500 years old. Ningfan said. Tang Chuchu was stunned and asked in confusion, what do you need this kind of medicinal herb for? I need it. Ningfan replied. If it's only 100 years old, it's actually quite easy to find. You can find it through Dr. Zhao, but there won't be too many. Tang Chuchu thought for a moment and said. It's difficult to find anything over 100 years old, and you can't find anything over 500 years old. You can't find anything over 200 or 300 years old, or even 400 or 500 years old. These herbs are all collected by rich people. My family actually has a wild ginseng that's 300 years old. But this afternoon, in order to help Grandpa recover faster, I made him a soup to drink. Ningfan was a little disappointed. But his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, where did you get this wild ginseng? I went to the auction with Grandpa and bid on it. Tang Chuchu's eyes lit up. Right, you need this. I can take you to the auction in Jiangcheng right now. There are a lot of good things here, both legal and illegal. Some even have to auction off their family treasures in order to survive. It's almost 9 o'clock, and your party is about to start. It's not convenient to go to the auction house now. Ningfan said. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, the party doesn't start until 9:40. It's only 8:20 now. If we go to the Jiangcheng auction house, it will start at 8:30 and last for only an hour. After an hour, we can rush to the party. Okay, thank you. Ningfan thanked him. The Jiangcheng auction house requires a capital verification. Although he has never been inside, as a courier, he is familiar with the rules of every place in Jiangcheng. If he goes alone, he will not be able to enter. But if Tang Chuchu takes him, it will be much more convenient. It's fine. Tang Chuchu smiled sweetly. With another kick of the accelerator, the car changed course and headed straight for the Jiangcheng auction house. Chapter 28, Spirit Essence. In less than 10 minutes, in 8 minutes, Tang Chuchu arrived at the Jiangcheng auction house parking lot with Ningfan. There were luxury cars everywhere. The people who got out of the car were all dressed up, and they were not ordinary people at a glance. Obviously, those who could come here were basically people with some status, position, and money in Jiangcheng. Tang Chuchu asked Ningfan to get out of the car first and wait for her here while she parked the car. As soon as Ningfan got out of the car, his brows furrowed. He had run into two people who made him feel bad. They were Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei. You're really an interesting person, Ningfan. Yang Qiqi also noticed Ningfan at this time and sneered. You weren't very arrogant during the day, but now you want me to regret it? Why are you following me shamelessly? Do you want to ask me to forgive you and get back together with me? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Where do you get the face? Ningfan said coldly. If he wasn't going to the auction to buy old medicinal herbs, he would have turned around and left when he saw these two. Ningfan, don't try to argue. Yang Qiqi sneered, I know better than anyone how much you like me. I know how you used to lick dogs. I also know how unhappy you were when I was with Chen Xiao. It's just that you were too embarrassed to ask me for help because of the way you treated me during the day, so you followed me secretly, hoping to find a place where no one was around to ask me for help, so you could preserve your dignity as a man. You're so ugly, he would only follow you and beg you if he were blind. Tang Chuchu, who had parked the car, walked over from afar. You, Yang Qiqi, subconsciously wanted to refute. But when she saw Tang Chuchu walk over to Ningfan and take his hand, she couldn't say a word. Because in front of Tang Chuchu, her appearance and figure, which she was so proud of, were like a flickering firefly. They were nothing compared to the bright moon. Deep down, she couldn't help but feel inferior. Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and looked back at Ningfan. She couldn't argue with Tang Chuchu, so she could only find a sense of existence in Ningfan. Ningfan, it will never work out between us. Yang Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, do you know why I'm here with Chen Xiao today? Because there will be a set of 3 gold items from a European noble family up for auction here tonight, including a ring, necklace, and earrings. Chen Xiao is going to bid for me because we will be having a grand wedding in 15 days. At that time, you will be the most miserable, and you will regret not having a good grasp of me. Ningfan did not respond, and Tang Chuchu laughed directly. Marrying and buying second-hand gold? It's really a match for a second-hand woman like you. You. Yang Qiqi's face flushed. Chen Wei's face also suddenly looked difficult. The two were very angry, but they didn't know how to refute it. Ningfan, let's go in. Tang Chuchu immediately took Ningfan into the venue under the extremely hateful gaze of the two. Less than 2 minutes after entering, the auction began. More than 20 items were auctioned off in one go, but none of them were the medicinal herbs that Ningfan wanted. Phew. Ningfan let out a sigh. It seems that it is not so easy to get the long-aged medicinal herbs at the Jiangqing auction house. But just when Ningfan no longer had any hope, his eyes suddenly lit up. Because the item being auctioned off now, although it is not a medicinal herb, is just a red jade. But in this jade, Ningfan saw, through the purple gold divine eye, a small fingernail-sized liquid that was the color of milk. Suddenly, Ningfan's breathing became rapid. On the first floor of the 9-story glass tower, he had seen an introduction to the spiritual power within the body of a cultivator. Spiritual power is the essence of the world, and cultivators absorb it into their bodies using their cultivation methods, transforming it into spiritual power that flows through their bodies, causing changes and improvements in their physical fitness. The important role of spiritual energy for cultivators is like the role of oxygen for ordinary people. If you want to survive and improve, you must use spiritual energy to cultivate. In addition to the gaseous form, there are several other forms of spiritual energy. One is the mist form, and the other is the liquid form. Regardless of the form, it is denser and purer than the gaseous form of spiritual energy. Because only the purer and denser the spiritual energy, the form of spiritual energy will change. The starting price for this jade was 800,000. The auctioneer announced the price at this time. Ningfan, who had originally wanted to participate in the auction, was suddenly stunned, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. It is really difficult to cultivate immortals in this world. The air is so thin that it doesn't hesitate to encounter a jade containing spirit liquid, and the starting price for the auction is 800,000. How much will this final transaction price be? Ningfan didn't dare to think about it. 1 million. But just when Ningfan was a little disappointed, Tang Chuchu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly participated in the auction. This caused many people in the auction hall to look at each other. Although 1 million is nothing to people of their level, no one's money comes from the wind. This piece of jade is the size of an egg. At best, it's worth 1 million. If you force the price up, it won't be good for anyone. So when Tang Chuchu entered the auction room by directly raising the price by 200,000, there weren't many people who followed suit. However, there were still a few people, but the price increase was not significant. When the price finally reached around 1.2 million, it was almost over. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer the gavel and announce the result, a familiar male voice suddenly came from the public area of the auction hall. 1,250,000. It was Chen Wei. Because Yang Qiqi liked the color of this jade. In order to make his woman happy, Chen Wei was willing to spend a lot of money. Tang Chuchu, who was sitting in a private box, saw this man suddenly make a move, and her pretty face immediately turned cold. She said coldly, 1.5 million. Chen Wei frowned and looked in the direction of the private box, gritting his teeth and saying, 1.5 million. Since he had promised to get Yang Qiqi this jade, he had to get it. He knew that when he had just spoken to Yang Qiqi with such conviction, the people around him had all looked at him. If he didn't get it, it would be a slap in the face. 3 million. At this moment, Tang Chuchu's bid made Ningfan's face sweat profusely. He knew that Tang Chuchu had seen that he wanted this jade. So he participated in the auction, wanting to take it down and give it to himself. But for such a piece of jade, after the last few rounds of bidding, he had also roughly seen that the price of 1.2 million was almost the limit. Now the bid has reached 3 million, which is almost 3 times the price, making him feel that it is not worth it. Chapter 29. How is it? You. Chen Wei's head was buzzing. He didn't have the money to bid 3 million for a jade the size of an egg. The money he had with him tonight wasn't enough for such extravagance. If he continued bidding, he wouldn't be able to win the 3 gold items from Europe tonight. Thinking about this, Chen Wei could only grit his teeth and give up. Honey, I wanted Yang Qiqi didn't want to give up and pouted at Chen Wei. This jade is not worth 3 million. I'll go find a friend to get you some jade like this. If we bid on the 3 gold pieces tonight, we can use it to prepare for our wedding. Chen Wei said in a low voice. If we spend all the money here, we won't have a chance to get the 3 gold pieces. Do you want this jade or a grand wedding in 15 days? Okay, I want the wedding. Yang Qiqi had to give up even if she liked it. Soon, the jade was sent to Tang Chuchu's box. Here, it's for you. Tang Chuchu placed the jade in front of Ningfan. Seeing the jade, Ningfan's breathing became slightly rapid. 3 million for a jade the size of an egg. He didn't quite understand how a rich woman like Tang Chuchu could think like that. It's too precious. Ningfan then smiled bitterly. You've given me a villa and 3 million in jade. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay you in a short time. You don't have to pay it back. You saved my grandfather twice, and that's enough for the Tang family to be good to you for the rest of your life. Tang Chuchu said softly, but if you really want to pay it back, it's not impossible to do so in a short time. How? Ningfan asked subconsciously. Tang Chuchu turned her head and blinked her eyes like black grapes, and said, how about being with me and becoming the Tang family's son-in-law? Ah. Ningfan was stunned. He was stunned, and he didn't expect Tang Chuchu to be so direct in flirting with him. Since he had become aware of things, this was the first woman to flirt with him. Although he was a little confused, he didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. He couldn't put this feeling into words. Pop. Seeing Ningfan's stunned expression and flushed face, Tang Chuchu burst out laughing. Ningfan, you're even more shy than a girl. Forget it, if you don't want to, I won't tease you anymore. After Tang Chuchu said this last sentence, Ningfan regretted it. Which man wouldn't want to be with an outstanding girl like Tang Chuchu? He was too stupid to have missed the opportunity to be with her. But at that moment, Tang Chuchu suddenly turned her head and looked at Ningfan. Her big eyes blinked and she said, although you didn't agree to me just now, when are you willing to be with me? Tell me and I will definitely agree to you. Suddenly, Ningfan's regret disappeared. His body trembled slightly. Miss Tang, this jade will satisfy some of my needs tonight, so I don't have to wait to see if there are any old medicinal herbs. Ningfan said after putting away the jade. Let's go, it's almost 9 o'clock. It will take some time to get to the place where you are holding the party. It's too rushed, not good. Tang Chuchu was about to nod and prepare to take Ningfan away. But at this time, the auctioneer's voice rang out again. The next item up for auction is a set of 3 gold jewelry worn by the Queen of Europe. It has strong collectible and practical value, and the starting price is 1 million. So Tang Chuchu stopped Ningfan from leaving and said, wait. Chapter 30, then I'll give it to you. What's going on? Ningfan asked, confused. Tang Chuchu had not returned yet, and a voice that Ningfan was familiar with came from outside the box. 1,100,000. Chen Wei is the first to bid. He raised the bid by 100,000 yuan, which was a sure sign that he wanted to win the 3 gold jewelry. 1,150,000. 1,200,000. Soon, there were more and more bidders. The final price hovered around 1.7 million yuan. There were fewer and fewer bidders. The bid increments were also getting smaller and smaller, and each bid, which had started at 100,000, had become several thousand. 1.8 million. Chen Wei's voice suddenly sounded loudly again. He added tens of thousands at a time. Suddenly, the auction hall fell silent, and no one bid anymore. Seeing this, Chen Wei hugged Yang Qiqi with his right hand and smiled with great satisfaction on his face. I said I would get you this set of 3 gold pieces for our wedding, and I will definitely do it. Husband, you are so good to me. Yang Qi leaned against Chen Wei's shoulder like a little bird. He is much better than that waste bin Ningfan. Just as Chen Wei was smiling and waiting for the auctioneer to announce the result, Tang Chuchu suddenly said coldly, 300 million. All eyes turned to look at them at once. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi's eyes also turned and shot over. They both heard the voice. Isn't this the person who just competed with them for the jade? Then the two of them looked a little worse. They just spent 3 million to snatch the jade they liked, and now they're bidding 3 million more to snatch the 3 golds they liked before they even got to the auction hall. This is really going out of their way to make things difficult for them. When did they offend someone who could be in the auction hall's private room? Why are you bidding on this? In the private room, Ningfan asked in confusion. To make them unhappy. Tang Chuchu said. So, I don't want them to get too happy. Ningfan smiled wryly. It's really good to be rich. If you're unhappy, you can spend a few million to vent your anger, and you won't even blink an eye. 3,100,000. Chen Wei grit his teeth. This bid exceeded his budget, but in order to save face, he couldn't let the same person slap him in the face twice in front of young Chi-Chi at the auction today, so he had to raise the bid. 4 million. Tang Chuchu raised the bid again. Suddenly, the auction hall fell silent, not understanding what Tang Chuchu was doing. Although this set of 3 golds came from the royal family of Europe, its actual value is not that high, and the price cap is 2 million. I didn't expect it to go up to 3 million first, and then to 4 million. What is this for? Damn! Chen Wei cursed. He thought Tang Chuchu was a lunatic. But he didn't dare to directly curse openly. Those who could enter the Jiangcheng auction house's private room were not ordinary people, but VIPs of the venue. If he dared to curse directly now, he would be kicked out the next second. Yang Chi-Chi was very angry. She couldn't bear to see the 2 things she liked tonight being snatched away. She couldn't hold back her anger and cooed in Chen Wei's arms. Hubby, you must help me bid for them. Not just for me, but for your face too. From the sound of her voice, she must be a bitch. She's raised your bid twice. Chen Wei snorted, and the anger in his heart suddenly flared up. He said coldly, don't worry. I'll definitely bid for this set of 3 golds for you. Then he bid again, 4.1 million. 5 million. Tang Chuchu bid again. It was like a thick slap in the face, making Chen Wei's face flush and unable to speak for a long time. When the eyes in the venue looked at Chen Wei only felt the temperature on his face suddenly rise. It was embarrassing. Chen Wei had been pampered since childhood, and he couldn't stand such embarrassment. I'll add 1 million directly. I have to save my face. 7 million. Tang Chuchu said indifferently. 8 million. Chen Wei directly broke free of Yang Chi-Chi's hand and lost his mind. Oh. Tang Chuchu said indifferently, a set of 3 golds worth a maximum of 2 million, you big unlucky person is willing to take it for 8 million, it seems that you like second-hand 3 golds, with a second-hand woman, then I'll give it to you. Chen Wei was stunned. Yang Chi-Chi, who had been so proud of herself because Chen Wei had raised the price to 8 million, was also stunned. Chapter 31, What Are You Pretending to Be? The 2 of them felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured down on them. You raised the price maliciously to rip me off? Chen Wei's voice trembled, his body shaking, and his anger was hard to hide. Did I force you to bid? You have no money, so what are you pretending to be? Tang Chuchu opened the privacy protection device in the box and revealed her face. Chen Wei and Yang Chi-Chi were stunned again. They didn't expect that it was Tang Chuchu and Ningfan in the box. It was this bitch. Yang Chi-Chi cursed. Hubby, this trash and this bitch are really bastards, they're ripping us off. We don't want to pay 8 million for something that's been maliciously bid up. Don't give a damn. Chen Wei gritted his teeth and cursed, if we don't pay, we won't see the sun tomorrow. Yang Chi-Chi originally thought Chen Wei was exaggerating, but the next second, she felt a cold light shooting from every dark corner of the auction house. Suddenly, a chill ran down her back, and she didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. In the end, the 2 could only stare at Tang Chuchu with gritted teeth, and Ningfan left. They could only put together the money with tears and put the car they had brought here tonight to make up the 8 million. Isn't that Ningfan and that bitch? When Yang Chi-Chi and Chen Wei came out of the auction house, Tang Chuchu had just driven out of the parking lot. Ningfan had just gotten into the car, and the window had not been closed yet. Chen Wei directly blocked the exit, staring at Tang Chuchu, who was driving over, and coldly said, Miss, aren't you being a bit too much tonight? Because Chen Wei knew that the people who could bid in the Jiangcheng auction house's private room were not simple, either rich or of high status. Therefore, he still had a lot of anger in his heart, but he could only bite his teeth and restrain himself from questioning Tang Chuchu. Boom! Tang Chuchu was too lazy to respond, so she just pressed the accelerator to the floor. The pink Porsche immediately roared with a huge engine, and it rushed directly towards Chen Wei and Yang Chi-Chi, who were blocking the way. The 2 of them were scared and immediately hid to the sides. The exhaust fumes from the car sprayed the 2 of them in a messy manner. Yang Qiqi's makeup was ruined. She took out her compact mirror and glared at the departing pink Porsche, shouting, "You stupid bitch, what are you pretending to be? You think you're so great because you can drive a Porsche in the VIP room? Who knows how many times you've slept with some old man to get into the VIP room and buy a car with his money? You shameless slut, you dared to hit us." Chen Wei's face was also extremely ugly. But he didn't curse. Because of Tang Chuchu's collision, many eyes were shot at them, making them lose face. Hurry up and pull Yang Qiqi away. Staying here for one more second would be losing face for one more second. Honey, can't we just let this go? After leaving the Jiangcheng auction, Yang Qiqi couldn't swallow this and gritted her teeth. Today, we lost face twice on the bitch next to Ning Fan's trash. Of course we won't let it go like this. Chen Wei said coldly. Ning Fan is a waste, he can't possibly know any powerful family heiresses. I think this woman is also a bitch who relies on older men, taking their money and resources to play around with young men. The circle of young men in Jiangcheng is basically known to the big bosses, and this bitch is basically afraid that the matter will come to light and she will have no source of income, so she has found a waste like Ning Fan to make do with for a while. Even if this waste knows a powerful family heiress, I wouldn't believe that she would like such a waste. That's right. Yang Qiqi nodded. Even I don't like him, let alone others? Unless others are blind. Chen Wei nodded. When we get to the party organized by Miss Tang later, after getting acquainted with those people, take out the pictures of this bitch and ask them if they know which big boss in our Jiangcheng this bitch is raised by. I want her to regret provoking me. Chapter 32, Haunting. Meanwhile, at Tang's hotel. A pink Porsche was parked at the hotel entrance. Tang Chuchu had arranged this party here. After entering the hotel, Tang Chuchu took a call and asked Ning Fan to sit on the sofa in the lounge area of the party hall, and then came to introduce Ning Fan to some of her friends. There was a problem with the preparations for tonight's party at the hotel. As the initiator of the party, she needed to solve it. Okay, you go ahead. Ning Fan sat down. Tang Chuchu left, and a taxi stopped outside the hotel entrance, and a man and a woman got out. It was Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi. Hubby, when you find out who that bitch is, you must teach her a lesson. And that loser Ning Fan, he'll have to pay too. Yang Qiqi hugged Chen Wei's arm, her voice sweet and her eyes angry. It was that bitch and that loser Ning Fan who made us suffer so much. Chen Wei said coldly, of course, tonight I will make Jiangcheng unbearable for these two people. Immediately, Chen Wei took out the 2 invitations he had obtained and took Yang Qiqi into the Tang Hotel. Chen Xiao. As soon as they entered, a voice of surprise sounded, "You are also here to attend the party organized by Miss Tang." Chen Wei glanced over and saw the person, Wang Kai. The eldest son of the Wang group, in Jiangcheng, is about the same status as the Chen family. However, nowadays, with the arrival of the Zhang family's eldest daughter in Jiangcheng, everything is different, and Wang Kai has no choice but to flatter him. How can I not come to a party organized by Miss Tang? Chen Wei smiled, otherwise, I would be giving her face. The Tang family's status in Jiangcheng is still very high. The Tang group under its name is involved in all walks of life. Among them, Tang's Express has achieved the first place in the ranking of express companies in Jiangbei province. Chen Xiao is really modest. Wang Kai laughed and said with envy, nowadays, who in Jiangcheng doesn't know that your Chen family has climbed onto the lap of the Zhang family in the provincial capital and is about to cooperate with the Zhang family in the provincial capital to develop a project worth 1 billion? After this project is developed, your family's strength will naturally skyrocket. He leaned over to Chen Wei and whispered, at that time, your family will probably enter the provincial capital and sit on an equal footing with the Tang family. Who will dare to disrespect your family? Chen Wei was very satisfied with Wang Kai's flattery. He patted his shoulder and smiled proudly, don't worry, at that time, I won't forget you, and I will leave you Wang family a sip of soup. Hearing this, Wang Kai's eyes lit up, that's great, thank you, Chen Gu. A few days ago, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family in the provincial capital, Zhang Ruxue, came to Jiangcheng to announce the development of a billion-dollar project, and after meeting Chen Wei's father, Chen Nianji, by name, everyone thought that Zhang Ruxue was going to give the cooperation project to the Chen family. After that, Chen Wei was very high-profile in promoting this matter in Jiangcheng, so much so that now the entire Jiangcheng knows that the Chen family is going to cooperate with the Zhang family in the provincial capital. How did he get in? Suddenly, Yang Qiqi exclaimed, this is a party organized by the eldest daughter of the Tang family. It is said that the party is very strict about the invitations issued. Without a background, or a background of tens of millions of liquid capital, this waste is nothing more than trash that I don't want. Looking at the figure of Ningfan sitting on the sofa in the lounge area of the hall, Yang Qiqi's eyes were full of disbelief. She only got in here by Chenwei's light, but why did this waste Ningfan get in here? What bad luck! Chenwei's face was not good either. How can I run into this waste anywhere? Shengu, what's wrong? Wang Kai also looked at Ningfan and asked, did that kid provoke you? Chenwei sneered, that's the Yang family's useless son-in-law, your sister-in-law's ex-husband. He's been licking your sister-in-law like a dog for years, paying for her tuition for years, and although he's been married to her, he hasn't even touched a single strand of her hair. So it's this loser. Wang Kai was surprised. No wonder your sister-in-law and you were both surprised to see this loser here. This loser probably saw you and your sister-in-law outside and took advantage of your reputation to get in. That's possible. Although this loser is useless, he really knows how to suck up. He was just kicked out by your sister-in-law and immediately found a new mistress. Chenwei nodded. At the auction in Jiangcheng, he and that bitch conned me out of 8 million to buy the 3 golds. 8 million? Wang Kai exclaimed, this amount is definitely not small. Although the Wang family is rich, the liquid capital they can take out is only tens of millions. It is absolutely impossible for him to take out 8 million to buy the 3 golds. However, Chenwei was able to take it out, which further shows that the Chen and Zhang families must have agreed to cooperate. Otherwise, Chen Nianji would never have allowed Chenwei to do such a thing. How would he know that if Chenwei didn't take out this money, he would have been dismembered by the auctioneer? Immediately, Wang Kai said, Shengu, this bitch can't be easily let go, she has to be punished. Chenwei nodded. This bitch is quite pretty and looks rich. I think she is the mistress of a big boss in Zhangcheng. I took her picture at the time. After the party starts, I will get to know the others and ask them if they know which big boss raised this bitch. I want her to die under the wrath of the big boss. You piece of trash, can you stop following me around like a ghost? At this point, Yang Qiqi stepped forward, pointed at Ningfan, and scolded, I'm already in the past with you, you delivery guy, so don't be delusional, understand? Didn't you climb onto a smelly bitch? Keep hugging her leg, what's the point of following me? Also, don't use my reputation and my husband's to get into places like this. With your background and abilities, you're not qualified to be here. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself. The Yang and Shen families have such a big reputation that they can just use your reputation to get into this kind of gathering? Why are you so arrogant? Ningfan looked at Yang Qiqi, first a little surprised, not expecting the two of them to come to Tang Chuchu's party tonight, and then sneered. The words on your lips, Yang Qiqi, were immediately shut down by a retort. A few seconds later, Yang Qiqi sneered again, you're a waste of space. You're not at home taking care of your sick, dying sister, and you have the nerve to come out and play. She also felt that Wang Kai's analysis just now was reasonable. It must be that Ningfan, this waste of space, saw her and Chenwei come in at the door and used their reputation to get in. Otherwise, how could a delivery boy like him get in? Pop. The next second, a loud slap resounded. Chapter 33, She is Tang Chuchu. Chenwei was stunned. Yang Qiqi was stunned, covering her swollen and red-side face. Over the years, Ningfan had always listened to her and treated her like a little princess. When would he slap her like this? Ningfan. The next moment, Yang Qiqi's face twisted and she roared, are you crazy? Do you know who my husband is? He is the eldest son of the Chun group in Jiangcheng, and he is a big shot who was personally invited by the eldest daughter of the Tang family to come here. Who gave you the qualification to slap me in the face, you low-level trash who came in under false pretenses? Soon, the commotion here attracted the attention of many people. The guests around looked at Ningfan and Yang Qiqi with strange expressions. From their looks, they could see that Ningfan's clothes were all from the street stalls. When did someone like him manage to sneak into a party organized by the Tang family's eldest daughter? And he even dared to slap the wife of the Chen family's eldest son? It's going to be an interesting show. You have a foul mouth. Ningfan shook his hand and sneered, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Grandpa Yang, so that you won't cause him trouble after you leave. His younger sister Qinxiu is his taboo. No one can humiliate her. You. Yang Qiqi was furious, but she knew she couldn't beat Ningfan, so she gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, are you just going to watch me get beaten up?" Chen Wei pointed his finger at Ningfan and threatened him, "Ningfan, I'm giving you a chance to kneel down and apologize to my Qiqi, otherwise I'll use the power of the Chen family to make you have nowhere to go in Jiangcheng. No one will dare to hire you." If Chen Wei had said this a few days ago, Ningfan might have been scared. But now, what is he? Ha ha. Brother Chen, this piece of trash doesn't need you to get involved. Wang Kai sneered and said proudly, "Let me, a black belt in Taekwondo, take care of him." Wow. A black belt in Taekwondo? No one expected that Wang Kai would have such strength. For a moment, everyone looked at Ningfan with pity in their eyes. Gee. This kid is going to be in trouble. Kid. Wang Kai said disdainfully, "It's your honor that I can teach you a lesson. Next, I'll let you know how unworthy you are of your sister-in-law." Swish. As he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in place, his right leg raised, the cold wind fierce. This leg carried a tremendous amount of power. Everyone thought that if this leg were to be thrown at Ningfan, he would definitely be in the hospital for several months. Poor guy. Scared? Seeing Ningfan standing still, Chen Wei sneered, "What a waste." His tone was full of disdain. The power in Wang Kai's leg was getting stronger and stronger, and this was a deadly blow. However, seeing that this leg was about to hit Ningfan's face, he moved. He just lightly raised his arm and grabbed Wang Kai's leg. Bang! In a moment, a figure was thrown out, knocking over at least 10 tables and spilling blood. Wang Kai. The one thrown out was Wang Kai, who had a black belt in Taekwondo. For a moment, the surrounding area fell into silence, and no one expected such an outcome. I thought he was so powerful. Ningfan said disdainfully, "What a showy display." Leaving a light remark, he stretched and left, walking to a corner and not even looking at Chen Wei and the others again. Damn! Chen Wei's face was ugly. What is a stinky delivery man pretending in front of me? Yang Qiqi looked at Ningfan resentfully. Chen Xiaoshang was not angry. A lazy man's voice rang out, "This is a party organized by Miss Tang. Gee, he dared to pick a fight and beat people up at this party. Do you think Miss Tang will let him go?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wei's eyes lit up. And he is still a low-level trash who sneaked in. The man said again with disdain, "Wait, when Miss Tang comes out and knows about this, she will definitely not let him off lightly." Lu Feng. Chen Wei recognized who this person was, the eldest son of the Lu family in Jiangcheng. The Lu Group is the largest pharmaceutical company in Jiangcheng. It is comparable to the Tang family's status, and it is said that he is also the pursuer of Miss Tang. Chen Xiao. At this time, Wang Kai also got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Ningfan with resentment. "I have already notified Brother Hu, who works under Sister Ye, the boss of the underworld in the 7th district. Humph. After Miss Tang throws him out, Brother Hu will strike and completely cripple him." He gritted his teeth and said, "He will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life." Chen Wei laughed and patted him on the shoulder, "Well done. After my Chen family cooperates with the Jiang family in the provincial capital, we will never forget your Wang family." Wang Kai's expression brightened. Isn't this what he wanted to hear from Chen Wei? Husband. The bitch who was with him at the auction must not be spared. Yang Qiqi suddenly spoke up, hating to say, she must pay the price. Speaking of this, Lu Xiao. Chen Wei looked at Lu Feng, took out his phone, and said, "You are the top young master in Jiangcheng. You must know a lot of people. I want to ask you about someone." He said. He took out a photo and said, "You're not a fool. The woman who was with Ningfan has extraordinary temperament. And she can casually bid 8 million at the auction. What if she's a big shot?" Just in case, he still wanted to confirm with Lu Feng. Oh? Lu Feng's eyes flashed, what kind of person? Just as Chen Wei was about to take out the photo he had taken, someone suddenly exclaimed. The next moment, everyone's eyes were looking at the back door, including Lu Feng, and even Ningfan, who was sitting alone in a corner, looked over. It was a very beautiful woman. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her delicate cheeks were so perfect that there was nothing wrong with them. Especially today, she was wearing a black dress and high heels, which added a little more indescribable beauty. This woman is Tang Chuchu. She's so beautiful. Ning Fan smacked his lips. Apart from the mysterious Jiang woman, he had never met a woman in Jiangcheng who could compare with Tang Chuchu. Lu Feng and the others couldn't take their eyes off her. It was her. At this moment, a scream broke the silence. Yang Chichi was first angry, then surprised and said, "Husband, it's that bitch who cheated us at the auction. I didn't expect her to be here too, huh? This is great, now she can pay the price too." But... Pop. Another slap landed on Yang Chichi's face, and Lu Feng said coldly, "Shut up. She is Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang." Chapter 34, Who do you think you are? What? That woman is Tang Chuchu, Miss Tang? Lu Feng's voice was like a hammer, Chen Wei's smile froze, and Yang Chichi's face turned pale. Cold sweat covered her back. "Lu Xiao, are you joking?" Yang Chichi coughed and spoke in a trembling voice. How could that woman be the Tang family's eldest daughter? How could the Tang family's eldest daughter be with a low-level delivery person? She couldn't believe what she heard from Lu Feng. Joking? Lu Feng said coldly, "What kind of people are you to make me joke with you? If it weren't for the fact that Miss Jiang met with Chen Nianji that day, you would have been dead a long time ago." He had a morbid obsession with Tang Chuchu. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of her, and of course, no man could get close to her. She could only belong to him. Seeing Lu Feng turn and leave, Chen Wei and Yang Chichi were sweating profusely. They had offended the Tang family's eldest daughter? Impossible. Yang Chichi said with a grimace, "Ning Fan is nothing more than a dog I discarded. He is just a lowly delivery boy. How could he be seen by Miss Tang? Unwilling. She naturally did not want to see the dog she had discarded suddenly find a better woman than herself. Right. Miss Tang must be playing with him." Yang Chichi smiled coldly and said, "Yes, that's definitely the case. Wait and see." As soon as Tang Chuchu went up, she could immediately see the delivery boy being humiliated by Tang Chuchu. She couldn't wait. She couldn't wait to see the scene of Ning Fan being humiliated. Chen Wei also smiled coldly and said, "You're right. Miss Tang, with her status, could never be interested in a broken shoe like that." At this moment, Tang Chuchu had already walked onto the stage. Just by standing there, she attracted everyone's attention. The purpose of organizing this party was to get to know each other better. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "However, just as I arrived here, I suddenly changed my mind and wanted to introduce someone to you. This person will be a guest of our Tang family, and in the future, he may even become the son-in-law of the Tang family." Wow! A stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Tang Chuchu, each with different thoughts. Lu Feng was first stunned, then ecstatic. Could it be that Tang Chuchu was moved by his attentions in recent days and was going to say yes? Looking forward to it. Yang Chichi and Chen Wei also thought that once Tang Chuchu announced who the man was, they would be the first to befriend him. The man Tang Chuchu would look at must be a famous young master in Jiangcheng, right? And this person would most likely be Lu Feng. Tang Chuchu glanced at the party, and then her eyes fell on a man who was sitting in the corner, eating voraciously. After a moment, everyone also discovered Ning Fan, slightly stunned. Who is this person? He is wearing cheap street clothes. And his uncivilized eating habits. If it weren't for Tang Chuchu, most of the people present wouldn't have noticed such a person eating and drinking. But at this moment, Yang Chichi and Chen Wei's faces were gloomy, and a very bad thought arose. Could it be that Ning Fan? Tang Chuchu spoke up, and she smiled gently. "I wonder if you can come up for a moment?" Boom! This remark was no less than a thunderbolt, and Lu Feng was stunned. Yang Chichi's heart was throbbing. Chen Wei's pupils contracted. Impossible. How could this be? Shouldn't Tang Chuchu be calling Lu Feng's name? Why was she looking at Ning Fan? And then she asked Ning Fan to come up on stage? She couldn't possibly be interested in Ning Fan. Chun. Wei clenched his fists and his voice was hoarse. He still comforted himself in his heart. She must have wanted to call Ning Fan up on stage to humiliate him. Yang Chichi thought the same thing and sneered. Ning Fan's movements stopped and he looked at Tang Chuchu and froze for a moment. But he still nodded, got up, walked towards the stage, and stood next to Tang Chuchu. "What's wrong?" Tang Chuchu looked at Ningfan with narrowed eyes. Ningfan, what I told you at the auction is true. If you ever figure it out and want to find a girlfriend, you must consider me. You just have to ask me, and I will agree. Silence. No one spoke, and their mouths twitched. Is this fucking real? The Tang family's eldest daughter is actually pursuing a man? The man hasn't agreed to the Tang family's eldest daughter? On what basis? Why should this man in a shabby suit? The men present were especially staring at Ningfan, as if they wanted to kill him with their eyes. They couldn't even beat someone like this? Little did they know that Ningfan was also stunned at this moment. Miss Tang. Don't let him fool you. Yang Qiqi couldn't accept this result and said excitedly, this man is just a low-level garbage who delivers packages. Delivers packages? Everyone's eyes fell on Ningfan, frowning. When did Tang Chuchu's eyes become so trashy? Lu Feng's face was gloomy. And Yang Qiqi then sneered and said, he is just a broken shoe that I don't want. Right, he is even a dog licker. Gee, this waste is really quite capable. He even deceived Miss Tang. Ningfan, I really want to know what tricks you used. At this moment, everyone looked at Ningfan with different eyes, disdain, contempt, and contempt. No one expected that the man Tang Chuchu liked was so despicable. Ha! Ningfan chuckled and said, Yang Qiqi, you really are like a mad dog, biting anyone you catch. Since he divorced Yang Qiqi in the Yang family, he has never thought about giving Yang Qiqi face. You. Yang Qiqi glared at Ningfan, but when she suddenly saw Tang Chuchu coming down, she thought she had talked Tang Chuchu round and that she was going to distance herself from Ningfan. Unavoidably. She smiled and said coldly, Ningfan, I don't think this trash can talk like that without Miss Tang's protection. Day. Tang Chuchu stepped on her high heels and gradually approached Yang Qiqi, just as Yang Qiqi was about to reveal Ningfan's dark history again. Pop. She raised her palm and slammed it down on Yang Qiqi's face, leaving a red palm print. What are you? You're just a slut who was abandoned by Ningfan. Tang Chuchu was full of momentum. Who gave you the right to slander the man I like? Chapter 35. Do you have noodles at home? For the third time. This was the third time Yang Qiqi had been slapped at this party. The humiliation brought to her by these three people, Ningfan, Lu Feng, and Tang Chuchu. She was angry and frustrated. She gritted her teeth and looked at Tang Chuchu with resentment in her eyes. Are you very dissatisfied? Tang Chuchu looked at her calmly. You can return this slap at any time, I'm waiting. After saying this, she turned around, not looking back, and said, throw them out. Naturally, this also includes Wang Kai. Chen Wei and the others' faces changed. Tang Chuchu. Yang Qiqi was so angry that her chest was about to explode, and she stared at the back of that figure with hatred. My husband is the eldest son of the Chen family in Jiangcheng. He is about to sign a billion-dollar project with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. You have offended not only us, but also the Jiang family. Do you understand? The Jiang family in the provincial capital? Tang Chuchu frowned slightly. This family is definitely the most powerful in the provincial capital. After this incident, we should investigate it. After a moment. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Wei and the other two were picked up by the security guards and thrown out. For a moment, the entire party fell into silence. No one expected Tang Chuchu to do such a thing. Lu Feng's face was gloomy, and his 5 fingers were clenched. Are you satisfied? Tang Chuchu returned to Ningfan's side, blinked, and asked, if you're not satisfied, I'll have someone pull them back and throw them 10 more times. This attitude. It's completely different from how she treated Yang Qiqi and the others just now. Has this Tang family lady's brain been kicked? How could she fall for a poor delivery boy? Satisfied. Ningfan smiled, thank you. He knew that Tang Chuchu was doing this to vent her anger. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he received a WeChat message. Ningfan's face changed. Miss Tang, I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. Ah? Then I'll give you a ride. Tang Chuchu left the group at the party and drove Ningfan away. Where are you going? Ningfan glanced at the address, Hidden Dragon Island Villa District. Ha? Tang Chuchu looked at Ningfan again. Didn't she just give Ningfan the keys to the villa here? He didn't have time to move in. What's the rush to go there at this time? Without asking any more, she quickly drove Ning Fan to the entrance of the villa area on Hidden Dragon Island. Zhang Xiaoxiao was already anxiously waiting at the entrance. Thank you. Ning Fan thanked her and got out of the car. Take it easy on your way back. Zhang Xiaoxiao also happened to see Ning Fan, rushed up and grabbed his hand, and then ran with him into the villa area on Hidden Dragon Island. Tang Chuchu looked at their backs as they left, looking suspicious. Who is this woman? What did Ning Fan come to see her in the middle of the night for? She was curious. This woman is not only more beautiful than Yang Qiqi, but if she knew her, why would Ning Fan marry Yang Qiqi? It seems that he has a secret. Tang Chuchu muttered, thinking of her grandfather's illness, which had given the Jiangcheng doctor a headache, but was easily cured by Ning Fan. That shouldn't be the case. Ning Fan followed Zhang Xiaoxiao and whispered, after I gave Miss Jiang a massage last time, it should have been enough to keep her condition stable for half a month. It's only been 2 days, so why did it suddenly flare up now? Yes. At that party, Ning Fan had just received the news that Jiang Rushua's condition had suddenly flared up, so he was in such a hurry to come over. Miss Jiang is my benefactor. Therefore, I must do my best to cure her illness. I don't know either. Zhang Xiaoxiao was about to cry. We were having dinner when suddenly Miss Jiang's condition suddenly worsened. You must save Miss Jiang. Ning Fan nodded and comforted her. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll know what's going on after I've seen her. The two quickly arrived at number 2 villa in the Hidden Dragon Island Villa District. At this time, Jiang Rushua was lying in bed, pale and shivering. It's cold. She gave Ning Fan the impression that she was extremely cold, and her lips were blue from the cold. How could it be so serious? Ning Fan frowned. It didn't happen last time. Zhang Xiaoxiao bit her lip and didn't know how to answer Ning Fan. Tell me, what did you eat today? Ning Fan suddenly asked in a raised voice. From morning to night, you have to be clear about it. Zhang Xiaoxiao thought back carefully and said everything she had eaten that day. Seafood? Ning Fan's expression darkened. No wonder, the reason why her condition would flare up tonight was because she had eaten seafood. Remember, you can't let her eat seafood again in the future. Then, he quickly inserted needles into Jiang Rushua's body, his expression solemn. Zhang Xiaoxiao anxiously stood by, her expression worried. She blamed herself. If it weren't for her sudden craving today, the young lady wouldn't have followed her to eat seafood, and then her condition wouldn't have flared up. Tears were rolling in her eyes. Pop. A moment later, Jiang Rushua suddenly straightened up, and Ning Fan quickly picked up the trash can and handed it to her. Oh. Soon, she vomited all the seafood she had eaten that night, and the chill in her body gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoxiao sent him a message in time, otherwise, Miss Jiang would really have had an accident today. Thank you. Jiang Rushua wiped the corner of her mouth, still calm. This is the second time you have saved me. Ning Fan quickly shook his head and smiled. Compared to Miss Jiang saving me, this is nothing. The other day, he was provoked by Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei, and fainted on the road. If it wasn't for Jiang Rushua saving him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Rushua nodded, and then she looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Do you have anything to eat at home? I'm hungry. Zhang Xiaoxiao quickly said, Miss, I'll order takeout now. Neither of them can cook. Usually they either go out to eat or order takeout. No need. Ning Fan suddenly said, do you have any noodles at home? Ha? Jiang Rushua and Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes were drawn to Ning Fan. Zhang Xiaoxiao said doubtfully, can you cook? She couldn't believe it. Ning Fan touched his nose. Well, I'll give you something to eat. After a moment, he found a pack of noodles, eggs and tomatoes in the refrigerator. Then he went into the kitchen. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Ning Fan suspiciously, but in the end she ordered takeout. She didn't believe in Ning Fan's cooking skills. Jiang Rushua was the same. However, when Ning Fan came out with a bowl of noodles, the two women's faces changed, and they couldn't help but blurt out, your noodles are so fragrant and look so delicious. Chapter 36, It's This Kid. Jiang Rushua didn't care about the indecent action at all. After finishing the meal, she came to her senses and realized that Ning Fan was watching her. In an instant, her face became unnatural. The noodles were so delicious that she had just forgotten everything. Cough cough. Ningfan broke the awkwardness. Miss Jiang, you remember not to eat seafood and other things these days. These things will aggravate your condition. Jiang Rushua nodded. Yes, I know. Ningfan's words, she remembered in her heart. Since you're fine here, I'll go back first. Ningfan got up. My sister is still waiting for me at home. If I go back late, she will worry. He packed his things. I will go with you. Jiang Rushua suddenly said, I also have something to tell you. Ningfan did not refuse. The two walked out of the villa side by side, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. They walked to the door without saying a word. Miss Jiang, this is where we are. Ningfan smiled. I will take a taxi back. Jiang Rushua nodded. I have something to tell you. I will hold a press conference in 5 days, and I hope you can come. There will be a reception at the press conference, and I am afraid that if you eat or drink something, it may cause a seizure. Press conference? Ningfan was stunned, but he did not refuse. Yes, I will be there. Suddenly, his body tightened. Danger is approaching. Without thinking, Ningfan stood in front of Jiang Rushua. The two were very close, and they could even hear each other breathing. Jiang Rushua frowned, her expression gradually turning cold. The good feelings she had for Ningfan had vanished. Sure enough. Men are all perverts by nature. It's just that. At this moment, figures appeared, approaching her and Ningfan in the moonlight. They looked fierce. They were holding iron bars in their hands, and they were not good guys. Miss Jiang, you stand behind me and don't move. Ningfan blocked Jiang Rushua behind him and coldly swept towards the group of people. I will protect you. In the face of crisis, how can you let a woman stand in front? Looking at Ningfan like this, Jiang Rushua instantly understood what Ningfan meant just now, and she felt guilty. At the same time, a warm current rose from her heart. This feeling of being protected is really good. Kid, it's an honor to be able to fight for you. A burly man with a dragon tattoo on his shoulder walked over, squinting at Ningfan. Similarly, I'm also very unfortunate to tell you that someone paid a high price tonight to have me break your limbs. You'll crawl to the hospital. How arrogant. Ningfan narrowed his eyes. Without guessing, this must be the work of Chinwei and Yang Qiqi. But did these two idiots really think that they could get away with calling these two people over? In front of Miss Jiang, I can give you a chance. Ningfan reached out to protect Jiang Rushua and said lightly, now get out of here, and you will be safe. Otherwise, you will have to pay the price. He didn't want Jiang Rushua to see blood. However, his words plunged the area into a moment of silence. Ha ha ha. In just a moment, a wave of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Did I hear it wrong, or is this kid scared stupid? He actually wants us to pay the price? For a moment, these people looked at Ningfan with pity, ridicule, and mockery. In their eyes, Ningfan must have been scared silly. Ha! Wang! Who sneered, let me see how you make me pay the price. He didn't take Ningfan's words seriously at all. This is the villa area of Hidden Dragon Island. Jiang Rushua suddenly came out, her voice cold and sharp. Are you going to fight here? The first time I met Ningfan in the parking lot, he was lying on the ground, covered in blood. So, Jiang Rushua thought that Ningfan couldn't fight, but what about these people in front of her? They are crazy people who are mixed in society, and they don't care about their lives. Of course, she couldn't possibly let anything happen to Ningfan in front of her eyes. Oh. This chick is not bad. A little brother behind Wang whose back brightened up. Brother who, I never thought that I would be able to pick up a job and actually meet such a great woman. Gee, you're in for a treat tonight. Maybe you'll get to bang her. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Ningfan had already kicked him in the stomach. 10 meters away. With just one kick, the man flew 10 meters, his bones broken, and his whole body slammed into the fence. Blood spurted all over the ground. Dead silence. Jiang Rushua was stunned. Wang Hu and the others were first stiff, and then their eyes were filled with anger. They had never thought that Ningfan would dare to start first. You want to die? Wang Hu shouted angrily, go, get him for me. The anger was heavy. The next moment, those people behind him rushed out, holding a stick in their hands, and they were about to smash it on Ningfan's head. Jiang Rushua couldn't help but worry and said, "Be careful." However, as soon as she spoke, Ningfan moved. In her eyes, Ningfan seemed to have become a series of afterimages, moving quickly between these people. Then, in just 4 seconds, the ground was filled with screams. All of the people Wang Hu brought with him were lying on the ground, rolling back and forth, screaming. Without exception, Jiang Rushua opened her mouth wide, her body shaking. How could this be? How could Ningfan be so good at fighting? If he was so good at fighting, how could he have been bullied like that when I first met him? I can't believe it. You. Wang Hu's body stiffened, his face pale as he stared at Ningfan, scared. Even he couldn't have killed so many people in such a short time. I'm telling you, I'm from the underground world of the 7th district of Jiangcheng. Seeing Ningfan walking towards him, Wang Hu's eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "My sister is Wangya. If you dare to touch me, my sister will never let you go." Wangya? Ningfan was stunned, and immediately sneered, "I really want to see it." Wang Hu's pupils contracted. But the next moment, he directly dialed Wangya's phone. After hearing that his people had suffered here, Wangya pushed down all the work in her hands and came directly here with her people. 5 minutes later, 3 vans stopped, and more than 20 people rushed out of them. A pink Mercedes-Benz followed, and Wangya, dressed in black silk, appeared in front of everyone. She said coldly, "Who dares to touch my people?" She was full of momentum. Wang Hu pointed at Ningfan and sneered, "Sister Ya, it's this kid." Inwardly, his face became hideous. Arrogant? Sister Ya is coming over, I want to see how arrogant you are. Wangya glanced over, and Ningfan fell into her line of sight. She frowned, "Is it you?" Chapter 37, First Stage of the Refining of Qi. Wangya didn't expect to meet Ningfan here. Then, she glanced at the group of people on the ground. Blood everywhere. Her subordinates all looked like they had broken bones and were in a lot of pain. Wangya asked coldly, "Did you beat my subordinates?" She was extremely protective. No one could beat her subordinates. Ningfan did not deny it, nodding, "Yes." Very good. Wangya's eyes flashed with anger, "Mr. Ning, in view of the fact that you saved me before. Today, you beat yourself up and made yourself look like that." She pointed her finger at the people rolling on the ground and said in a loud voice, "In that case, I will let you go." Very arrogant. In the years of controlling the underground world of the 7th district of Jiangcheng, few people have been able to put her in her eyes. The most important thing is, after that time, when Ningfan cured himself, she had already heard from her subordinates that the bastard in front of her had used every means to cure her, and had even examined her body. Unforgivable. Ha! Ningfan smiled, "Miss Wang, don't you want to hear the cause of the matter?" "Who knows?" "No need." Wangya rejected it in one go, and said coldly, "No matter what the cause of the matter is. I only know that you have disabled so many of my subordinates, and that will cost you. Even if you saved me before, it's still the same." Bang! Afterwards, she threw a knife at Ningfan and said indifferently, "Mr. Ning, you do it yourself." The group of little brothers behind her all looked at Ningfan with ridicule. Especially Wang Hu and the others, they were all sneering. "Ha ha! Later, I'll see how you'll kneel down and beg for forgiveness, begging our sister Ye to forgive you." Very good. I really didn't expect Jiangcheng to have such a domineering person. Before Ningfan could say anything, Jiang Rushua's cold voice rang out, "Jiangcheng, you really have taught me a lesson." Ha! Hearing this, and seeing the woman who walked out from behind Ningfan, Wangya couldn't help but frown. This woman is so beautiful that it's not like anything, and she also has a very elegant temperament. For some reason, the more she looked at this woman, the more she felt that she looked familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. "What are you? How dare you speak to our sister Ye in such a tone?" Wang Hu was furious, and shouted angrily, "I tell you, you'd better kneel down and apologize to our sister Ye, otherwise, not to mention sister Ye, even we won't let you go." Wangya couldn't remember where she had seen Jiang Rushua, and when she heard Wang Hu's words again, her expression wasn't very good. "Go ahead. Just teach them a lesson, don't be too harsh." Seeing that her men were about to charge up, "Miss Jiang." Ningfan blocked Jiang Rushua behind him and said, "You go back to the villa area on Hidden Dragon Island. Once you get inside, they won't be able to touch you." "Miss Jiang?" However, what he didn't know was that this name he called Jiang Rushue was like a hammer that smashed into Wang Yi's mind. How many famous Miss Johns are there in Jian Chang? And how many of them can spend so much money to buy a villa on Hidden Dragon Island? According to the intelligence network in her hands, there was no such person a few days ago. However, after the news of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital coming to Jiangcheng to invest in a billion-dollar project spread, there was. In an instant, Wang Yi's face turned ugly, looking up and down at Jiang Rushue. Ha! Wang Hu did not see her facial expression change, and he was still arrogant, saying with a hideous smile, "Retreat? Today, none of you two can retreat. I want to show you the price of offending me, Wang Hu, and offending my sister Ya." Pop! Unexpectedly. Before Wang Hu's words had finished, a slap had already landed on his face. It had thrown him off guard. Because the person who slapped him was Wang Yi. Not only him, but Ning Fan and Jiang Rushue were also stunned. Before everyone had reacted, Wang Yi had already walked up to Jiang Rushue, her body trembling, and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, are you from the provincial capital?" "It's just that." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Rushue already gave her a cold stare and said, "Shut up. Take your people and get out." The answer is already very clear. Wang Yajiao's body trembled slightly. She looked deeply at Jiang Rushue and Ning Fan, and then left. After that, they left this place. They came quickly, and they left quickly. Ning Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at this scene in surprise. It seems that Miss Zhang's power is even higher than I thought. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to scare Wang Yi into that state with just a word. Ning Fan. Jiang Rushue looked at Ning Fan. "Didn't you say your sister was home alone? You can go back first." Ning Fan nodded. He took a taxi and went home. Qin Xiu's room was already dark, and the room was not soundproof, so Ning Fan returned to his room quietly. As soon as he sat down, he took out the jade he bought at the auction tonight. In Ning Fan's palm, this jade had a milky liquid pulsing inside, which was spirit essence. Ning Fan closed his eyes and began to follow the route in his memory to run the swallowing heaven technique. Gradually, he could see that the strange energy in the world was constantly pouring into his body. The milky liquid in the jade began to tremble slightly. Finally, the jade could not withstand the powerful power of Ning Fan's hand, and it broke apart, and the spirit essence inside rushed out and evaporated in the room. Suddenly, the room, which had been extremely thin with spiritual energy, became extremely rich. Ning Fan accelerated the operation of the swallowing technique, and all of his pores opened at this moment. Like a greedy woman, he was frantically absorbing these essences. The spiritual energy that Ning Fan had absorbed into his body circulated through his meridians. Early in the morning, at 6 o'clock. Boom! Suddenly, a dull sound rang out in Ning Fan's room. He had broken through to the first level of the Qi cultivation stage, and at this moment, he felt that his whole body was filled with power. However, what left Ning Fan speechless was that as soon as this power erupted, the clothes on his body burst open and became fragments all over the floor. Only his shorts were left. Is this what it feels like to be at the first level of the Qi cultivation stage? Ning Fan waved his fists twice, his eyes flashing. "It feels so good." Then, he got up and tried to put on his clothes. Ah! However, this loud noise startled Qin Xiu, who had already woken up. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, accompanied by Qin Xiu's worried voice, "Brother, what are you doing in the room? Why are you making such a big noise?" Ning Fan was startled. "It's nothing, Xiu, don't worry." He can't let Xiu see him now. Otherwise, what would it look like? It was already too late. At this time, Qin Xiu twisted open the door with her hands, and the first thing that came into her eyes was the clothes debris on the floor. After a moment, she looked up, and Ning Fan's body full of muscle lines entered her line of sight, and the room fell into a silence. But then Qin Xiu blushed and screamed, "Ah!" Chapter 38. As you wish. Brother, what are you doing? Qin Xiu quickly turned around, at a loss, and nervously said, "Why did you tear the clothes like this?" She was a little worried. "It's fine." Ning Fan smiled wryly. At this time, he had already found a set of clothes in the closet and put them on. "Don't think too much. Hurry up and wash up. I'll cook. After you eat, I'll take you to school." Half an hour later. Ning Fan and Qin Xiu sat at the dining table. The little girl still lowered her head, thinking about what had just happened, and she was still blushing. Tomorrow is Saturday. Ning Fan broke the silence. Are you on holiday? Qin Xiu nodded, yes, but only for one day. Brother, what's wrong? Ning Fan smiled, that's fine. After you get back from school tonight, you can pack your things. Tomorrow we'll move. This area is considered one of the most chaotic in Jiangcheng. Now that Qin Xiu is in her second year of high school, the classes are very tight, and it's very late after school at night. It takes a long time for her to get here from school, and Ning Fan is very worried about her. Fortunately, the villa that Tang Chuchu gave him is right next to Qin Xiu's school, which makes it very convenient. Ah. Qin Xiu opened her mouth wide. Brother, why are we moving? Ning Fan smiled. Moving near your school will make it easier for you to go to school. Hearing this, Qin Xiu said carefully, but, brother, the houses near our school are all very expensive. We don't have much money. She didn't finish her sentence and lowered her head. It was because the houses in this area were cheap that they came here in the first place. Don't worry. Ning Fan patted Qin Xiu's head and said, you study hard, and as for the house and money, I'll take care of it. From now on, I'll let you live a good life. Qin Xiu didn't say anything else. She took a couple of mouthfuls of rice, and then Ning Fan took her to school. He then headed towards the courier station. Ning Fan. As soon as he arrived at the courier station, Ning Fan saw Tang Chuchu waiting for him. The only difference this time was that Tang Chuchu was accompanied by a bodyguard. Ning Fan looked at her and asked, why are you here? Tang Chuchu reached out and grabbed Ning Fan's clothes and said, with concern, are you okay last night? I heard that someone went to block you? Ning Fan was stunned. He didn't expect this to reach Tang Chuchu's ears so quickly. I'm fine. Ning Fan smiled, you see, I'm standing in front of you now, right? The Tang family really gets news fast. He had no idea that after Tang Chuchu returned from the villa on Hidden Dragon Island last night, she wanted to see Zhang Xiaoxiao's relationship with Ning Fan, so she specifically contacted the security guard to watch the surveillance. That's when she saw what happened behind her. Really? When she saw that scene, she was so angry that she almost exploded. She really didn't expect anyone to dare to attack Ning Fan. She has now given the surveillance to her subordinates to find out who the other person is. She thinks it won't take more than 2 days to find out who attacked Ning Fan. It's good that nothing happened. Tang Chuchu looked at Ning Fan, however, in order to prevent such things from happening again, I specifically asked my grandfather for a bodyguard. After he knew that he was protecting your safety, he sent his most powerful bodyguard, Brother Chen, to protect you. Ning Fan glanced at the man. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but this person seemed to have a lot of hostility towards him. No need. Ning Fan refused. In the future, the people I meet will be beyond his ability to handle, so let him go back and protect the old man. Having such a person is a burden. Tang Chuchu was stunned. She didn't expect Ning Fan to refuse. She looked at the surveillance, and Ning Fan was indeed able to fight many people alone. But Shengu, who is by her side, can become the bodyguard of the old man. He is really a martial artist, and he can fight 10 people alone. Ning Fan, you. Tang Chuchu just wanted to speak. What do you mean by that? Shenwu interrupted him, stepped forward, and said coldly, are you looking down on me? Martial artists are very proud. Now that Ning Fan looks down on himself like this, he is filled with anger. If it weren't for Tang Chuchu standing by his side, he would have definitely punched Ning Fan in the face. Show him some color. No. Ning Fan calmly said, I'm just telling the truth. With your strength, you'll only die in vain if you stay by my side. It's better to play a role and protect Master Tang. After breaking through to the first level of the refining stage, his strength is definitely not just a step up, and people like Chen Wu, no matter how many there are, he is not afraid. It can be said that this is a qualitative difference. You can try. Chen Wu's face was cold, and his eyes were full of hostility. Let me see how strong you are and what qualifications you have to say that sentence. Tang Chuchu frowned, Chen Wu. Don't talk nonsense. She looked displeased. Miss. Chen Wu spoke up, martial artists don't like to be belittled by others. If he is stronger than me, I can admit that he said that just now. But if he is not as strong as me, then why belittle me? I, Shenwu, have been in the Tang family for so many years, protecting the old master for so long, and I have never encountered an opponent. Even the old master has attached so much importance to me. This person in front of me, who hasn't even grown a full set of hair, what makes him qualified to say that to me? Come, kid, fight me one-on-one. He looked at Ningfan with disdain. In his opinion, Ningfan was so small that he could easily beat him with one punch. In this way, he would not only teach him a lesson, but also make Ningfan see the gap between himself and the Tang family, and no longer have any thoughts about Tang Chuchu. Yes. When he came here today, Tang Sihai found him and asked him to teach Ningfan a lesson. He was still thinking about how to strike, but he didn't expect this kid to come to his death. Tang Chuchu's face was ugly, and she was about to scold Chen Wu. At this time, Ningfan spoke up, I'd rather not. I'm afraid that after I strike, I'll hurt you. I can't afford the medical expenses. One sentence. Tang Chuchu was stunned. Chen Wu's chest exploded, and he shouted angrily, You don't need to pay for the medical expenses. Now fight me one-on-one. If he doesn't teach Ningfan a lesson today, how can he, Chen Wu, still have the face to stay in the Tang family? This is what you said. Ningfan smiled, then, as you wish. The next moment, his footsteps shook, and a stone fell into his hands. Chen Wu's pupils contracted when he saw this scene. Before he could react, the stone flew out. Chapter 39 I am your boss. Bang! The stone hit Chen Wu's chest with the speed of piercing the wind. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out from within his body, and the next moment, he was already lying on the ground, in pain. Ningfan raised an eyebrow. He had only used a fraction of his strength, and this person seemed to be too weak to fight back. Tang Chuchu, who was standing on the side, was dumbfounded. Her grandfather's bodyguard, Chingu, who could fight more than 20 people at once, and now Ningfan could beat him up like this just by picking up a pebble. How can Ningfan be so good at fighting? She looked at Ningfan with eyes like she was looking at a monster. He was so skilled in medicine and so strong in fighting. Was the woman blind before, so she didn't cherish such a man? At this moment, Tang Chuchu felt like she had found a treasure. However, shocked as she was, Tang Chuchu quickly called the hospital and asked them to take Chen Wu away. It seems I acted on my own. Tang Chuchu smiled gently, I really didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. Today's Ningfan was really unexpected. There should be very few people in Jiangcheng who can beat me. Ningfan touched his nose and smiled, so, you don't need to worry about my personal safety. Just protect yourself. Tang Chuchu's eyes narrowed, Ningfan, are you concerned about me? Ningfan laughed and didn't say anything. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere today. Tang Chuchu reached out and grabbed Ningfan's hand, I promise you'll be satisfied when we get there. He felt the warmth in Tang Chuchu's palm. Ningfan's face changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, I still have to go to work. I'll give you the day off. Tang Chuchu giggled, I'm your boss, who would dare say anything? There was nothing he could do. Ningfan had no choice but to get into the car with Tang Chuchu. Where are we going? Tang Chuchu smiled mysteriously, you'll know when we get there. Hearing this, Ningfan did not say another word. He suddenly thought of something, that's right. Tomorrow, my sister and I will move to the villa area on Hidden Dragon Island. After thinking about it, I think it's better to tell you. After all, this is your villa. Ah? You really are. Tang Chuchu gave Ningfan a look, since I gave you that villa, you can live there with a clear conscience. Do you know that my grandfather is the pillar of our Tang family? So, you saved my grandfather. Not to mention a villa, if you want our Tang Group's shares, my grandfather will definitely not say anything. Ningfan nodded. Half an hour later, a very spacious street appeared in front of Ningfan. In front of the shops on this street, there were some raw stones. Some were as tall as a person, while others were only the size of a fist. Today is Friday. Tang Chuchu got off the car with Ningfan and said with a smile, this is a street of jadeite. Every Friday, a new batch of goods will arrive. Yesterday, I saw that you liked that kind of jade, so I thought I would bring you here today to take a look. Maybe you can buy some jadeite that you like. I have to say, Tang Chuchu is really attentive. Ningfan followed her footsteps and took a look at the street. He had only heard of jadeite before, but he had never played with it. After all, the rumor that one can become poor or rich with one stroke is too terrifying. Before this, he had never dared to touch such things, afraid that he would lose all his money in one go. Suddenly, Ning Fan's gaze fell on a smaller piece of rough stone. He could feel a faint aura from it. Although it was not as good as the jade from last night, it was still quite different. The divine pupil opened. Thinking, Ning Fan's eyes penetrated the surface of the rough stone, and he saw a fist-sized piece of green jade wrapped in it. Aura. There was actually aura inside the jade, and Ning Fan was overjoyed. In that case, he would be able to reach the second level of the chi cultivating stage in the shortest time. Suppressing his excitement, Ning Fan looked at Tang Chuchu. How do you play the stone gambling game? Tang Chuchu looked at Ning Fan in surprise and explained, you can choose any of the rough stones here. A special master will cut them at the right time. If they are green, the price will be determined by the quality. If they are not green, then they are considered to be of poor quality. After Tang Chuchu's explanation, Ning Fan also understood a little about how to play the game of gambling on stones. You can choose 2 pieces to play with today. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, a master I know went to another city a few days ago. When he returns, I will bring you here to have fun, and we will definitely be able to cut out a lot of jade. Ning Fan did not care about the jade master Tang Chuchu mentioned. As a cultivator, coupled with his divine pupils, he could definitely guarantee a profit with his own strength. Subsequently, Ning Fan followed Tang Chuchu to a shop, and suddenly, he frowned and saw 2 people he didn't like very much. Yang Qiqi, Chen Wei. And there was an old man with them. What bad luck! Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi also saw Ning Fan at this moment, and their faces were ugly. They could also encounter this waste when playing a stone. Just thinking about last night's dinner, Tang Chuchu announced in front of everyone that Ning Fan would probably become their son-in-law. Chen Wei and Yang Qiqi felt as bad as eating shit. So, today they thought about coming to the Stone Street to relax, and they also found the Stone Master Fong Cun, which was also a way to make up for the 8 million that Tang Chuchu had cheated them out of at the auction yesterday. However, they never expected to run into them here again today. What? Ning Fan said indifferently, did you develop this street? Are you the only ones allowed to come here, and no one else? Yang Qiqi sneered, do you know anything about stone gambling? Do you know what a big rise or a big fall is? She said, raising her voice, I think you probably don't even know which piece of rough is good and which piece is bad, do you? Ha ha ha. As soon as the words fell, Chen Wei also laughed in agreement, looking at Ning Fan disdainfully. The eldest daughter of the Tang family is really blind, how could she fall for such a waste? If it weren't for Tang Chuchu, they could easily have played Ning Fan to death. Tang Chuchu frowned and gave Yang Qiqi and Yang Qiqi a cold glance. However, at this time, Ning Fan did not pay attention to the 2 of them. His gaze had already been attracted by a huge piece of rough. Aura. The aura in this piece of rough was very strong, and under his divine eye, he also saw a very complete piece of jade. Ning Fan calmed down and asked the boss, how much is this piece of rough? Chapter 40, I'm here. 100,000. The boss glanced at Ning Fan, you can cut it after you pay. Ning Fan nodded and handed the bank card to the boss, I'll take it. The jade in this piece of rough is surprisingly complete. The aura is extremely strong. If he takes this piece of jade and absorbs the aura in it, then he will soon be able to break through to the second level of the refining stage. Thinking about this, he clenched his fists, his eyes firm. Mom and Dad, I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible, so that I can see you. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Ning Fan really took this piece of rough stone, Yang Qiqi laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Ning Fan, you really made me laugh to death. Do you know who this person is next to me? She pointed at the old man, he is the vice president of our Jiangcheng Gemstone Association, Master Fong Cun. Do you know? When Master Fong Cun saw this piece of rough, he immediately dismissed it as worthless, saying that there wouldn't be a single jade in it. You actually spent 100,000 yuan to buy this piece of junk. You're a waste of space, and your eyesight is also so bad. There was a chorus of taunts. Tang Chuchu frowned and said coldly, what does it matter to you which piece of rough Ning Fan chooses? Even if he buys all the rough stones here, I, Tang Chuchu, can afford it. For a moment, Yang Qiqi and Chen Wei's mocking smiles froze on their faces, and they gritted their teeth. What kind of flowery language did this piece of trash use to deceive Miss Tang into this state? Humph. Yang Qiqi snorted, her expression arrogant. Miss Tang, I'm telling you, you don't have to be so arrogant. Our Chen family is about to cooperate with the Jiang family in the provincial capital on a project worth 1 billion. Once that cooperation is completed, our Chen family may even surpass your Tang family. At that time, you must not kneel and beg me to forgive you. After saying that, she took Chen Wei's arm and was about to leave. Wait. Ning Fan suddenly spoke up. What? Yang Qiqi sneered. Ning Fan, are you regretting it now and planning to kneel down and beg me to forgive you? Don't even dream about it. I will never forgive you. Thinking about the party last night, Tang Chuchu and Ning Fan made a fool of themselves, and she resented them to death. She wanted to tear them in half. Don't worry. Ning Fan said lightly, I won't regret it. I'm happy to leave a woman like you. Yang Qiqi was instantly furious. Let's bet on it. Ning Fan didn't look at her expression and continued, each person chooses 3 raw stones. Whoever cuts the jadeite with the highest price wins. As for the stakes, the first one, the loser needs to pay the winner the money they spent on the rough. The second one. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and he said loudly, you two need to kneel down and apologize to Miss Tang. Ha ha ha. Ning Fan's words caused Yang Qiqi and the others to sneer. Ning Fan, you really made me laugh to death. Since you want to die, then we'll bet with you. The first bet is the same as yours, and the second bet is that you kneel down and give me 3 loud kowtows, and eat the crushed fragments of the original stone that you cut out. No matter what, Tang Chuchu is also the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and Yang Qiqi would not be so stupid as to let her kneel down for herself. In case the Tang family comes to a dead end, it may even affect the project they are about to start with the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Tang Chuchu was worried. Ning Fan, don't bet with them. She knew it. Ning Fan had never touched a jade stone before, so how could he possibly pick out a good one? But Yang Qiqi and the others were different. They were accompanied by the vice president of the Jade Stone Association, an absolute master of jade stone appraisal, who rarely made mistakes. Money is small. Being humiliated is big. It's fine, trust me. Ning Fan smiled, and he casually pointed to 3 jade stones. I'll pick these 3 jade stones. They are worth 100,000, 300,000, and 320,000 respectively. Tang Chuchu sighed, clenched her fists, and said that even if she had to pay a little more later, she would protect Ning Fan's dignity. Ha! Yang Qiqi sneered, what a brainless guy. He casually pointed to 3 rough stones and still wants to win us? It's just wishful thinking. Husband, let's go. We'll take Master Fong to choose 3 rough stones. Later, we'll see how this loser kneels down and kowtows to us. They left. Ning Fan. Tang Chuchu stared at Ning Fan and said, if things don't go well later, listen to me and leave with me. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to make things difficult for you. Ning Fan nodded. He knew that Tang Chuchu was concerned about him, and a warm current emerged in his heart. After all these years, apart from her sister Qin Xiu, she is the first person to care about him. Soon, Yang Qiqi and the others returned with the rough stones. She held her chin high, like a proud peacock. Ning Fan, you will soon know how much of a clown you will be. Ning Fan waved his hand. No need to say more, just cut the rough stone. Cut mine first. The cutting master stepped forward and began to draw lines on the rough stone to find the cutting angle. Had ha. Yang Qiqi sneered, you can't wait to kneel down and apologize to us, can you? Chen Wei agreed, maybe he has a desire to be a dog deep down in his bones? The two of them sang in unison, and Tang Chuchu's face turned pale. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's suggestion to bet with them, she would definitely have slapped them both. Chen family. She looked at Chen Wei coldly, you're really something. At this time, the cutting master had already found the cutting angle, and under everyone's gaze, he began to operate the machine in his hands. Very quickly. The sound rang out, and the dust filled the sky, and the surface of the huge piece of rough began to be gradually cut away. It only took 5 minutes. The huge piece of rough was cut in half, and there was nothing in it, nothing at all. Tang Chuchu closed her eyes and began to breathe rapidly. She grabbed Ning Fan's palm and was ready. Ha ha ha. What a piece of junk. Yang Qiqi sneered, not even a hint of green, it seems that Master Fong Suan has a keen eye. Fang Xuan glanced at Ning Fan again, disdainful. This is the price of not believing in yourself. Ning Fan reached out and drew a line on the rough stone, cutting according to this line. The jadeite is between this position. The cutting master nodded and once again operated the machine. Gee, you really won't give up until you die. Yang Qiqi sneered, if this piece of rough can be cut to produce jade, I, Yang Qiqi, will wash my hair upside down. However, as she said this, her voice trailed off, and the next moment, she screamed, this is impossible.